Imagine you went to sleep and awoke in the game Skyrim. Have you spent enough hours in the virtual world to be able to survive there for real? Chapter 1. I woke to the wood of a rattling cart in my face. My head ached, my shoulder was jarred from the bump in the road, my wrists had a bad case of rope burn, and I was cold, wearing only a burlap set of clothes and foot wraps. I peered out and saw a forest covered in snow, and the sun was beginning to peek over them. This definitely was not my bed. "Hey you, finally you're awake," a long-haired blonde man in a blue, padded chainmail vest said. "I thought you would have been up 4 bumps ago. My name's Ralof. You were trying to cross the border, right? You must have walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us and this thief." Ralof gestured to the man sitting to his right. "Yeah, that sucks for you guys, but I was actually trying to enjoy the soft warmth of my bed." "Where the fuck am I and why am I wearing this burlap bag?" I asked, still not realizing this was Skyrim's intro scene since I had been using the alternate start mod for so long. "You're in Skyrim?" Ralof said puzzledly. "And I guess they changed you and him out of your civilian clothes for some reason." "Yeah, you're in Skyrim, all right," a dejected brown-haired man in a similar burlap uniform to mine said. "The sons and daughters of Skyrim, ha! Damn you all. Skyrim was fine until you came along, and the Empire didn't give a shit. If they hadn't been looking for you, I could have been halfway to Hammerfell with that fucking horse. Me and him shouldn't even be on this shitty cart," he said, gesturing towards me. Turning back to Ralof with a suspicious look, he continued, "In fact, I'd say we're on it because of you. Look here, I already went over it. Even if it is our fault that they were there, it's not my fault that you literally stole a horse. You're lucky you didn't just get shot. If anyone's innocent here, it's that guy right there," Ralof said, gesturing towards me. "Not that it really matters, since we're all sons and daughters of Skyrim in binds together." "Thief." The Imperial soldier that was driving the cart turned around and bellowed, "Shut up back there." Still peeved from my headache, I say, buddy, why don't you just shut up and watch the road? You couldn't miss a bump if you were driving on an airstrip." The soldier looked back angrily and hit the biggest bump he could find in response. I was going to call him out on how that also affected him and how much he looked like Benjamin Button fucked an old catcher's mitt, but I didn't feel it was worth the mental energy to continue on this guy. What I deemed worth my mental energy, however, was trying to figure out how the hell I got here. The last thing I remember was going to sleep after playing some Fallout New Vegas. This definitely isn't a dream either. Somehow I was brought to this world, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to go back to the real world, or if I'll want to. Luckily, I already have played 997 hours of Skyrim before this, so surviving this will be a piece of cake. I hope. Some time passed until anyone spoke. "Say, why did they gag this noble?" Lokir asked, gesturing to the guy next to me dressed in finery adorned with a chest plate. "What did he do that was so bad to be here, Ralof?" "Watch your tongue, horse thief," Ralof replied, obviously offended. "That's Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King." "Doesn't look very kingly," I remarked to the side. Lokir's eyes go wide and he jumps, seemingly from the realization but possibly from a bump. "Ulfric? The fucking Jarl of Windhelm, if they've captured you. Oh gee gods. They're dead, aren't WWE? I don't know where we're going, but Sovngarde awaits," Ralof solemnly responds, looking at the sunrise through the snow. "So you agree that we're dead?" I interject. "Cool." Lokir looks into his now shaking hands, defeated, eyes wide and crazy, while he repeats the words, "No, this can't be happening. This isn't happening." Over and over quietly as tears begin to well up. "Hey," Ralof says calmly, scooting a bit closer to Lokir and looking on with kind eyes, attempting to console him. "What village are you from, horse thief?" Lokir wipes a single tear and looks at Ralof angrily. "Why would you care? A Nord's last thoughts should be of home." Lokir's complexion softens. Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead." Ralof turns to me. "What about you? What's your name? Where are you from?" "I'm not sure what you would call where I'm from," I reply with a smirk, "and you already have called me by my name." "I did?" Ralof replies, confused again. "Yeah, I'm that guy right there." Chapter 2. Ralof looked at me sideways. "Well, that's A.U. Interesting name. You could have just said if you didn't want to share." I extended my arms with middle fingers up, although I doubt he knew what it meant. An Imperial soldier calls out, "General Tullius, sir. The headsman is waiting." I turned and saw what I expected. The gates of Helgen, the first city you visit in Skyrim, although in person, it was a lot more intimidating. From the front of our procession, Tullius responded, "Good, let's get this over with," and entered the gates and turned to the right. I turned back to Lokier, who was busy praying to any divine that would listen. When I was playing the game, I once laughed at him, anguish, thinking he got what was coming to him, but now I almost felt bad. As we passed through the gate, Ralof leaned forward and spoke low enough that only we would hear, "Look at him, General Tullius, the military governor. And it looks like the Thalmor are with him. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this." "And here I thought elves were supposed to be beautiful creatures," I respond with a smirk, gaining one in return. We continue on, and Ralof leans back and says what he knows about the town. Really, none of us are listening. Lokier is terrified and won't stop looking at his shaking hands, and Ulfric and I are just looking around. My eyes lock on a man and his son on their porch, and I see the look of realization of what's happening pass over the man's eyes as his son asks, "Who are they, Daddy? Where are they going?" Still looking on us with a look of someone staring at an accident on the road, he says sternly, "You need to go inside now, little cub." The child, not understanding what is going to happen, and who will probably peek through the holes in the wood of the house to witness the spectacle anyway, responds, "Why? I want to watch the soldiers." "If anything, you two should just get out of here. This isn't going to go well," I call out, not entirely sure why I did. His father narrows his eyes at me and turns to his son. "Inside the house. Now." As we move on, I call back, "You should have listened and maybe even put in a donation to the 'That Guy Right There Is Always Right' club." When I turn back to the cart, I catch a strange look from Ralof. The wagon stops and hits a bad enough bump for the Imperial soldier to grab the nearest wagon side and exclaim, "Whoa," giving me a bit of a chuckle. Lokier finally looks up as if he had been in a daze. Why are they stopping?" "Because they're about to give us a really close shave, Lokier. Why else?" I respond. Ralof stands and stretches what the bonds will let him stretch. "Well, let's go. We shouldn't keep the gods waiting for us." Lokier grabs Ralof's Stormcloak mail and tries to pull him back down to sitting, and panicking, turns to the Imperials and yells out, "No! Wait, we're not rebels." Ralof easily pulls him up to his feet and gives him a slight shove. "Face your death with what courage you can muster, thief." After Ulfric silently jumps down, Lokier follows, grabs Ulfric's coat and pleads, "You've got to tell them. Please, you've got to tell them we weren't with you. This is a mistake." Ulfric simply shoulder shoves him and he falls. As he is getting up, Ralof jumps down and I jump down in turn. No one left to turn to. Lokier grabs me by the front of my burlap shirt with his bound hands. "We've got to do something, maybe make a break for it. We can't let them do this. They can't do this." I grab Lokier in turn and pull him close to whisper in his ear, "Lokier, listen to me. I wasn't going to tell you because I honestly don't care, but you're being annoying. Just whatever you do, don't run. Trust me." He looks at me still panicked and very much confused, and I push him back into his spot. The Imperial captain steps forward and barks, "Step toward the block when we call your name, one at a time." Ralof sighs and murmurs something about the Empire's damned lists. Just as usual, a young soldier standing in front of us, Hadvar, scribbles in his book and calls out the name Ulfric Stormcloak, Jarl of Windhelm. Ralof calls ahead as the Jarl storms toward the block. "It's been an honor, Jarl Ulfric," and is called next. I begin to wonder if I will enter a character creation and change in front of everyone as I stand before them. That would be pretty funny, I chuckle to myself. I notice Lokier fidgeting in front of me as the soldier flips through his book, Lokier of Rorikstead. Chapter 3. At first, Lokier doesn't respond. He is looking down at the ground, dazed. Hadvar calls him again, and he suddenly looks up. His eyes jump from person to person until his fight-or-flight instinct kicks in. He steps forward, cries out, "No, I'm not a rebel. You can't do this," and makes a run for it. I try to facepalm but end up slapping myself with my other hand. As he runs, the captain makes the order, and the nearby archers easily send arrows through his back. And so that guy right there is always right foundation strikes again, I sarcastically say to myself as I step forward. The captain turns back to me and sneers, "Anyone else feel like running?" "Oh sure, I don't see why not, girlie." I sneer back sarcastically. "After all, it's just a matter of how you want to die." The young soldier speaks up, Wait, simmer down. Who are you? Half expecting a character creation menu to pop up, I wait and look around. Hadvar looks at me annoyed and asks again, You got stones in your ears? Who are you? If you really must know for your stupid list that won't matter in a few minutes, the name's that guy right there. Hadvar sighs and says, What's your real name? Clearly more annoyed. That is my real name, I reply with a smirk. Hadvar sighs and scribbles into his book. Well, what's your race anyway? You're obviously not tall enough to be a Nord. Well, fuck you too then. In that case, I'm just going to assume you're a Breton then. Surprisingly, this somewhat made sense considering my last character was a Breton. Sure, why not? I replied. Hadvar continued scribbling in his book with an eyebrow raised. So, Captain, this guy isn't on the list. What should we do? The captain smirks and says, Forget the list. This one goes to the block. Hadvar looks at me, smirks and scribbles some more. By your orders, Captain. Follow the captain prisoner. Fucker didn't even say he was sorry, I thought to myself. I followed the captain and stood in place with the line of prisoners, tapping my fingers on my leg in anticipation. To be honest, I wasn't sure how I was going to react to the dragon, or if I was going to end up on the block too soon or too late and be in the wrong spot. General Tullius spoke up. Ulfric Stormcloak, some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. Ulfric gave a grunt, as he always does, and honestly, after all those times, I'm not sure if it was him trying to shout or in protest to it being a murder. Tullius spoke up again, this time noticeably angry. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace. I'm pretty sure that was because of the thull. I got cut off by a roaring noise ringing down the mountainside. I knew it was coming, but the roar was much louder than I expected. Hadvar exclaimed, What the fuck was that? Tullius looks towards the sky, and to assure everyone, most likely including himself, claims, It's nothing, carry on. The captain steps forward proudly and exclaims, Yes, General Tullius. She turns to the priestess of Arche nearby and orders her with a smile. Give them their last rites. The priestess raises her hands to the sky and calls out her prayer. As we commend your souls to Aetherius, blessings of the 8 divines upon you, and is interrupted at the thought of there only being 8 divines by the Stormcloak next to me, for the love of Talos. Shut up and let's get this over with. I shake my head, as I know he could have probably survived if he just waited for the priestess to finish. He is shoved onto his knees by the captain, and immediately I think to myself, I'm not going to be able to not say something about that when I'm up. The Stormcloak looks up before being bent over the block and exclaims, My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same? The headsman silently raises his axe into position and lets it fall. Chapter 4. The axe falls on the Stormcloak's neck with the sound of snapping bone and metal on wood. All of the surrounding birds were silenced. It was deathly quiet. I was starting to have some second thoughts about this, even if I knew everything would work out in the end. A Stormcloak woman to my left cried out, You Imperial bastards! Onlookers cried out, Justice and death to the Stormcloaks. Ralof bowed his head and said to himself, as fearless in death as he was in life, and yet for one of the few times in my life I was silent. Next, the Breton. I didn't move. I was still surprised by how different the experience was now that I was living it. Luckily, the second cry from Alduin woke me from my daze and reminded me that it would work out fine. It even shook the ground a bit this time, letting me know he was closer. Everyone was looking around for the cause. Hadvar turned to his commanding officers and said, Tell me you guys heard that this time. After a bit, while still looking to the skies, the captain called out again, I said, next prisoner. Hadvar turned to me, still with a slightly worried look on his face. To the block, prisoner, nice and easy. As I walked to the block, my confidence in the situation increased with every step. I could almost swear I heard the sound of giant wings. I stood in position, and the captain approached from behind and dropped me to my knees. I smiled to myself and looked the headsman dead in the eyes. Break out in 3. The headsman raised his axe. The sound of wings grew closer. 2. Alduin, black as night and as big as a mountain, flew around the mountain. What in oblivion is that? I heard Tullius cry out. The captain, apparently both blind and deaf, said, Sentries, What do you see? Causing me to smile harder as I was counting down. It's in the clouds, the sentry replies. 1. Alduin lands, causing all in the courtyard to fall and me to be thrown slightly from the headsman block. As the headsman is getting up, the dragon shouts, killing him and causing fireballs to rain from the sky. I struggle to get up and Ralof runs over and helps me up. Hey Breton, get up. You might be a bit of an ass, but you obviously know something and the gods won't give us another chance. Once on my feet, he runs towards a nearby tower and beckons, "This way!" Before I head towards him, I run to the block, grab the headsman's axe and run to the tower. A fireball from the sky barely misses me and manages to catch a bit of my shirt on fire. As soon as I get in, the Stormcloaks shut the door behind me. I set up the axe on the floor and remove my bindings and leave it to help others also do so. There is one Stormcloak on the floor inside injured, most likely bleeding out. As Ulfric is removing his bindings, Ralof asks, visibly flustered, "What is that thing? Could the legends be true?" With his gag now removed along with his bindings, Ulfric looks to the arrow slit at the burning village outside and shakes his head. Legends don't burn down villages. When the last Stormcloak removed their binding and after some observation of Alduin through the arrow slit, Ulfric ordered, "We need to move now," leaving the axe with Ulfric. I start heading up the tower with Ralof behind me and run into a Stormcloak clearing rocks from the tower stairs. He turns to say something, and Alduin breaks through the wall, causing Ralof and I to jump backwards to cover. Ralof calls out to the soldier, but he is stuck in place by shock. Alduin unleashes a wave of fire that I can feel even from my cover. Alduin eventually flies away and Ralof and I survey the damage. "Damn, that's one burnt human steak. This dragon is a terrible cook," I say jokingly. "Talos, you're sick," Ralof replies. "See the inn on the other side? Jump through the roof and circle the perimeter of the town until you reach the keep. We'll follow when we can." Sending the new guy first, huh? The expendable one? Just after you've gotten to know each other. I step back to give myself a running start for the jump, and before he can protest, continue, "That's pretty cold, but I respect that. I'll see you at the keep," and I jump out of the tower into the burning inn. Chapter 5. Once airborne, I remember I'm not Batman. My jump is a bit short, causing my feet to catch on the railing of the inn and my face to make sweet love to the burning floor. Oh, fuck me. I look back up at the tower and notice Ralof is gone. Hopefully he didn't see me eat it and won't give me shit for it later. I notice that a red bar with a bit of it missing appears in my vision. The HUD being active is huge, meaning that maybe some other menus will be available, making my life easier. I get up and pat out a small flame on my burlap pants. I continue forward and drop down through a freshly burnt hole in the floor. I consider equipping the flame spell and attempting to fight Hadvar, but I have no idea how to open the menu. I pass the threshold and see Hadvar with his group of refugees, consisting of the boy and his father from earlier and an old man. I try swiping in front of me with my hands and even concentrating really hard, but I can't seem to equip flames. I look over and notice that the father is injured. His son is trying to help him up to get to cover, but I know that Alduin is coming. Hadvar notices Alduin's change in flight towards them and calls out points with his free hand to the sky. "Hamming, you need to get over here now." Hamming looks into the sky, is pushed forward by his father and conflicted, runs towards Hadvar and behind a burning building. Alduin lands directly in front of his father, and realizing there's no saving him, Hadvar yells out his name, Torolf. Alduin spews a wave of flames on Torolf, and Hadvar dives into the cover with Hamming, exclaiming, "Shit! Everyone get back!" I decide to just let this script go the same as it does normally and approach as Alduin is flying away. The group hasn't noticed me yet, and Hadvar tells the old man to watch over Hamming while he looks for General Tullius. I get close behind Hadvar, and he turns around swinging his sword out of instinct. I barely step back in time and raise my hands in surrender. "Whoa, big guy. Watch where you're swinging that thing. Kids could get hurt, you know." Hadvar points his blade at my throat and smirks. "Didn't know you referred to yourself as a kid, prisoner. Interesting that you're still alive. It's like as if you know something. My guess is you're going to need to answer for all this wreckage, so if you want to stay alive longer, you'd best stay close to me." "Damn, Hadvar. It's like you want to hurt kids. Best watch out for this guy, Hamming. Sorry about your dad, by the way, Hamming, and I know that an 'I told you so' isn't really appropriate. But as an advocate of the That guy right there is always right, club. I must say, I told you so. Hadvar presses his blade harder into my neck and beckons me forward. How about we just go and stop traumatizing the boy with your presence, huh? I pull away in the direction of the beckon and sarcastically bow towards Hadvar, saying, As you wish, my lord, anything for Hadvar the Wise. Being that the script where Alduin lands on the wall had already passed during our conversation, we rush through the burnt building, and I pick up a downed Imperial sword as we run through to the keep. As we approach the keep, Hadvar and I hear Tullius call out to Hadvar, Into the keep, soldier, we're leaving. Hadvar rushes ahead of me and tells me to continue staying close. In the courtyard, I begin to wonder where Ralof and the other Stormcloaks are. As Hadvar and I are about to reach the door, Ralof runs in and cuts us off, holding an iron war axe. In a defensive stance, and with a serious look on his face, he stares down Hadvar. That guy right there and I are escaping Hadvar. There's no stopping us this time. Hadvar enters a similar stance and responds, Ralof, you damned traitor. This prisoner is mine and he has information important to the Legion. He is staying with me. Suddenly I realize that my outbursts, especially my countdown, reveal my knowledge of this world, and even might suggest that I had something to do with Alduin attacking Helgen. Knowing that the Stormcloaks would be much more understanding and receptive because it saved them, I also enter a similar stance with the sword I picked up, not actually having any experience with a sword, and say, No, Hadvar, I'm going with Ralof. You're not stopping us. Hadvar looks back at me angrily. I meet and reflect his gaze. He turns back to Ralof, waits for a few seconds, sighs, and says calmly, I can't let Imperial intel go to the Stormcloaks, and swings his sword. Ralof catches the blade in the space between the head of the axe and the handle, and attempts to disarm Hadvar by twisting it to his left. Hadvar notices this, and pulls his sword back and attempts a stab. Ralof jumps to the right and successfully avoids it, swinging his axe horizontally in response. Hadvar jumps back close to me, and I notice his sword arm's shoulder is slightly exposed in his armor, and without thinking, I shove the point of my sword into the opening. Hadvar screams out in a mix of pain and rage, and tries to backhanded swing his sword at me, but fails due to the muscle cut from my stab. Ralof charges and Hadvar switches to his left hand to block Ralof's assault. With this new opening, I go for a cut on the back of Hadvar's right knee. Hadvar immediately drops down to his knees from the cut, reopening Hadvar's defense for Ralof. Ralof chops downwards straight into Hadvar's left collarbone. It is mostly blocked by his armor, only cutting a couple of inches in, but you can hear the sound of breaking bone. Hadvar grits his teeth and tries to get back up from on his knees, but falls backwards onto his back. I press my blade into his throat. Oh, how tables have turned, Hadvar. How does it feel having a sword to your throat? Do you like that? Does it feel good? Does it make you feel respected? I say as I press harder, drawing a bit of blood. I hope, Hadvar says, wincing in the pain now amplified due to the lack of his adrenaline rush. I hope that fucking dragon takes you both to Sovngarde. Alduin roars and flies directly above us, breathing fire onto the archers on the walls around us. Ralof taps me on the shoulder with his axe head and gestured to the keep door. Come on, we need to get out of here before that's us. Killjoy, I murmur as I shove my sword through Hadvar's throat. Ralof enters the keep, and I follow right behind him. Chapter 6. Upon entering the keep, Ralof rushes forward, and I bar the door and put a chair under the handle for good measure. I turn, and Ralof is mourning for a dead Stormcloak in the corner. We'll meet again in Sovngarde, brother. Looks like we're the only ones who made it, I say sarcastically. No, he was killed with a sword, see the cuts? Ralof points. Some Imperials must have gotten in before us. I hope Ulfric made it too. So who was this guy? I don't remember seeing him around the chopping block with us. Huh, now that you mention it, I don't either. Maybe a party managed to escape the Imperials at Darkwater Crossing and were coming to help. Ralof sighed. Either way, Gunjar here won't be needing his armor anymore, and I don't exactly want our only lead dying. Or, Ralof, you care. I smile. Ralof sighs again and walks to the middle of the room. I poke at Gunjar's body, expecting a loot menu to appear. I pull at his boots too, and am severely disappointed. Fine, I whisper to myself. I'll do it myself. As I strip Gunjar, Ralof murmurs, so that really was a dragon then. A harbinger of the end times. The ground tremors as Alduin flies above the keep, causing me to drop a fur boot. I chuckle at his disbelief. I'd say so. We've got to get moving, we're too close to the outside. Ralof turns. Hurry up and get that armor on, and give your sword a few swings. We're going to have to fight our way out. Ralof heads towards the locked gate leading downstairs. Cool your jets, Ralof. That gate is locked, I say as I tighten the boots to the best of my ability. We have to wait until the captain and her simps come through the other gate. They'll deliver the key on a steel platter. Ralof futilely tries to open the gate anyway. Right on cue, we hear footsteps through the corridor behind the other entrance. Ralof turns to me in disbelief. How could you possibly? Sighs and pulls out his 2 iron axes. Come on, soldiers. Keep moving. The captain calls out. I pick up my sword and stretch. How do you fight in this shit, Ralof? It's almost more scratchy than the burlap clothes. Ralof ignores me, focused on the corridor. The Imperials finally come into view. Stormcloaks, they must be trapped. Ha ha ha. Get this gate open, soldier. The captain and her soldiers draw their swords, and one pulls the lever to open the gate. Oh no, someone, get help, I sarcastically cry out, but not for me. I grin as I repeat my stance from the fight with Hadvar. Both the captain and Ralof ignore me, and the Imperials flow into the room. The captain locks eyes with Ralof and places her sword on her shoulder plate. Ralof of Riverwood. I've heard stories of your feats on the battlefield. Let's see if they were all just stories. Ralof stretches his back and enters a defensive stance. The captain grins and flips her sword in her hand at her side. Kill the Stormcloak traitors, she bellows, charging at Ralof, her comrades following her move. Chapter 7. About time. The first actual fight scripted in the game. This should be a piece of cake, I thought to myself, as the captain and her 2 cohorts flanking her sides charged forward. I was a bit nervous, though. I didn't really know how to stand, and kept fidgeting as they approached. My only prior experience of a straight-on fight was a bully in middle school who took my Pokemon cards. It didn't precisely go. Ralof used battle cry. The room seemed to shake almost as hard as the dragon flying overhead. I literally jumped and almost dropped my sword. The captain and her men skidded to a stop. The captain looked unamused, but her cohorts were filled with fear. Just looking at Ralof, I understood why. His eyes screamed that he was ready to paint the room red. Form up, soldiers, the captain called out. She didn't seem bothered. Perhaps she had seen plenty of Nords do this on the battlefield, and knew it was just an attempt to force them to break formation and lose their numbers. Advantage. Ralof charged forwards at the soldier to his left, lashing with both axes savagely, before he could attempt to bring his sword back up to parry. The soldier had a significant dent in the side of his helm, and an axe embedded in his chest. The captain followed up with a strike, attempting to catch Ralof off guard, which it almost did, forcing him to leave the axe with the soldier collapsing to the floor. The captain swung again, downwards. Ralof dodged to the side and returned with a swing of his own, blocked by the captain's much stronger armor. She grunted from the blow and swung horizontally in response. Ralof wasn't able to jump entirely out of the way, gaining a cut in the padding of his armor. Luckily it had chainmail underneath. Ralof grunted and, "Oh, fuck!" I exclaimed, as I barely got my blade up in time to parry a swing at my face from the other Imperial soldier. Fucker caught me very off guard, and I was tripping over myself. Backpedaling, I parried a strike from the right and got knocked on my ass trying to do the same to a vertical power attack, and hit my head on the floor. Dazed, I realized the soldier was going for a stab down and tried to roll out of the way. I didn't move fast enough, and although the chainmail under the Stormcloak cuirass didn't let his sword make me a skewer, it still penetrated a bit. It also definitely didn't stop it from hurting like a bitch. I dropped my sword, clutched my stomach, and cried out in pain. The soldier, panting, reeled back after the stab, gritted his yellow teeth, and prepared to finish me off. The clashing of metal between Ralof and the captain rang in my ears. My vision was starting to fade. I remembered about spells and raised my left hand covered in my own blood slowly to cast something, anything at him. He stepped back, shielding himself with his arm, but nothing came out of my hand. After a few seconds of me grunting with my palm facing towards him, he realized nothing was happening, chuckled, and sliced down just over my hand and through my neck. My eyes slammed shut. I opened my eyes to nothing but darkness. Still dazed, I looked around. There was a bit of light, but it was still very dark. I was lying on a cold, perfectly flat surface, and I could see a layer of fog upon it. Damn it, I thought to myself. Still not my bed. Realizing I had just been turning my head, I quickly rushed my hand to my neck to check for a cut. My head was still connected to my body. I sat up and looked down at my body and saw no blood. I had back on my burlap shirt, pants and foot wraps. I was undoubtedly in less pain as well, if not a little sore. I shook my head to try to clear my daze a bit, then closed my eyes to stretch and yawned. I opened my eyes and looked straight ahead and locked eyes with Alduin. I sat for a second, and then, "Oh shit," I exclaimed after realizing who I had just locked eyes with and flailing backward back onto the floor. I sat back up and looked again and saw he was sitting on what seemed to be the top of a word wall. His mouth was wide open, and he wasn't moving a muscle. What the fuck? I struggled to stand up, still a bit sore, and walked over to the word wall. Neither Alduin's head nor eyes followed me. It was like he was frozen. The fog also seemed to make a wall behind the word wall, and looking around I noticed it completely surrounded me, the word wall, and the area I was laying. Where My eyes went wide. "Oh God, a loading screen," I murmured. "Please don't be an Xbox load screen." "Enjoying yourself in this world?" a voice echoed, scaring the shit out of me. I looked at Alduin, expecting to die again. Still frozen. Then who? "Don't bother looking, you won't find me here, mortal," the voice repeated. "Oh, I am so happy for you, though. You survived much longer than I was expecting. Of course, not as long as you were, am I right?" "Oh, fuck off," I called out, still looking around frantically. "What the fuck is this shit anyway? Who are you? Why have you sent me here?" A loud yawn bellowed and shook the ground. "Oh, pardon me, were you saying something? I do apologize, it's just that I find myself suddenly and irrevocably bored. Boring little mortal. I simply don't have time to play 20 questions with you. As long as this loading screen is, it doesn't last that long. Sending me back to my bed would save us plenty of time, you know," I retorted. "Oh, now you don't want to be here anymore? Interesting. It's like as if all of your fantasies of being in this world were grandiose. And definitely overambitious. I got such a chuckle seeing you trying to open menus and use spells without taking the time to learn to cast them. It was almost like as if you think this is some kind of video game." I narrowed my eyes at the fog. "That's because Skyrim is a game you fucking, and yet ever since your first time playing, you were so bored of your own humdrum day-to-day mediocre life that you wished and dreamed you could be here instead, where you had at least some power. You see, I took pity on you, and here's the result. You should be thanking me." Enraged at this lapse in reason and scared to die again, I yelled. "Well, now I know it's not that much better here, don't I? Lesson learned. Heart-wrenching stuff, really. Now, if you don't mind, I've got to go back to the real world, because my bed, video games, and even my classes are much more cash money than this. Send me back." "No, I don't think I will." "What?" "No, I don't think I will." "Why the fuck not?" "Because you're being a brat. I gave you what you wanted, and now you're throwing a tantrum." "This is definitely not what I wanted. I wanted to blast some fuckers with spells. I wanted to cleave Draugr with a giant sword. I didn't want to get stuck here forever and get my cheeks clapped in the first scripted fight." A sigh shook the room. "Then earn the power and your freedom, mortal." Exacerbated, I again narrowed my eyes at the fog. "How in the Walt Disney fuck do you expect me to earn it if I can't escape Helgen?" A louder sigh shook the room harder. "You are one needy mortal, aren't you? By the sound of it, we'll be here for eternity at this rate." "Maybe you should have given me some spells then, you brilliant omniscient being you," I sneered at the darkness. "Ha! You know what, mortal, that might actually be fun. You could accidentally melt your face off or electrocute someone you care about." The ground shook again, and I felt immense energy flow through my body. It stopped, and I fell to my knees, panting. "New spell learned, flames, new spell learned, healing. My last gifts to you, mortal, that novice spell you keep trying to use, one so that I might not have to see you as often." And you know what? The room shook again. Or was it me? I saw stars in front of me in the constellation of a lord. They flashed, and a beam of light pierced upwards, and I instantly felt more robust and more confident. "Let's have you born under the Lord's sign as well. That should help keep you from coming here and complaining too much. Then again, all mortals do is complain anyway. The voice bellowed laughter. So what do I have to do for you to send me back? Beat the game? I joked. What an excellent suggestion. Get to it, mortal. No, wait, I screamed as the world faded to black. Suddenly, I was back in Helgen Keep. I fell to my knees as the transition was definitely not as smooth as in the game. You okay? Ralof asked, looking at me sideways from Gunjar's body. Started, beat the game, complete all main quests. I looked in horror. In no playthrough had I ever actually completed all of the main quests, just some for each character. No, Ralof. No, I am not. Chapter 8. Ralof rushed over and put my arm over his shoulder and carried me to the room's center. Shit, did you take a hit? You looked fine after we dealt with Hadvar. No, I pushed Ralof off of me and stretched. It's not worth explaining. We just need to get ready. Ralof looked at me confused. For what? Is your dragon going to topple the keep on top of us? First off, not my dragon, I grunt as I pull the fur boots off of Gunjar. And second, for the Imperials about to come through that gate. I point with a boot, then pull it on. Well, this is jarring, Ralof mutters as he heads to the opposite locked gate. Locked, dumbass. And the fuck you mean by that? I retort as I struggle with Gunjar's stormcloak cuirass. Ralof tries the door anyway and chuckles. Well, what do you know? He mutters under his breath. You gonna answer my question or what? I glare at Ralof. Ralof shakes his head with a smile and puts his hand on his axes. Are you gonna answer mine? Look, Ralof, we don't have all day. I stand and pull on the cuirass. Your question will take a night of vodka to wash down, so you don't go insane or zero-sum. All I asked you is what the fuck you mean by jarring, I say as I tighten the stormcloak cuirass belt. Ralof begins to speak but is cut off by the captain. Come on, soldiers, keep moving. Fuck, I interject as quietly as I can. I shove Ralof and dash behind the pillar next to the gate. Get in cover, they're coming. Ralof thankfully acts quickly and dashes behind a pillar on the other side. I ignite the flames spell in one hand and clench my sword in anticipation with the other. The Imperials don't seem to have noticed us, luckily. So many fucking gates, the captain murmurs as they clank towards us. Well, what are you waiting for, soldier? Get this one open too, she barks. Ralof readies his and Gunjar's iron war axe and gets ready to pounce. The lever clangs and the gate raises. The Imperials barely cross the threshold when Ralof lets out a battlecry and sinks his war axes into the first Imperial. The captain and the other Imperial soldier were surprised and backpedaled and reached to draw their swords. With them funneled so perfectly, I'd be a fool not to take the chance. I concentrate as hard as I can and let my flames pour out. The flames lick forward through the doorway, hitting them both and lighting them aflame. The still-standing Imperial soldier stumbles and screams from his burning flesh, startling me enough to lose concentration. Ralof removes his head from his body, stopping the screams. The captain clenches her teeth and charges through the weak flames, shielding her face with her bracer. She swung her sword, and I barely deflected, but it gave Ralof the diversion he needed to sink his axes into her as well. I look at the bodies before me, still burning with magic fire, and I chuckle. Ha ha, Ralof, we did it this time. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Am I right? Eh? I turn to him, seeking validation for my shit pun. Ralof steps over the body of the captain, unamused. Shut up and see if one of them has the key to the other gate. Rude, I pout. Relax, the captain has it. Or rather, had it. I chuckle again, earning a disapproving shake of the head from Ralof as he heads to the other gate. Oh, come on, Ralof. Don't be a spoilsport. We did good. And where are you going anyway? The captain is right there. I gag from the stench of burning flesh in the air. Upon looking at the bodies, I notice that they are roasted and charcoaled by the magical fire that is now starting to cool. Didn't want to burn myself on your burnt human steak. Turns out you're a worse cook than the dragon, eh? Ralof sneers. Just grab the key once it dies down. Since when has it done this? I gasp in horror as I slowly get down to search the captain for her key. Luckily, and likely due to the magic, her body was the only thing that showed many signs of burning. What do you mean, since when? Ralof replied in disbelief. You know events that will come to pass, but not what fire magic does to its victims after they die. What kind of mage are you? I carefully search her armor's pockets, find the key, and then remove her Imperial bracers, as it's the only piece of armor that can fit me. Her burnt flesh nearly falls apart at the touch. I'm not a mage, Ralof. I stop and think of a way to explain as I tighten the bracers. Crazy? Evil? Some kind of Daedra? Or just stupid lucky? Ralof yells at me. Nothing has been adding up. It's like you know everything that is going to happen, like you've seen it with your own eyes. So, answer my question, who are you really? Well, I grunt as I compare the damage on the 2 Imperial soldiers' helmets and weigh my options for a response. I put on the one with the least denting and bending and sigh. Just call me Guy, I guess. I have seen most of the things that have occurred here with my own eyes, but I'm not really from here. But Alduin flying overhead shakes the keep again. I'll just explain when we're out of here. Let's go. Fine, Guy, Ralof mutters. Let's go, unlock this gate. I walk toward the gate and have a flashback to the early leveling bug with Ralof, where if you have the key, he can't unlock the gate, and abusing his essential status, you can hit him with your weapon or spells and level up your skills. I stop and wonder to myself, just how real is this world? My hand wanders to my sword hilt. Ralof chuckles, hands on his axes, clearly noticing my quizzical look and hand on my hilt. What are you waiting for, Guy? You wouldn't be thinking of doing something stupid, would you? He smiles warmly. I startle away from my thoughts and, to save my skin, respond quickly. No, never, man. I was just hinking about the next engagements is all. I take my hand from my hilt with a friendly smile and slot the key in. The gate, unlocking the door. Ralof smirks and slaps me on the back. Ha, I thought not. So tell me, how many Imperials are waiting for us below? I think for a second as we head down the stairs. Do you want a total estimate or just the amount for our next fight? Are they that splintered that there won't be a lot in a group? Ralof asks. Well, if memory serves, there are a few in front of us, a few in the torture chamber with some Stormcloak survivors, and then a group of 4 or 5 at the end waiting for Tullius. I respond at the bottom of the stairs. Tullius, Ralof exclaims as we turn the corner. Will he be there too? Those surviving Stormcloaks will be a great help. No, thankfully. Or maybe not so thankfully for you. I'm sure you'd like to capture him or whatever. And yeah, they would be. As we enter the hall around the corner, Alduin flies overhead and shakes the keep, dropping the ceiling of the hallway before us. Look out! Ralof grabs my belt and pulls me back as stone and debris fall feet in front of us, knocking us both off our feet. Ralof stands and gruntings. Damn, that dragon doesn't give up easy. Come on, let's get out of here before that dragon brings this whole tower down on our heads. He offers me a hand and pulls me to my feet. Luckily, the door to the left is unobstructed. We open the door and head through, finding ourselves in a storeroom. And the view of 2 Imperials. One, donning heavy Imperial armor with no helm, draws his sword and bellows, Stormcloaks, get those traitors. While the other in light Imperial armor, who was searching through some barrels, fumbles one shut, then jumps off the platform, drawing his sword. I let my flames greet them while they approach, and I draw my sword while Ralof flanks them on the other side of the support pillar. The one in heavy armor charges through my flames, while the other tries to face Ralof. The Imperial soldier makes a vertical swing at me, but it is apparent the flame is too much to handle as it is weak, and I easily block it, making him stagger. I grit my teeth and take my sword with both hands and swing down as hard as I can. It doesn't cut very deep, but it didn't have to. As he slumped over, the magic fire did the rest of the job. Ralof's Imperial is clearly dead as he removes an axe from his skull. Ralof looks around. A storeroom? Look around with me. Let's see if the Imperials left any potions. We'll need them. He pops open the barrel the Imperial was digging through before. I grab a potion of minor magicka off a shelf and a potion of minor healing and a half loaf of bread on the table. Fighting sure does build up an appetite, Ralof? At least we got this bread. I take a bite and nearly break my teeth on the rock-hard loaf. The stale taste caused me to spit it out. Ralof chuckled as he fit the last potion into his pouch. Could have told you not to eat that shit Imperial bread. If you're done, let's get moving. I shrugged and threw it into the fireplace, and we headed to the door on the other side. We found ourselves on the other side of the hallway debris. Upon turning the corner, we heard the sound of fighting. Do you hear that? Troll's blood. It's coming from the torture room. Ralof drew his axes and rushed ahead. When we arrived, The fight was just about over. 3 Stormcloaks were battling the torturer and his assistant. Upon entering the room, the torturer's sparks electrocuted the Stormcloak woman from before, and she fell to the ground convulsing. In response, the torturer earned a strike from a warhammer of the Stormcloak next to him, crushing his skull and sending him flying halfway across the room. Near the torturer's office, his assistant successfully blocked the Stormcloak soldier's iron greatsword with his shield and let him have a swing of his mace, making him crumple to the floor. Ralof was about to turn his attention to him, but my flames reached him first. "Ralof, it is good to see you." The Stormcloak came over, excited to see a friendly face. After greeting Ralof, he turned to me. "And who is this, the lucky Breton?" "Nice to meet you too," I muttered, heading to the knapsack on the table to get the lockpicks inside. "Great to see you made it out, Harold. Sorry, we were too late for Anna and Ulrich, though." Ralof embraced him. "Have you seen Ulfric? Did he make it through?" Before Harold could respond, I responded for him. "Relax, Ralof. Ulfric will be fine. He finds another way out." I began to fiddle with a lock on a cage containing a dead mage, a spell tome, and some copper and silver coins next to him, hoping lockpicking worked the same as in the game. "But you can't know that for sure," Harold retorts. I roll my eyes, another one, I think to myself. I insert the lockpick into the lock and try turning it slowly. It turns slightly but stops, giving strain to the pick. I then move it slightly to the left, gaining no movement, then move it to the right, and it clicks open. Good thinking. We can use those septims when we get out. Ralof congratulates me. "Grab anything useful and let's go." I pocket the septims on the floor and search in the dead mage's pockets to find more. I also pick up the spell tome and open it up to read on the way out. Typically in-game, just reading a tome would teach you the spell and lead to the tome's destruction. I was not so fortunate. There were actual words on the page. Words. I shut the book in frustration and shoved it in my pouch. "Done?" Ralof asked as I entered the hallway leading away from the torture chamber. I nodded, and we caught up to Harold. In the hallway, some cells were filled with skeletons and rats. Upon turning the corner, we entered a larger room with cages hanging from the ceiling, filled with skeletons and one unfortunate and smelly corpse. Ralof and Harold were waiting for me. At a nod, we headed through a hole in the wall leading into a cave system. Chapter 9. As we passed through the cave system, we began to hear Imperial voices. "Orders are to wait until General Tullius arrives." Imperials. Harold gripped his warhammer and charged forward. Ralof drew his axes and followed with a grimace. "Fuck," I thought to myself, "this damned NPC will get us killed. We're outnumbered in this room." As Harold headed through the door, he was immediately detected. "Stormcloaks," called out the Imperials. The room was developed but was mostly a cave with a stream of water running through it. It would have been beautiful if arrows weren't flying. Harold met an Imperial on the stone bridge over the stream and quickly smacked him away with his warhammer. As Ralof and I arrived, an Imperial soldier in heavy armor and another in light armor came up the stairs to meet us. I let flames greet them, and Ralof quickly took care of the rest. 2 arrows flew from the 2 Imperials on the other side of the room, one missing all of us, and the second dropping Harold like a sack of potatoes as it penetrated his head. Ralof rushed forward, moving between cover. Thinking quickly, I gave us some cover with spurts of flames. It was far out of range, but was meant to obscure vision. As we went up the stairs to get to the vantage point on the other side of the room, arrows flew over the ledge behind us. We reached the top and turned the corner, and Ralof charged toward the archer on the far right, which threw me off because I would have thought we would take out the closer one first. I paused, and for my pause, earned an arrow in the chest. Oof! The arrow knocked the wind out of me and nearly knocked me over. My health bar reappeared with a severe dent in it. I looked down and was horrified to see an arrow shaft sticking out of my chest. I started to panic and thought of the vital organs it had hit and fell into a sitting position. I would have likely earned a couple more arrows, if not for the timely intervention of Ralof. Ralof had charged the soldier on the right to throw him off, then threw an axe into his face. He then pivoted and sunk his other axe into the final Imperial soldier. He pulled it out and let him collapse to the ground and turned back. Upon seeing me on the floor with an arrow in my chest, he hurried back over. "Guy, You need to pull the arrow out and have a potion to speed the healing process. He started fumbling through his pouch. Either that or some healing spell. Do you know any? Ralof produced a potion of minor healing from the storeroom, and I weakly grasped the arrow shaft and tried to pull. It hurt like a bitch, so I stopped and started breathing heavily. I watched in horror as my health bar was steadily dropping from the bleeding. Ralof gripped the shaft and pulled it out quickly, hurting a fuckton and making me scream in pain. He then put pressure on my chest and put the potion on my lips. It tasted worse than cough syrup, but I had no choice but to drink up. My health bar filled a bit and stabilized. I still felt like shit, but at least the bleeding stopped, and I didn't have an arrow sticking out of my chest. Ralof pulled me to my feet. How's that? Need any more? I stretched and winced at a still lingering pain in my chest. I'll be fine. This was the hardest part, I said, as I started walking toward the doorway to the next area. No longer in shock, I remembered I had the healing spell and activated it with my hand on my chest. It felt warm and was soothing. My health bar filled slowly, and I let my magicka fall as I healed up to full. I felt very refreshed, more than ever before. The discomfort from the rickety cart definitely felt like it should have taken some health points, I thought to myself. Ralof passed me on the left and headed up the doorway steps leading to a tunnel with a raised drawbridge and a lever to activate it. There was a lit torch on the ground, and he took it, saying, "Well, let's see where this goes." I stretched and pulled the lever, dropping the drawbridge. Light from outside flooded through from a small hole in the ceiling. We headed across just in the nick of time, as just as we passed by, Alduin flew overhead, the force of his flight shaking the ground and the keep again. It dislodged some stones from above the bridge, which fell behind us, destroying the bridge and blocking the way we came. We both braced and hoped it wouldn't affect the cave ceiling above us. "No going back that way now, eh, Ralof?" I mused, given I was pretty sure that was his line. "I hope what you say about Ulfric finding another way out is true." Ralof scowled at the rubble. He turned and headed down the steps into the cave. Feeling spry after healing up, I vaulted over the ledge into the cave. The drop was a bit more than expected, but not enough to do any damage. It was dark inside, with small pockets of sunlight coming in. There was another underground stream coming from a set of bars on the left. As we were about to leave, I remembered that there were some hidden goodies beyond those bars. "Hold up, Ralof," I said as I headed to the bars. "Where are you going?" he said, confused. "I'm pretty sure this is the way out." "There should be some goodies over." I stopped from the stench in the air. It was a bit dark, and the water was flowing past me. I lit up a flame in my hand and noticed the water wasn't exactly clean. Continuing forward, I saw a pile of rotting bodies, likely of prisoners to this keep, and what definitely appeared to be poop. I covered my nose and mouth and hurried to grab the pouch of septims and potion hidden there and rushed back out, trying even harder not to touch the water. "What goodies did you find?" Ralof chuckled. I scowled at him and shook the pouch in his face and passed him by and headed into a tunnel where some much cleaner water flowed down. We followed the water until the space was too small to continue and found a bend with a skeleton and another coin pouch. Ralof remarked the path ahead while I grabbed the septims. "Well, let's try this way." Not many steps past the corner, we quickly noticed spider webbing on the walls and ceiling, increasing density as we continued down the tunnel. I ignite my flames in anticipation. I hate spiders. "Spiders," I stammered out to Ralof. He drew his axes, and we entered what appeared to be their lair. It was disgusting. Webs, egg pouches, creepy, ew. There were 3 small but still way too giant spiders crawling on the ground. As Ralof and I approached, 3 bigger ones almost as tall as us came down from holes in the ceiling. I nearly shit myself and did what any rational person would do. I screamed, shut my eyes, and spewed out flames at them until I ran out of magicka. After a while I got a chuckle from Ralof, and I opened my eyes. The spiders were very crispy. "I get it, I hate those damned things too. Too many eyes, you know." Ralof put away his axes. "And the legs, and the hair, and the mouths. And the size, why the fuck are they so big?" I put my hands on my knees, breathing heavily. Ralof chuckled in agreement and headed down the path leading away from the spider's lair. Not wanting to be left in there, I hurried after him. We met back up with the water stream from before and headed across a land bridge that went over the little ravine it made. As soon as we turned the corner, Ralof stopped suddenly and pulled me to a crouching position. "What the hell?" I got out before he silenced me with his smelly, sweaty hand. "Quiet," he whispered. "There's a bear up ahead, see her? She's sleeping, so we don't have to tangle with her, and I'd rather not. Let's sneak on by." I nodded in agreement. Compared to the nothing I was used to, this was far more fighting than I was comfortable with. The humans were hard enough to fight. That bear could easily slap the shit out of me. He removed his hand finally, and I tried in vain to spit out the still lingering stench and taste. "I'll be right behind you," I said. We began to sneak towards the source of light on the left. It was dark and hard to see. I stepped on something that crunched and stopped and slowly turned my head toward the bear. Luckily, it only stirred in its sleep. I really hope it's in a food coma right now, I thought. Full and sleepy. We managed to get away from the bear and past what appeared to be some skeletons of its victims. We turned the corner and were met by the sun's light piercing into the exit of the cave. As a shut-in, I have never been happier to see the light of the sun in my life. Ralof ran to the exit, seemingly more excited than me. "That looks like the way out. I knew we'd make it." I let out a sigh and smiled as I raced into the warm beam of light. I actually made it out of Helgen. I had completed Unbound. Chapter 10. As I ran out of the cave into the open air, I heard the sound of wings above. "Wait!" Ralof hissed as he pulled me behind cover by the cave entrance. Alduin flew just above, letting out a wild roar. The ground shook as he passed, and his scales were as dark as the abyss. Ralof and I watched in horror and awe as he cut through the air at an astounding speed. The further away he got, his roars became more and more muffled by the distance, and the horror of the moment passed. Ralof sighed. "There he goes. Looks like he's gone for good this time." He looked at me to double-check. "That is correct, yes?" "Yeah," I also sighed. Fuck Alduin was a scary motherfucker. I'm supposed to get strong enough to beat that. "You say Ulfric got out?" Ralof stretched. "This place will no doubt be swarming with Imperials soon enough. Let's clear out of here and discuss everything properly in a safe place." He gestured for me to follow him and set off down the trail heading down the hill. I stood, grimaced, and looked out in the direction Alduin flew. I wasn't sure what to do. Part of me wanted to get away from him. No, there was the risk of getting caught in the Stormcloak attire by some Imperials. We would be much better against a patrol together. I also didn't want to tell him shit and risk him going crazy and zero-summing like I read the Dwemer did. I should lie. "What are you waiting for, guy? The dragon doesn't seem to be coming back, at least I hope." I snapped out of my train of thought and saw Ralof waiting for me. No getting away easily, it would seem. "Right behind you," I called back as I caught up. "My sister Gerdor owns the mill in Riverwood just up the road. I'm sure we can lie low there for a while," Ralof said, starting up a light jog. I began to follow, keeping up as well as I could. Ralof turned his head as he jogged forward and chuckled. "Still not sure who you are, but I'm glad you decided to come with me and not stick with Hadvar. Probably wouldn't have made it out of there without your help today. Why would I have stuck? Ith him," I replied, already running out of steam. "I'm sure he would have just taken me to Tullius or something. They'd have used me for information or something. Don't know. I was regretting spending little to no time on a treadmill in my lifetime." "Ha! You're probably right," Ralof chuckled, seemingly having the fucking time of his life jogging ahead of me. "You know, you should head up to Windhelm and joining the fight to free Skyrim. You've seen the true face of the Empire. Although, maybe you already knew, Ulfric and Galmar would likely promote you quickly." That's right, I thought to myself. I would eventually have to pick a side in the end. It was always just a playstyle choice in the past. But now, there was much at real stake. I would need more information, weigh options. I stopped, breathing heavily with my hands on my knees. Maybe. I don't know yet," I got out between breaths. Ralof realized I stopped and turned around. "What's wrong?" "Too fast," I stood up. "I don't run a lot." Ralof looked at me and groaned. "Of course," he muttered. "We have to keep moving to Riverwood. Let's at least walk at a decent pace. We haven't even made it to the road." He slowed down. We made our way to the road, and were about to follow the northwest road, when we found ourselves looking at something I wasn't expecting. A small tower was on the path to Riverwood. Ralof and I stopped and observed. 2 Forkreath guards in purple cuirasses were yelling at each other. One pointed in the direction Alduin flew and shouted, and the other grabbed some gear and set off up the hill, then headed west at the crossroads. I don't remember that tower, I accidentally said aloud. Lake Ilinalta Tower, Falkreath's north watch on the road to Riverwood, Ralof muttered. It is good that there is only one guard left. Why? We have no bounty, do we? I asked Ralof. Ralof laughed. Look down, Guy. Look at the armor you're wearing. Falkreath Hold is Imperial territory. Ralof sighed. At least Whiterun Hold is still neutral for the most part. We continued up the road to the tower, and the guard was still looking out in the direction Alduin flew. Ralof passed me a long bow and a few iron arrows. Say, Ralof, I whispered. I know this is a bad time, but I've never shot a bow in my life. Just follow my lead, he hissed as he drew his own bow. Shoot on my mark. I gulped and pulled back the arrow on the string. It was tough to pull it back and hold it. My arm was shaking a little, and I didn't know if I was even aiming right. Ready? Ralof hissed. The guard started turning back to us, so it didn't matter. Fire! The Falkreath guard looked up as our arrows flew and jumped to the side. My shot severely missed far to the left, while Ralof managed to snag him with his, but not a severe hit. The guard pulled up his shield and drew his blade. Just my lucky day, Stormcloaks. The guard charged us. I tried to fire another arrow and fumbled it while Ralof got his axes ready. The guard swung his sword down at Ralof, and Ralof parried with one axe while swinging with the other, which the guard blocked with his shield. They were too close for another shot, so I dropped the bow in frustration, drew my sword, and ignited flames. The guard followed up with a bash to Ralof, knocking him back. The distance gave me a chance to let out a torrent of flames. He raised his shield toward me, and the flames licked against and around his shield. Ralof took advantage of the opportunity and took some swipes that were either parried or didn't land well enough to do any real damage. The guard finally had to block Ralof, got a taste of flames, and then jumped back down the slope with his shield in front of him and sword on his shoulder. Ralof dashed forward and hooked the shield out of the way with his axe heads, and followed up with a savage strike the guard dodged. I moved forward and let flames burn his side and back. He brought up his shield again on my side to block flames and swung at Ralof. Ralof parried with his left and swung down at the guard's head. Right as I ran out of magicka, the guard once again blocked but staggered from the hit. I ran forward and swung my sword with both hands at him. He didn't move fast enough, and I got past his shield and hit him in the side. It didn't pierce, but he winced from the force. Ralof quickly followed up with an axe to the torso and the head. As he fell, Ralof beckoned, "Hurry, in case there are more in the tower." I hurried to grab the bow I dropped and sprinted down the hill with him. We ran until I couldn't any more, and continued on the path to Riverwood. "We're almost to Riverwood," Ralof called back to me. "If we run into any Imperials there, just let me do the talking, all right?" We reached Riverwood as the sun was setting behind us. Looks like word hasn't reached here yet. Gerda's likely working at her mill. Keep close to me, and don't do or say anything stupid. I followed him as we looked for Gerda, who was looking out at the river. She had her blonde hair tied up, and she wore a green dress. A duck and its chicks waddled past her. "Gerda," Ralof called out to her. She turned, surprised, then a smile filled her face as she turned to us. "Brother." She walked to meet us and hugged Ralof. "Mara's mercy, it's good to see you." She quickly left the embrace with a worried look. "But, is it safe for you to be here? We heard Ulfric had been captured." Ralof chuckled. "Gerda, I'm fine. At least now I am. Are you hurt at all? What's happened? And who is this?" Gerda turned her attention to me. "One of your comrades." "Not exactly." I started before Ralof answered for me. "Not a comrade yet, but a friend. His name is Guy. I owe him my life, in fact." "Well, nice to meet you," I offered a handshake. Gerda shook it with a curious look and nodded. "Is there somewhere we can talk or stay? No telling when the news from Helgen will reach the Imperials." Ralof asked. "Helgen? What happened at Helgen?" Gerda began. She thought for a second, then got her composure. "You're right. This conversation isn't something for others to hear. Follow me." She called her husband Hod, and we all headed to their house on the other side of town where they lived. On the way, a child with a million questions and his dog came up to us. "Uncle Ralof, can I see your axe? How many Imperials have you killed? Do you really know Ulfric's Stormcloak?" Gerda turned to make sure no one heard, then hissed, "Hush, Frodnar. This is no time for your games. Go now and watch the South Road. Come quick and find us if you see any Imperial soldiers coming." Frodnar pouted. "Oh, Mama, I want to stay to talk with Uncle Ralof." Ralof chuckled and patted Frodnar's head and stopped. "Look at you, Frodnar, almost a grown man. Won't be long before you'll be joining the fight yourself." Frodnar's face lit up. "That's right, Uncle Ralof. Don't worry, Stump and I won't let those soldiers sneak up on you." His dog barked in agreement, and they ran towards the entrance we came through. We continued to the house, and Gerda unlocked the door, and we all flooded in. Ralof and I sat down at the table, and Gerda stood. Hod came in a bit later and headed to the bar to get some drinks for us. My stomach grumbled as soon as I saw all the food. "Now what's going on?" Hod said, with some filled wooden tankards in his arms for himself and us. "You two do pretty well done in." I stared into the frothy drink he placed before me in wonder. I had certainly never had any mead, let alone much alcohol in general. The smell was sweet, and the taste was even sweeter. The warmth of the drink filled me completely and put a smile on my face. Ralof took a swig and stared into his cup. I don't remember when I last slept well. He sat back in his chair and crossed his arms. "Well, the news you heard about Ulfric was true. The Imperials ambushed us outside Darkwater Crossing 2 days ago." He took another sip and narrowed his eyes into the froth, thinking, "Like they knew exactly where we'd be." "They did," I blurted out. Everyone turned to me, waiting for an explanation. "The Thalmor told them they knew the plan. They wanted to keep the war going. Didn't want you to succeed." Hod and Gerda gave me a weird look. Ralof chuckled and took a bigger swig. "Fuck, I need to keep from revealing too much to more people." Ralof continued, "Well, anyway, we stopped in Helgen this morning. Guy here was with us on the cart. They found him sleeping out there, didn't want witnesses, I guess. I thought about my bed and considered interjecting, but instead took another sip of the delicious drink in my hands." Ralof continued, "We thought it was all over. They had us lined up to the headsman's block and ready to start chopping." "The cowards!" Gerda gasped. Ralof put down his tankard. "They wouldn't dare give Ulfric a fair trial. Treason for fighting for your own people. All of Skyrim would have known the truth about the Empire then." I drank more to keep my mouth shut. I thought of the heated conversation Tullius and the Thalmor were having as we reached Helgen. The Thalmor probably didn't want Ulfric to die there. But then, thanks to Guy, I spit out my drink because I knew where it was going. "Are you okay?" asked Gerdur. Sorry, it's just that as I was at the headsman's block, a dragon attacked, and literally a second too late, I wouldn't have made it." I glared at Ralof. "Don't you dare fucking tell them." Hod and Gerdur looked at each other. Gerdur broke the silence. "You don't mean a real .live?" Ralof finished his drink. I could hardly believe it myself, and I was there. He took a piece of bread and bit into it, and I immediately grabbed one too. This bread was much softer and tasted much better than the one in Helgen. "We would be dead if not for that dragon," Ralof continued. "In the confusion, we slipped away and were able to fight our way out." He turned to his sister. "Are we really the first to make it to Riverwood?" "Nobody else has come up the South Road today as far as I know," she replied after thinking for a second. Good. Ralof stood and stretched. "Maybe we can safely lay up for a while." Ralof turned to Hod and Gerda. "I don't want to put your family in danger, but—" Gerda shook her head with a smile. "Nonsense. You and your friend are welcome to stay as long as you need." Hod gave us a smile under his moustache, and Gerda pulled out 2 keys from the dresser and gave Ralof and me one each. "Any friend of Ralof's is a friend of mine." "Thank you," I said after swallowing another big bite of bread. Ralof hugged his sister again. "Thanks, sister. I knew we could count on you." Gerda nodded and headed to the door. "I need to go and check on the workers before the day ends, but did anyone else escape?" She stopped and looked back, worried. "Did Ulfric?" Ralof looked at me and nodded. "I'm sure he made it out, don't worry. It'll take more than a dragon to stop Ulfric's Stormcloak." They laughed while I drank more of my mead. They really idolize him. I wonder if they think he's some kind of pseudo-dragonborn, given he practices the voice. Well, I get some bedrolls out for them, and, show them where everything is. Hod headed back with his and Ralof's empty tankards. Gerdur gave him a knowing look. "Help them drink up our mead, you mean?" She headed out the door and said, "See you later, brother." Hod rolled out some bedrolls for us by the fireplace. Ralof went over and kicked off his boots and placed his axes off to the side. I finished my drink and kicked off my boots as well, tossed my helmet off, and placed my gauntlets and sword to the side. I lay on the bedroll, and even with the scratchy armor on, it was a blessing to my tired limbs. I lay spread out and let my eyes shut and drifted nearly instantly to sleep. Chapter 11. I woke to a light boot to the butt. "What the hell?" I asked, confused and groggy. "Sorry," Gerdor chuckled. "You were just in the way of the fire. I didn't want to disturb you, but we need to refuel it, keep the house warm." Realizing who it was, I quickly moved out of the way, and she knelt to place in some fresh pieces of firewood she was carrying. Her hair was a bit of a mess still from waking up. She was actually pretty cute and clearly strong, the way she was handling the firewood. I had been looking for far too long, and she noticed. When our eyes met, I immediately turned to inspect my armor and sword, embarrassed. She gave another little laugh. "How did you sleep, Guy?" "Ah, well enough, I guess." I turned back. "After a hard day, it's hard not to sleep well. I do miss my bed, though." "I know what you mean, Guy," she stood. "Fuck, she's tall. Probably taller than me," I thought to myself. Most girls here probably are now that I think of it. Gerda fixed her hair and started putting together a meal at the cooking pot. "What do you like for breakfast, Guy?" she asked as she stirred. I thought to myself of all the food in the game. I'll have a grilled cheese sandwich, please." "Huh?" She turned to me with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "You know, cheese in a piece of bread?" I looked back even more puzzled. "No eggs? No meat?" she replied. "Well, I didn't want to take anything too costly. Meats are expensive, aren't they?" Now that I thought of it, I didn't know how much anything cost. Gerda gave me a warm smile. "Nonsense. You saw the animals outside, no? Even if it cost us much, you're a friend. Don't forget that." She put a few eggs about her hand size into the pot and threw in some meat and other cooking spices. I stretched, and my stomach grumbled a bit. I could go for some steak and eggs. "You know," she looked up in thought and then back down to me, "you're not actually a Stormcloak, right? There is something you could do for me and all of us here." "Oh yeah, the quest." "Ah yeah," I stood up. "You need me to go and inform Jarl Balgruf about the dragon?" "Yes," she replied firmly. "Riverwood is defenseless, and if you could also get the word to him to send whatever troops he can, I would be in your debt." I wasn't going to say no, but she turned her blue eyes to me, and my simp ass couldn't have said no if I even wanted to. "Ah, of course," I said giddily. "Great." She smiled and got back to prepping breakfast. "Hod will prepare some supplies for you whenever the smell of this food wakes him. Also, a change of clothes. Don't want you getting cut off by any Imperials." I nodded. This armor was a burden, although I'm not so sure things would be much better in Imperial gear. The aroma of food wafted through the air. Just as Gerda said, Hod came around the corner with no shirt and another full tankard. "Ah, good morning," he called out. I nodded and returned the greeting. The loud greeting led Ralof and Frodner to start to stir to consciousness. "Hod, could you prepare some travelling gear for Guy here?" Gerdor asked. "Also, see if there are any extra clothes that will fit him." "Yes, of course." "Over here," Hod beckoned. As I walked over, he grabbed a tankard and poured me more Nord mead. "Going to Whiterun to send word to the Jarl for us?" I took the tankard and clinked the wooden cup with his, "Yep, least I can do." And I kinda have to, I thought to myself. Hod walked to his wardrobe and opened it up. Looking through some clothes for a bit, he pulled out a belted tunic and studied it. "Ah, this should fit you." He passed it to me, and I took off the Stormcloak cuirass. I was still wearing my polyester fruit of the loom boxer briefs, and Hod looked at them very confused. "Say, friend, where did you get such strange undergarments?" I looked at him confused as fuck, then looked down. He was right. These were definitely a strange undergarment for this world. I hurriedly pulled on the pants. "Ah yes, sir. It's a Daggerfall thing. Yeah, quite comfy." I took a sip of my drink, then pulled on the tunic. "Ha! I'll have to get some then. Are you from some rich family back there then?" Hod tipped back with his tankard and wiped his mustache. Ralof came to my rescue. "Headed to Whiterun, are you? What are you packing for him, Hod?" Hod set down his tankard and headed to the chest across the room. "Ah, yes, that's right. Be right back with that." Now I was alone with Ralof in the corner. I guess it wasn't a rescue, more of one questioner to another. I sipped my mead and started to walk to the other side of the room. You didn't forget I had questions for you, did you? Ralof pulled up a chair and sat, then gestured to the one next to him. Well, here it is. Time to come up with a dank as fuck lie. I sat down and held my tankard. Remind me, what was your question? Ralof looked back to his family to make sure we were out of earshot. So, Guy, how did you know the dragon was coming? Was it Thalmor? No, I replied without thinking. Well, maybe could have been. Ralof chucked. Don't jerk me around, Guy, was it or not? Fine, no it's not, I sighed. Damn, I'm bad at this. So was it yours? Ralof stood and got himself a tankard. Ha, no, he belongs to no one. I took a sip. Then, Ralof took a sip in thought. How did you know he was coming? Because I've seen it happen several times. It doesn't matter, Ralof. Just know that you were right back in the keep. He is the end times. Ralof sat back down and looked over his shoulder at his family again. How? How have you seen IIT several times? That doesn't make any sense. It's because this is a game, I thought, but I can't say that. Oh boy, it's spicy lie time. I took a sip and spoke as I drank. I'm from the future. I looked over the lip of the tankard at Ralof's reaction. He was taken aback, looked at his drink, and downed it. The future, he said a bit too loud after. Realizing it was too loud, he moved closer and whispered, So are you. I don't even know where to start. He got up and poured more mead for himself, then sat back down quickly. He then hit me with more questions than Frodnar did him. What's it like? What are you doing back here? If this is the end times, how could you be here? Are you here to stop it? Luckily, it was Hod's time to save my ass. Hod approached us with a fur pack and a set of gear attached, and a rolled tent. I packed some goodies for the road. Some bread, carrots, cheese, apples, bottles of mead, of course, Hod gave me a wink. Plus a wood-cutting axe for deadwood, a leather tent to keep you dry, a water skin and a torch. I finished my drink and stood. Thank you so much, Hod. This is perfect. Great, Hod beamed. Are you too hungry? Gerdur is putting out the food for everyone, come on. Ralof was about to protest, but I immediately followed. I put on my imperial bracers and fur boots and sat at the table. Frodnar was already wolfing down his food and giving some under the table to Stump. I sat down, and Gerdur placed a wooden bowl of fluffy eggs and steak in front of me. We ate and spoke about town gossip, like Lucan's general store getting robbed. Then I thanked Gerdur and began to say goodbye. Ralof looked as if there was a lot on his mind, and was about to say something before I left, but he only looked away. I turned away towards the door, and he finally did speak. Good luck out there, brother. Come by whenever you're in town. I know that I just dropped a hell of a bombshell on him, and he would need time to process. I was mostly just glad he didn't zero-sum. That would have been hard to explain. I nodded and waved as I went out the door and began my journey to Whiterun. Chapter 12. The jog to Whiterun was surprisingly uneventful. I remember there would have been at least a wolf or something to fight. I restlessly tapped my sword hilt as I walked. At least the view is nice. I made a turn, and the smell of honey filled the air. Honningbrew Meadery. Almost to Whiterun. I hope. I looked up at the sky as I walked onward. The sun was nearly right above me. Fuck, time flies. At least my stomach was full after Gurdur's meal. There was a clearing in the trees to the north, and I could see down the hill to Whiterun. I couldn't see much due to the distance, but the keep Dragon's Reach was giant. It must have been a pain in the arse to build. The road sloped down ahead, and I saw an Imperial patrol marching not far in front of me. They had a prisoner with them. That could have been me. Maybe, I don't really know, do I? I kept my pace and tried to act natural. I looked down and straightened my gear, and realized I was no longer in Stormcloak gear. Nothing to worry about anymore. I let out a sigh. It took an enormous burden off my chest. As the Imperials reached the bottom of the slope, a war cry sounded from the east. The Imperials pulled out their bows and looked around. I watched, confused too. Then from across the bridge to the east, 4 Stormcloaks on horseback rode across the bridge. I ran and got cover in the trees and watched the encounter. The Imperials quickly knocked their arrows while their prisoner backed away from them. They fired at the Stormcloaks, hitting one and making him fall off his horse, pulling the reins and going into the river. From across the northern bridge, 3 Whiterun guards on horseback slowly came over the bridge to observe the fight. Are they not getting involved? I guess this really is neutral territory. Before the Imperials could knock more arrows, the Stormcloaks were on top of them, trampling or cutting them down. It was over very quickly. A Stormcloak rode by the prisoner slowly and pulled her comrade onto the horse behind her. They rode back into the east, and the horse from the river trailed after them, dragging the corpse of the dead Stormcloak stuck in its reins. I got out of my cover as the Whiterun guards trotted past. "Well, glad we're not those guys," the first said. The second simply nodded. The third replied, "Won't be long. Not sure if the Jarl can stay neutral forever." The second nodded again, and the first said, "I'd rather have a bandit raid." As they trotted off to the west, I found myself alone with 3 dead Imperials, with plenty of gear. I rubbed my hands together and chuckled. Nothing like free shit. I swapped out an Imperial bow for my shitty long bow and strapped a steel dagger to my side. I took a few light bracers and daggers and fit them into my backpack, and took any septims and all of their steel arrows. I continued on my way with a slight skip to my step. The skip to my step was lost as I approached Whiterun. In the road's path was what appeared to be a quickly constructed palisade, likely to keep out any unwanted guests during the war. A Whiterun guard leaned next to the palisade gate, with another standing on the platform above it. I approached, confused. "Halt!" The guard at the gate got up from the palisade. "Cities closed. Official business and locals only." "Ah." I ran my hand through my hair. I'm from Riverwood. I'm here about the dragon, and you know about the dragons?" The guard gave me a curious look. Yes, Riverwood is in danger, and, we need help," I responded. "Am I not supposed to know? Did you see it with your own eyes?" The guard began to open the palisade gate. "Yes. It flew over Bleak Falls from Helgen." I played with the backpack strap in anticipation. The guard held open the gate. "Riverwood's in danger too, then." I passed through the gate and she pointed up the road. "You better go on in. Tell the guard at the city gate that Riverwood calls for the Jarl's aid. He'll lead you through the streets to Dragonsreach at the top of the hill." "Thank you." The guard nodded and closed the gate behind me. I walked forward and found the Khajiit caravan camped at the wall. Perfect. It might have been hard to sell this Imperial gear without getting some weird looks. I approached the Khajiit sitting at the closest tent, and he looked at me tired. "Do you seek to make a purchase, stranger?" It was strange looking at the Khajiit, never seen one in real life and all. He had a blue headband keeping his hair, fur, out of his eyes. Well, I have some goods to sell to you, actually." The Khajiit stood slowly and rolled his eyes. "Fine, let's take a look." I dug in my bag for some of the gear I had gleaned. "So, how much for these?" I produced the Imperial light bracers. The Khajiit narrowed his eyes. "This is a joke, yes?" Taken aback, I responded, "No." The Khajiit sighed. 2 septims for all 3. My jaw dropped. "Why so low? That's less than a septim each. If you want a price, offer one." The Khajiit sat down. "Don't waste time." "How about 2 septims each?" I held the bracers out. The Khajiit laughed. "1." He held up a single furry finger. "Very well," I grimaced. The Khajiit took a purse out from the tent. We exchanged other items in my bag until I had no excess gear, and I pulled out my gold pouch. I didn't get much from this. Then again, I didn't have much to offer, or know how much any of the things I sold were worth. The Khajiit tilted his head and observed as I placed the coins. Likely seeing the gold septim from Helgen, he smiled. "Say, there are plenty of goods to buy too, my friend." What do you have for sale?" I asked. My wallet felt light. I wasn't looking forward to shelling out any cash. "My friend, have you been blessed by the taste of the finest moon sugar?" The Khajiit smiled and turned to get a sack from his tent. I could barely hold from laughing. This motherfucker is trying to sell me skooma. No, I have not." I put away my pouch. "I'm not wasting my money on this shit. Yet, anyway. I might try it just for fun one day. Then do I have a present for you, my friend?" The Khajiit turned around with a small purple bottle. "The finest skooma, you won't regret it." He gave a wink. A little chuckle escaped. "How much, my friend?" I smiled. 63 septims, my friend. You could afford 2 bottles. Again, you won't regret it." The Khajiit smiled, teeth showing. Quite unnerving, I thought. Not sure how that is supposed to sell me. "Yeah, that's going to be a no from me, fam, at least for now." I put back on my pack and walked back to the road. May your road lead you to warm sands. The Khajiit put away his merchandise and sat back down. What a wacky and uncharacteristic experience. I walked up the road past the road. Some market stalls on the path and shop owners offered fresh fish, game and crops. I continued on the way through the drawbridge and came up the gate. There were 2 guards, and one turned to the gate as I approached. "What's your business in Whiterun, traveller?" the guard asked as he began to open the gate. "Ah, yes, Riverwood calls for the Jarl's aid," I recited from the guard at the palisade. "Ah, Riverwood's in danger." The guardsman nodded as he fumbled with the gate. "Come with me. I'll lead you to Dragon's Reach at the top of the hill. You'll find the Jarl inside." The guard opened the gate wide enough for us to enter and closed it behind us. The guard led me through the streets and market stalls. Whiterun was a beautiful little city. The market was bustling with life, and the smell of food and the sound of voices filled the air. I noticed that among the civilians, some Imperial soldiers were shopping. We went up a set of stairs, and we came upon the great tree of Whiterun, Gildergreen. I followed the guard around the circular path and stared in awe at it. As we walked around it, I noticed the mead hall of the companions, Jorvaska, and the statue to Talos. We approached another large set of stairs, and Dragon's Reach towered above us. Some Imperial soldiers were also at the top, acting as additional guards. "Say, guardsman," I said curiously, "what's with all of the Imperial troops? I thought we were still neutral here." "Ah, we are, don't worry," the guard responded. "Some Imperial leaders recently arrived to try to sway the Jarl. He won't be swayed. It is not our fight here." He turned to me. "You didn't hear that from me, by the way." I nodded with a smile. "Balgruf will eventually have to choose when forced, and so will I." We reached the top of the stairs and walked to the doors of Dragon's Reach. It looked even more gigantic, standing here. "Go ahead on in and speak to the Jarl." The guard opened the door for me. I must return to the gate. I gulped and slowly stepped through the threshold into Dragon's Reach. Chapter 13. The door shut behind me with a thud that echoed inside. However, the only person that seemed to notice was a guard at the door next to me that simply turned his head to observe me. I looked around in awe. I couldn't remember any building I had been in that was as beautiful as this. The pillars were articulated with carvings, and light poured from the top of the steps leading to the main hall. It was no wonder why everyone was in such good shape around here with all the stairs and lack of cars. I approached the steps and noticed a balding Nord in banded iron armor at the top. A strong, raspy female voice rang out. "What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgruf is not receiving visitors." I stopped halfway up. "Ah, Housecarl IRL." The Nord dug through the pouch on the back of his armor. "I came to redeem this bounty letter. Is now a bad time?" A dark elf woman in an intricate set of mail adorned with the horse of Whiterun came into view, her sword drawn and on her shoulder. "Yes, it is. Now go." She pointed down the stair in my direction. She turned her head as he walked past me, and upon seeing me, her red eyes narrowed, and she scowled. "Do I need to repeat myself?" she muttered as her sword returned to her shoulder. "Ah, no, I'm here on important business, actually." I pooled all the confidence I had. Ireleth's eyebrow rose in annoyance and came with a grimace. She started walking down the steps toward me. And what important business would that be? Important enough to interrupt this court meeting? She looked me up and down, her red eyes piercing right through me. I returned to what the guard at the gate had said. "Riverwood calls for the Jarl's aid. Gerda sent me." Ireleth's other eyebrow shot up in surprise. "That explains why I don't recognize you. Well, as Housecarl, my job is to deal with all dangers that threaten the Jarl or his people. So, you have my attention." She stopped a step above me and let her sword arm rest at her side, and seemed to look even deeper into my mind. "Now then, explain yourself." I gulped. "As you probably know, a dragon destroyed Helgen. Irilith cut me off. "Wait. You know about Helgen? Did you see what happened with your own eyes?" Yes," I responded, thrown off a bit. Irilith sheathed her blade. "This is important business, as well as the topic of discussion. The Jarl will want to speak to you personally. Approach." Irilith gestured forward. I nodded and climbed the rest of the steps with her following close behind. The hall was even more breathtaking. A fire pit roared and was flanked on both sides by long tables with well-dressed nobility dining, with cooks moving food and silverware. My stomach grumbled slightly at the sight of it. Banners flowed down and rustled lightly, and at the end of the hall, Jarl Balgruf sat on a throne below a giant dragon skull. He was in a heated debate with his court. I barely heard from his steward. "My lord, please, this is no time for rash action. I just think we need more information before we act." As I approached the fire pit, the Jarl rolled his eyes from looking at his steward. His eyes fell upon me, and he narrowed his eyes, then looked past me to Irileth. His steward started but was halted at a hand. "Who is this, then?" the Jarl called out to Irileth. All heads turned to Irileth and me. "A witness," Irileth called back. I nervously climbed the steps before the throne. All eyes were on me. "So," the Jarl started, "you were at Helgen then? Saw this dragon with your own eyes?" "Yes," I replied, a little too eager. "Burned it down, along with several Imperials. Riverwood needs help. Last I saw it, it was flying north towards Bleak Falls." "By Izmir, Irileth was right," Balgruf muttered. He turned to the side in thought. The nobles started whispering all around. I looked around and tapped on my bracer in anticipation. "So, Proventus, what do you say now? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls against a dragon?" Balgruf chuckled. Irileth approached and bowed with her fist to her chest. "My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once." She stood straight, hand on her sword handle. "It's in the most immediate danger, if that dragon is lurking in the mountains." Proventus cut in, flustered. "The Jarl of Fulkreath will view that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric and attack him." Balgruf looked at the ceiling, clearly annoyed. His steward continued, "We should not." "Enough!" The Jarl stood. Even I took a step back. "I'll not stand idly by while a dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people." Proventus turned away, and Balgruf turned to Irileth. "Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once." Irileth smiled and bowed again. "Yes, my Jarl." She walked down the steps to the entrance. Proventus also bowed. "If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties." Jarl Balgruf gave him side-eye. "That would be best." Proventus walked down the steps as well, leaving me alone with the Jarl. I watched him go, then turned to the Jarl, who was studying me. An imperial sword, a set of imperial braces, and an imperial bow. The Jarl chuckled. "If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were another imperial messenger, here to bring me the commoner's perspective. What is your name, boy?" "It's Guy, pleased to meet you." The Jarl turned to his throne, and I continued, "So, been getting a lot of propositions, then?" The Jarl sat in his throne and sighed. He definitely is tired of it, I thought to myself. "It's no matter." The Jarl waved his hand. "However, well done. You sought me out, brought this to my attention. Your work here has done Whiterun Hold a service, and I won't forget it." He turned to the guardsman to his right. "Bring this one down to the armory, and fit him in some of leather." Oh boy, I thought to myself, more free shit. "Ha ha, thank you, my Jarl." I gave a similar bow that Irileth did. "There is another thing I need you to do for me, you see." The Jarl continued. "Seems suitable for someone of your talents of seeking things, perhaps." The guardsman stood next to me, and the Jarl continued. "Return from the armory, and we shall discuss it further." The guard and I bowed, and I followed the guard into the armory. It was filled with several weapons and sets of armor, and the dark stone around was lit by torchlight. The guard came upon a few sets of leather and began to go through them. "This should do well for your size," the tall Nordguard said, lifting a set I had never seen before. "What kind of armor is this?" I took it and examined it. The leather was thick and hardened, but it wasn't of the typical Skyrim design. It was made up of a thick cloth gambeson and several boiled leather straps positioned vertically close together on top of it. It also had some thick pants and some harder leather pauldrons. I mean, it's leather, but it isn't leather armor. I looked at the guard, confused. "What do you mean?" "Yes, it is." The guard looked down at me. "It's a Cyrodiilic style, if that's what you mean. It's the only thing I believe that will fit you here." The guard held out his hand. "You can return to the Jarl with nothing as well, of course." I looked down at the set and then at the others. No, it's fine. I guess at least I don't have to have my nuts freezing in the skirt the standard set has. You may change there." The guard pointed. "I will escort you back after." I changed into my new leather armor, and it fit pretty well. I stretched and moved, and it didn't hamper my mobility much either. It was also certainly warmer than the belted tunic. I shoved the tunic into my bag. I came out and followed the guardsman back to the throne room. The Jarl stood upon seeing me. That's much better. Come, let's go find Farengar, my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and... Rumors about these dragons. I followed the Jarl past the table of nobles, who stared at me as I passed, lightly judging me. We entered the door of Farengar's study, which was filled with him sitting at his desk and assistants experimenting. Farengar, Balgruuf called. Farengar turned his hooded head towards us and stood as we entered, placing down a book he was reading. The Jarl continued, Farengar, I think I've found someone who can help you with your dragon project. The Jarl put his hand on my shoulder. Go ahead and fill him in with the details. Farengar forced a smile and nodded to the Jarl. Ah, indeed. He looked to me, the fake smile still active. Oh yes, the Jarl must be referring to my research into the dragons. Yes, I could absolutely use a dog to fetch something for me. Farengar, the Jarl warned. My apologies, my Jarl. Farengar continued. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there. Wait, I replied. You don't actually know if it's there or not. I have my sources, reliable sources. Farengar scowled. Are you willing to fetch it or not? Well, I kinda have to. Sure, why not? Just tell me the details and I'll be on my way. A real smile appeared on Farengar's hooded face. Ah, you are eager to begin then? Excellent. Sooner begun, sooner done, heh? Farengar walked to the map next to his desk. I, learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow, a dragon stone, if you will, said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. He pointed on the map at Bleak Falls. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself. Balgruuf stepped forward. This is a priority now, Farengar. Anything we can use to fight this dragon or dragons. We need it quickly, before it's too late. Farengar's fake smile returned. Of course, Jarl Balgruuf. You seem to have found me a useful assistant. I'm sure he will prove most useful. Jarl Balgruuf led me out of Farengar's study. Succeed at this, and you'll be rewarded. Whiterun will be in your debt. I gave another little bow, and he nodded and left me there, heading back to the throne. My stomach instantly grumbled, but the food was no longer being served in the hall, and I probably wasn't invited. I headed out of Dragonsreach and down the stairs to the Gildergreen path. I looked at the ground, thinking about going to the tavern and all the delicious food. Chapter 14. I was circling the Gildergreen when a voice called out, Greymane! I looked up and saw an older man in noble clothing approaching from the west toward another headed to Jorvaska in fine clothes. The other side stopped and turned his head. What do you want, Ulfrid? A crowd started to form in anticipation. I hid behind Gildergreen and peered past to watch from a distance. Someone's been pilfering crops from my farm. If I find out it's one of your kin, Vinyar, I'll see the culprit rot in prison. Vinyar fully turned around and approached Ulfrid. I'm surprised you had the wits to notice, Ulfrid. What with your nose buried so far up the Emperor's backside. Damn, that was a good one, I chuckled. Ulfrid crossed his arms, clearly not wanting to lose like this publicly. You won't be laughing when the Thalmor come to root out Stormcloak sympathizers. He put on a smug smile and caressed his beard. In fact, I've already put in a claim to the land and property you'll forfeit when you're found to be a collaborator. That got some groans and whispers from the crowd. Ulfrid didn't seem to notice, thinking that was a burn of some sort. Vinyar chuckled. I'll remember that when the Stormcloaks liberate the city. No amount of your precious money will protect you then, Battleborn. Ha! Got 'em! I accidentally called out. The crowd and Vinyar and Ulfrid heard and looked in my direction, but I realized my mistake and was already behind cover. It took a while for the group to disperse, so I took the long way to the Bannered Mare, the Whiterun Inn. I wasn't far into my extended path until I started to notice there were far more houses than I remember in-game. In my rush with the guard before, I hadn't taken the time to appreciate it. The Wind District was filled with plenty of new buildings and sites, including a bank and a decent-sized park. I walked past it and observed a few different monuments and statues. I walked down the stairs to the Plains District and looked around as well. There were additional market stalls and small shacks on the southern side, and it seemed to push out much further. and certainly further than my stomach would allow me to explore. My stomach grumbled, so I hurried to the bannered mare. I opened the door of the bannered mare and came inside. It was pretty packed inside. Ew, I thought, people. The familiar, "Come on in, let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire, and I'll send someone over." Welcome from the barkeep Hulda rang out through all the noise and commotion. I strolled toward the bar and noticed a lot of eyes were on me. New guy, weird armor, makes sense. I saw a drunk on the other side of the inn hobble and spill on a meathead next to him. "Watch it, milk drinker." He shoved the drunk. The drunk took a final swig of his tankard and threw it at the meathead. "I'll teach you to talk to me that way." The meathead knocked the tankard away and said, "I hope you're willing to back up those words with your fist." And naturally, they began an all-out brawl. All the patrons got up to drink and cheer for the fight, and the bard, Mikhail, must have thought it was for him. "Haha, thank you, thank you. No, please, hold your applause. Haha. Knew how there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red." I rolled my eyes at the situation, took advantage of the opened Red Sea in front of me, and made a beeline to an open stool. "Well met, friend." Hoodler leaned on the bar. "What would you like?" "How about a warm meal and full tankard?" I smiled, hoping that played the part well enough. Hulda laughed. 15 septims will get you just that." I handed her the coins from my pouch, and she turned to a Redguard woman sweeping behind her. "Sardia, wake up, dear. Get this man a warm meal and fill him a tankard as well." Sardia looked up. "Yes, mum," and a bit awkwardly laid the broom on the wall. "New to Skyrim?" Hulda asked, looking at my armor. "I guess that makes it a lot easier. I can just claim I'm from wherever too." "Yeah, just arrived recently," I replied. I stopped as Sardia arrived with a plate of warm salmon steak, bread, apple pie, and a tankard filled with wine. My mouth was watering too much to go any further with explaining, and I immediately dug in. "Ha, long on the road, eh? We have warm beds too, if you require it." Hulda smiled warmly. I was about to respond when another cheer filled the bannered mare. I turned, and to my amazement, the drunk had beaten the meathead. I know I'm better at some things when drunk, but damn. "Thank you, good patrons of the bannered mare." "Thank you," Mikhail called out and bowed. Pathetic. I shook my head and continued with my meal. A blonde Nord in iron armor dared to sit down on the stool next to me. I gave him side-eye while I took a swig of wine. "Another round of mead, eh, Hulda?" The Nord let down his tankard, and Hulda cheerfully took it. "Of course, John." John began to size me up while Hulda filled his tankard. "Aye." "Well met, traveller. What brings you to Whiterun?" I took another swig of wine. "Just passing through on business." John sighed, but at least he had his tankard returned to him. A pity that, and words I hear too often. John took a sip of his fresh drink and continued, "But there's no shame in it, friend. One spark in Whiterun, the place'll go up like tinder." There was a bit of silence as John thought to himself, looking into his drink. I finished my meal and decided to break the silence. "So, you live here then? Worry about the war and all that?" "Aye, that I do. Have lived here all my life. I'm a battle-born. We've been here since the beginning of Whiterun, along with the Grey Mains." He took a swig. "Our family's been close as kin for generations, but Ulfric Stormcloak's uprising has divided us. Now seems we can scarce look at each other without coming to blows. Petty and foolish, that." "Funny you mention that," I said after another sip of wine. "On my way here from Dragon's Reach, I ran into such a squabble near the Gildergreen. Ulfrid and Vinyar were arguing and threatening what will happen after one side takes over here in Whiterun. It was honestly pretty funny to watch as an outsider, but I get it's definitely not funny for you." John Battleborn scoffed and shook his head. "Truly, in public no less? That's what I mean, petty and foolish." He took a bigger swig of his mead and turned to me. "Now they're saying dragons have returned to Skyrim. Now that's a real problem." "Definitely." I sighed and finished my drink. "And I have to kill those things." I signaled Hulda over. "Got one of those warm beds still open?" "Aye," she smiled. 10 septims, and it's yours for the night." I paid her and turned to John. "Well, good meeting and talking with you, John. I'll see you around." John nodded as he took a swig. "Well met, didn't catch your name?" "It's Guy." I shook his hand. "Well, Guy," John smiled, raising his mug. "May your sword be sharp and your tongue sharper." I nodded with a smile. Not too bad of a guy. "I'll show you to your room right this way," Hulda called. I nodded to John and followed Hulda through the crowd and up the stairs to the room. She opened the doors and straightened up the bed. "This is it. Let me know if there is anything else you need." I nodded to her, and she smiled, then headed back to the party below. I set down my bag and removed my equipment that was uncomfortable to lie on. I crawled under the covers. Finally, a bed. Not my bed, but at least it's decently comfortable. After lying for a while, I realized I was in a bit of a predicament. How the Walt Disney fuck am I supposed to fall asleep with all that noise downstairs? I face-palmed. No fucking wonder the room rate is cheaper than the damn food. Damn, that food was good though. After a while of staring at the ceiling, Mikhail thankfully began to play a soft tune on his lute. The volume in the tavern slowly dropped off. I was so tired that I immediately passed out. I awoke on a perfectly flat, dark surface. A circular ring of fog surrounded all sides. I sat up. Another loading screen. LMAO, did I fucking get killed in my sleep? No mortal, as funny as I agree that would be. A familiar voice filled the area. So, why am I here? I stood up to face the fog. "Because I'm curious how you plan to take Bleak Falls Barrow, mortal. I would really love to hear your plan." I could use a laugh. I was taken aback a bit. I hadn't really thought about it. It just needed to be done. How else? I'm just gonna go, kill the bandits, blast the spiders, and kill the Draugr. No different from Helgen. A laugh echoed through the loading screen. "What? Do you think I'm going to fail?" "Jolly good guess, but only half right. I know you are going to be skewered, shot, burned, desiccated, frozen, and die in several different painful ways. You should know, just as well as I mortal, in Helgen, that Raloff fellow, he... what's the modern mortal term for it? Hard carried." I clenched my fist. Using flames had helped, and I had dealt with several threats that way. But that was mostly one-on-one. Now I was alone to fight several enemies, likely all at once. I think that's all I need to do. Haven't got an eternity to explain everything to you. "Oh wait, I do," a laugh echoed. "Now go away." I woke suddenly in the bannered mare and gave out a cry of frustration, pain, and disorientation. I need to get stronger. I need somewhere to train, learn to fight, get strong, ooga booga. I threw back on my equipment and ate some of the food from my bag on the way. I practically ran out of the bannered mare, getting some strange looks on the way. Bleak Falls Barrow could wait. It was time to join the companions. Chapter 15. I circled the Gildergreen, ignoring Heimska's spiel, and found myself face to face with the legendary Mead Hall Jorvaska. It was huge, the roof made of an old ship and adorned with huge wooden shields. Twin braziers burned around the entrance, sending smoke into the sky, and a distant hammer on steel could be heard from the nearby legendary forge, the Sky Forge. I straightened my armor and mustered all the courage I had. I slowly pushed open the door, just in time to watch a tankard fly across the room. A Nordwoman in steel armor gave out a war cry and charged at a dark elf in hide armor. Of course, I smirked, Njada and Athis. In the entryway, two men in heavy wolf armor ceased whatever conversation they were having as everyone surrounded Njada and Athis's fight. The elder, with white hair in a balding ponytail, Skjor, turned with an expression of stone, and the other, a tall, long and dark-haired Nord, Farkas, smirked. Those two at it again. Skjor began as they approached the fight slowly. With all the focus on the fight, I decided to hurry downstairs and talk to their leader, Kodlak Whitemane. I slipped inside and passed by on the right, and the door closed a bit louder than intended as I went. As I went, I looked and saw only one person noticed, Skjor. His squinted eyes followed me as I went, then returned to the fight. I descended the stairs and opened the door to the Jorvaska living quarters, finding myself face to face with the elderly maid sweeping. She turned and smiled warmly. A new face in the hall. "Welcome. I'm just a servant, dear. You want to talk to one of the companions, I'm sure." I nodded, thankful that it was actually cool for me to go down here. "Is Kodlak in?" "Of course, in the room at the end of the hall," she pointed. "Thank you." I passed her as a "goodbye, dear," followed me. The door was wide open. A medium-length dark-haired Nord, Vilkas, in similar wolf armor to his brother Farkas, sat by a table next to a long white-haired Nord. Kodlak, and my jaw dropped, a helmetless set of ebony armor. I suppose that's about right, being the leader and all. I couldn't help but listen in. Vilkas sighed at whatever Kodlak had just said and looked up at him. But I still hear the call of the blood. Kodlak put a knowing ebony-clad glove on Vilkas's wolf armor pauldron. We all do, we all do. It is our burden to bear, but we can overcome. Vilkas sat straight, and Kodlak drew back his hand and sat back in his chair slowly. Vilkas nodded, thinking to himself. I then heard a slight sound of heavy armor clanking right next to me. I turned and found myself face to face with Skjor's stone-cold face. He glared at me, then leaned against the wall on the right side of the door, seemingly listening in. What the hell is he doing? I thought to myself. I turned as I heard Vilkas continue. You have my brother and I, obviously, but I don't know if the rest will go along quite so easily. Kodlak ended their conversation with a simple but confident, leave that to me. I looked over at Skjor, who was still glaring at me. I gestured inside, seeing if he wanted to go first, only gaining his glare. Okay then. I headed inside, gaining the attention of the two seated men. Kodlak turned in his chair. A stranger comes to our hall. What brings you here, young one? I would like to join, I said a little too eagerly. A warm smile grew on Kodlak's face. Would you now? He rose slowly from his chair with a smile touched with pain. I knew Nords were tall, but he was especially tall, and despite his smile, the ebony armor made him plain intimidating. Here, let me have a look at you. He continued, seeming to study everything about me inside and out. He sat again slowly. Yes, perhaps. A certain strength of spirit. He shifted in his seat and looked into my soul through my eyes. But tell me, why do you wish to join us? This caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting having to actually have a reason other than the obvious. I thought for a moment and replied, I want to train with the best, maybe earn some coin along the way. Kodlak sighed. Young one, while your desire to train and become a greater warrior is honorable, understand, the companions are not a guild of business owners who merely exchange gold for work. We are comrades, brother and sisters in honor, training every day and fighting for the glory of Sovngarde. We are tasked with defending Skyrim and her people, and most of us would do that even if we were not companions, with no brothers and sisters at our backs. I stood dumbfounded. Am I about to get rejected right now? Kodlak stroked his giant white beard. But even so, in your statement I hear an echo of the needs of just about everyone in Skyrim, all of Tamriel even, especially in these trying times. Shelter, coin for food, the chance to practice their craft. You know these needs. Remember them in your training. Remember the people of Skyrim and all of Nirn who need them. Remember what we are as companions, and you might indeed make a fine companion, and a great shield brother. He looked at me as if seeking an answer. It was true. Back home, my no skill job was all that I could find, but I was barely paying the bills, and I often didn't get the time for my crafts, writing, modding, and enjoying my life. It was part of why I wanted to come to Skyrim in the first place. I was a fool to think it would be so different. I looked him in the eyes. Yes, you're right. I understand and accept. Kodlak smiled. Good. Vilkas piped up. Master, you're not truly considering accepting him. Kodlak seemed pained at this statement and turned to him. I am nobody's master, Vilkas. And last I checked, we had some empty beds down the hall for those with fire in their hearts. Apologies, Vilkas continued, looking me over. But perhaps this isn't the time. We don't know anything about this outsider. Even so, Kodlak continued, it makes no difference. What matters is the heart. And their arm, Vilkas interjected, still looking me over, disgusted as if he could sense how inexperienced I was. Ah, yes, of course, Kodlak turned to me. How are you in battle, boy? I'm fucking shit. I have much to learn, but I've managed so far. Kodlak smiled at me. That's the spirit. Vilkas here will get started on that. He turned to Vilkas. Vilkas, take him out to the yard and see what he can do. Vilkas rose and gave out an annoyed eye heading for the door, and I followed behind him out the door. As I exited the door, my shoulder was suddenly gripped and pulled back by a heavy hand. I turned, startled, and found myself looking into Skjor's cold eyes. They were vicious, like a predator. I'm watching you whelp, he snarled. I gulped, the message clear. He let me go and headed inside Kodlak's room. I stood there, dumbfounded and thankful to be alive. You coming, new blood? Vilkas's voice broke the silence. I turned and saw him waiting by the door as a Nord in banded iron armor. and an Imperial woman in iron armor helped a beaten atheist back to the barracks. They turned at the mention of new blood at me, then back at each other, and began to talk amongst themselves. Ah, yes! I rushed to join Vilkas and followed him out to the yard behind the hall of Jovaska. The yard was beautiful. Outside of the doors, there was a roofed area with tables, chairs, food, refreshments, extra gear, and medical supplies, with steps leading to a training area, with clearly used training dummies and archery targets, and dried blood stains on the ground around. Vilkas picked up a heavy Skyforge shield and fitted it to his arm, descending the steps. "The old man said to have a look at you, so let's do this." Vilkas stretched as I descended behind him. "Just have a few swings at me so I can see your form." He drew his sword and turned to me. "Don't hold back, I can take it." I drew my sword and approached him. He began circling, shield at the ready. I came forward and went for a heavy vertical attack, connecting with the shield. "Not bad," he grunted. I went for another strike, and he sidestepped to the right. He gained quite some distance, so I held my sword in both hands and charged. I jumped and swung with all my might, but he sidestepped. Missing my mark, I staggered past, with my back exposed, earning a hard swipe to the back with the flat of Vilkas's blade, causing me to fall on my face. "Never mind," Vilkas sighed. "On your feet, whelp." I scrambled to my feet and readied my sword at my shoulder with as good of a stance as I could muster. I can't fuck this up. I need to focus. I approached slowly, and we continued to circle as he glared over his shield. After a while, to regain composure, I gave a good one-handed swipe, connecting with the shield again. He took the hit and moved to the right again, so I followed up with a strike from the left with both hands, once again connecting with the shield, but this time moving it a little and opening him up slightly. "There we go," he said, returning his sword to his scabbard. "Not bad. Next time won't be so easy. You need some work, but you might just make it. You're still a whelp to us new blood, so you do what we tell you." He began removing his scabbard from his belt, and I took the time to return my sword to its scabbard as well. He held out his sheathed sword to me. "Here's my sword. Go take it up to the Skyforge to Orland to have it sharpened, and be careful. It's definitely worth more than you are." "Well, fuck you too." I took the blade in both hands and nodded as he placed back the shield and returned to the hall. Chapter 16. As I walked up the steps to the Skyforge, the ringing of hammer on metal got distinctly louder and louder. As I got higher, the great stone eagle statue overlooking the orange glow of the forge looked down ominously. A large older man in ancient Nordic armor with long grey locks kept out of his eyes by a matching armored headband stood hammering a glowing piece of metal on his anvil. The pure heat given off by the Skyforge was daunting. It was like a fountain from hell. I approached him as he hammered away, not acknowledging my presence. When I got close enough, not looking up from his work, he said in a gruff Nordic voice, "What brings you here?" I held up the sword and said, "Vilkas sent me." Once his sword sharpened, Erland Greymane returned the metal to the forge to rewarm it. As he worked the blower, he turned and pointed to a flat place in the stone, on which there were many weapons, armors, and materials stacked. "Place it on the left, closest to the forge." I did so, having to shield my face with my arm from the brightness and heat. "I'm guessing you're a newcomer then," Orland said, taking the metal back out and beginning to hammer away again. "Yep," I chuckled. "Oh, don't worry too much about it. They were all whelps once, doing menial tasks for their shield brothers and sisters in the circle before them as well. They just might not like to talk about it." He placed the still hot piece of metal into a stone tub of water next to him and turned to me for the first time. "And don't always just do what you're told. Nobody rules anybody in the companions." "Understood." I nodded and began to head past him. "Wait, before you go, I have a favor to ask." Orland began. "Aella's shield?" I replied, stopping. Orland nodded. "Yes, the new shield for Aella. My wife is in mourning and I need to get back to her when I am done. I'd be much obliged if you could take it to Aella for me, so I can get back to her sooner." "Of course. Which one is it?" I returned to the table. "That's a good man. It's there, closest to the workbench." Orland pointed as he took another glowing hot piece of steel out of the Skyforge. I picked up Aella's light Skyforge shield and descended the steps to return to the Mead Hall. On my way, I saw some companions I didn't recognize sparring in the yard, with a collection of others watching. Not looking to get in the way, I opted to take the front entrance to Jorvaska. Once downstairs again, I headed to Aiela's room. As I got close, I heard Skjor's raspy voice, and I nearly dropped the shield. "And the brothers are with him." "It matters little," a female Nord's voice followed. "Our shield brothers are with us by blood. We will hunt together." "Yes, I suppose you're right," Skjor's voice muttered through the wall. "Stonearm is almost ready as well." I didn't want to go in there right now with him there, although the thought of coming out and seeing me spying on his conversation seemed less enjoyable. I let a few seconds pass and knocked. "Come in." The female Nord's voice flowed again after a slight pause. I opened the door, holding the shield in front of my chest. As I walked in, I saw Skjor standing by a display case, glaring at me as usual, while a tall, red-headed hot Nord woman, Aiela, sat in a chair by her desk, running her fingers along the spine of a sky-forged steel dagger. She was donned in her usual set of light ancient Nordic armor, which I couldn't stop staring at the revealing chest area of, and had a leg up on the arm of the chair, leading to me stare there too. I was terrified with two major fears on both sides as Skjor gave a glare from the left that promised death, and Aiela, whose eyes were unnerving but intoxicating. My incel beta brain couldn't take it, so I just stood there turning back and forth from scary Skjor to hot and scary Aiela. "What do you want, whelp?" Skjor snarled, breaking the silence and sending my fear multiplier skyrocketing until it went negative. I took a couple of slow steps towards Aiela. "I have your shield." I held it out. "Ah, good, I've been waiting for this. Place it over there." She pointed with the dagger. I sheepishly hurried to do so. As I did so, she went back to playing with the blade and studied me up and down. "Are you new here?" Before I could reply, Skjor said, "Aiela, I told you. This is the whelp that Vilkas mentioned." "Ah, yes. I heard he gave you quite the thrashing." Aiela chuckled. Skjor followed suit. I gave a nervous chuckle. Fuck. "I know, you were holding back, weren't you? Didn't want to cause any problems on the first day, it's okay." Aiela winked, sending a shiver down my spine. "Tell me, do you think you could handle Vilkas in a real fight?" Not yet, but, after training." "Yeah," I gave a thumbs up. God, I sound like a blue-pilled beta cuck. Not sure what any of these words mean, but I learned them on the internet. Reddit is a beautiful thing. Smart and eager. Aiela smirked and looked to Skjor. "This is good." She turned back to me. "Let's have Farkas show you where you'll be resting your head." Skjor yelled into the hall. "Farkas!" Shuffling of heavy armor approached, and Farkas entered the doorway. "Did you call me?" He slowly responded with a blank expression. Aiela rolled her eyes and leaned back in her chair. "Of course we did, ice brain. Show new blood here where the rest of the whelps sleep." I looked at Farkas, and he looked at me. "New blood? Oh, hello, I'm Farkas. Come, follow me." I looked to Aiela, and she gave me a "what are you waiting for" glare, so I ran out the door and closed it behind me. I fell on my ass and gasped for air, thankful to be out of there and alive. "Are you okay, new blood?" Farkas looked down at me, offering a hand. Yeah, I'm fine now, Farkas, thanks." I took his hand and followed him once on my feet. "Sorry, it's just, I was being a simp back there, and that's not very based." "What's based?" Farkas asked. "Nothing, never mind," I chuckled. "My name is Guy, by the way. Nice to meet you." The mountain of a man smiled warmly. "Skjor and Aiela were teasing you, huh? They like to tease me too, but they're good people. They challenge us to be our best." "Yeah," I ran my hand through my hair. "Something like that. It's nice to have another new face around. It gets boring here sometimes." Farkas continued. "I hope we keep you. This can be a rough life." "Fuck, it's been rough enough today as it is." We reached the doorway at the end of the hall. "The quarters are up here on the right. Just pick a bed and fall in it when you're tired. Tilma will keep the place clean. She always has." He opened the double doors and walked me into what looked more like a proper barracks than in the game. Several beds filled the area with an end table and dresser for everyone. There were many companions inside, including Athis sitting with the Nord and the Imperial woman from earlier. "All right, so here you are. Looks like the others are eager to meet you. After some training, come to the circle if you're looking for work. Once you've made a bit of a name for yourself, you can begin your trial. Good luck, and welcome to the companions." Farkas turned slowly and left, leaving me with the other members. A smile grew on my face. I did it. I was a companion. I turned and found myself under the scrutiny of many pairs of eyes. The Nord in banded iron came up to me, offering a handshake. "The latest recruit, right? Wait, is that right?" He turned to the Imperial woman, who also began to stand up to greet me. "Of course it is, Torva. Farkas literally just brought him." She sighed. "My name is Rhea. I was the newest companion until you came along. I guess that's okay. Just means I can show you the ropes." I shook her hand and nodded. Any advice for the newbie?" I gave her a finger gun. "Of course. We're all in this together. Right, Aethys?" She turned and looked to the dark elf, who rolled his eyes and stood up as well. Rhea continued. "We're not exactly experts on anything, but we can definitely pass along advice. Aethys, for one, would advise not to piss off in Jada Stonearm." Rhea smirked, getting a hearty laugh out of Torvar. "Ha ha! Very funny." Aethys squinted his red eyes. "I've always wondered, why were you two fighting anyway?" I asked. "Always?" Aethys looked at me sideways. "Looks like they really are letting anyone in these days," he muttered. Rhea put a hand on her hip. "Now that you mention it, I'm curious why again today. You two should—" Torvar cut her off. "About what?" And gained pained looks from the two. "Fine." Aethys sat back down on the bed. "Who can say? Perhaps it was her time of month. Perhaps it is some elaborate Nord courtship ritual. Perhaps she is prejudiced against my kind." He smiled. "Or maybe she just senses that I am competition. Didn't she just beat you?" I mused. "Keep your tongue at the yard," Aethys spat back. "I don't just mean in a fight, you see. I mean for the circle." He regained his smile, wider this time. "She's been trying forever, practically worshipping Skjor. She walks around the place as if she's already one of them, saying she's a master of blocking. If she can claim that, then I'm a master of one-handed." He chuckled. "Why hasn't she made it?" I asked. Aethys laughed. "Isn't it obvious?" Rhea looked around and said, "Well, really I think it's because no one has been allowed to apply for being in the circle lately since .u." She gave me a sheepish glance, as if she had just remembered I was there. "Look, things happen. The circle isn't immortal, what a surprise. No one is." Aethys rolled his eyes. Wait, what?" I interjected. "Some of the circle died. Who?" "I only remember Kodlak, Skjor, Ayala, Farkas, and Vilkas." I counted on my fingers. "And they're all here. Obviously there were others, are you stupid?" Torvar slapped my back, slightly knocking the wind out of me. "Do you know how old this guild is? Seriously, do you? I don't remember." "Well, maybe we shouldn't be talking about this. They are still just missing," Rhea said, looking around. "Bah." Aethys turned away. Rhea turned to me. "Anyway, back to advice, I would choose your first jobs carefully. They're all going to be solo jobs at first while the circle evaluates your performance. Once they get a better feel for your style, and you're a full member, then they'll pair you up with others whose styles mesh well based on the job." "I'm not a full member." I was getting more and more confused. Aethys groaned and looked up at me with a pained expression. "Have you completed your trial?" "Obviously not. I just got here." "Then you're not a full member," Aethys said mockingly as he kicked his boots off and lay back in his bed. "And I get my trial after completing jobs." I looked to Rhea. "Yes. Well, when the circle comes up with something anyway. It will be something difficult, but a member of the circle who matches your style will be with you," Rhea confirmed. "And only solo jobs before that." "Why? If you get a rough one, that's a death sentence for someone inexperienced," I asked. "That's only if you pick a rough one," Torvar slapped my back again. "There's no shame in refusing a hard job, especially if you're going alone," Rhea responded. "But it shows your courage and ability to adapt, that you are one of the best, a companion." "So the Imperial was born with the heart of a Nord," Aethys laughed, earning a glare from Rhea. I was about to ask more when Tilma entered. "Lunch is ready." My stomach grumbled. I looked to the others, and after Aethys jumped into his boots, we all marched up the stairs to the hall. Chapter 17. Upon arriving at the hall, I realized that I needed to find a group to sit with, just like high school. Since her group had already taken me in, and maybe just a little bit because I am a simp, I sat next to Rhea. Torvar sat down next to me and stretched, ready to dig in. The tables were full of various types of food. I immediately grabbed a warm piece of bread and some cheese. Too bad it's not grilled, I thought to myself as I bit into the deliciousness. Ria was cutting into a slaughterfish steak, while Torvar was gleefully ripping pieces off a venison steak he had in his hands. The difference between them made me smirk. "So," Ria said to me, "how does it feel to be a member in the greatest warrior guild in all of Nirn?" "It's all right so far," I said, taking a bottle of mead from a bowl filled with them. "All right? Just all right?" Ria put her fork down. "Have you been living with the Hawkers?" I narrowed my eyes as I bit into my makeshift cheese sandwich. "I've only just arrived, Ria. This group, this family, his B-band, is the best thing I've ever been a part of." Ria looked at the ceiling in awe, then down with sadness. "I hope that Thielen and Idra are okay, or at least in Sovngarde now. The missing circle," I guessed. "Yeah, but don't talk about it too much." Ria brought a slice of slaughterfish to her mouth. After that, we ate a little, and I felt I had to say something to break the silence. "Sue, been on any jobs lately?" "Not really," she said between chews. Before, everything IRL members used to go on more patrols. But now we spend most of our time training here in Jovaska. I think they're worried that something will happen to us out there, or maybe here in Whiterun with the war and whatnot, if we're away for too long." Ria took a sip from a tankard and turned with a smile. "Although training is fun, want to spar later? I want to see what you've got." Oh boy, time to get my ass beat again. "Sure." My simp-ass smiled painfully through a bite. Aethys came up behind me and leaned on my chair. "Did I hear someone say spar? This I have got to see." He grinned. Torvar stood and downed his tankard. "To the yard, right?" "Yay, an audience." I had one bite of sandwich left. I really didn't want to finish it and get my ass beat. This is what I'm here for, I thought to myself, and who knows, maybe I can actually do okay. The other companions began whispering around the hall. I ate the last bite of my sandwich and downed my drink, nodded to the three and followed them out to the yard. The circle was eating outside on the terrace when we approached. All of them turned their heads. Ria stepped up to Vilkas. "Can you oversee our match, Shield Brother?" She smiled at Vilkas. Vilkas smiled back and turned to me. "Good to see you are eager to train, new blood." He put down his bread and rose from his chair. "Of course, Ria. Go ahead and get ready." Ria marched over to the collection of gear and picked out a heavy Skyforge shield, and gleefully strapped it to her arm. I followed and picked up a light one. "No wooden swords?" I asked, looking around. Ria laughed. "What do you think this is, the Fighters Guild?" Yay! I began strapping the shield to my arm, and I noticed a crowd began to form. Ria turned to me, noticing as well. "Don't worry, it's not always like this. You're new, and they all just want to see what you've got." She winked and walked down to the yard. I looked at the crowd again and tightened my shield. What the hell am I doing? What the hell have I gotten myself into? Besides, she's a girl. I can't... My eyes widened. Oh God, she's a girl. I'm going to be publicly beat by a girl. I nervously walked down to the yard. "Draw your blades," Vilkas shouted, getting applause. Ria drew her Skyforge steel sword, entering her stance. Her blade was in a high position, pointed at me, with the center of her shield pointed right at me. I drew my Imperial sword, placing the sword on my shoulder in as best of a stance as I could muster, thinking back to my spar with Vilkas, and held my shield in front as well. Vilkas held his hand between us. A refresher on rules for the new blood. No stopping for potions, no magic, and no killing. This fight goes until one of you fall or submit. Don't leave this area either. Don't ask, it's happened before. He got a bit closer, looked me in the eye, and put a gauntlet on my shoulder. "Remember, what happens in the yard stays in the yard. Don't mind anything she says or the others say during the match. Do your best, and both of your skills will improve. It's why you're here." I nodded, a bit more confident, and he returned to the middle of us. "Companions, are you ready?" Vilkas looked at us. "Aye," Ria called with a smile. I returned with an aye of my own. Vilkas stepped back and gave a wave of his gauntlet. The yard went silent. I could only hear the hammer from the Skyforge and a breeze from over the Whiterun city wall. Ria's smile faded into a vicious glare. She began circling me, so I instinctively started circling as well. After a bit of silence and sweat permeating on my brow, she swung first, meeting my shield and gaining applause from the audience. Boy, am I glad to have this shield, I thought to myself. Ria and I circled more, our shields almost touching at times. The anticipation was killing me, so I gave a swipe. Rhea didn't wait for it to arrive, knocking my swing aside with her shield, stepping to the side, and delivering a solid horizontal swipe to my shield, sending my elbow into my stomach and gaining even more applause. I leaped back to regain my composure as Rhea came forward, bringing with her a vertical strike. Realizing this was a power attack, I raised my shield and gave the best bash I could muster. Her sword arm deflected from recoil, but her footwork stopped her from losing her balance. I gave a similar swipe that she gave me, meeting her shield and gaining whoops, whistles, and applause. I smiled, spinning my sword back to my shoulder. Maybe this isn't so bad. Rhea regained her composure quickly and re-entered her stance as well. Her focused glare was still there. I was winding up for another strike when she rushed in, past my guard, and bashed me in the chest. Taken by surprise, I staggered, opening up my guard further, earning another bash to the face and a heavy strike across my chest. The pure force of her swing finished the job of the shield bashes, and I lost my footing, falling on my back. As the crowd erupted in applause and cheer, the nerves in my chest erupted from the pure pain of fractured bone. I cried out, but perhaps luckily, it was muffled by the cheer. I lay there breathless, my limbs limp. I looked at Rhea holding her sword and shield in the air triumphantly, and looked up to the sky demoralized. How am I supposed to kill a dragon if I can't even beat the weakest in-game companion? The sun was blocked from my face by the figure of Skjor. He scowled down at me for a few seconds, scoffed, and headed inside. As he did, the crowd began to dissipate slowly. The next face I saw was the smiling face of Rhea. "Hey, not bad for your first day. You actually surprised me with that bash." I chuckled painfully. "Potion." She held a potion of minor healing in her hand. Remembering about healing, as I lifted my shield off the ground and placed the hand under it on my chest, I said, "No thank you, I've got it." I closed my eyes, concentrating, and let the spell do its work. Rhea gasped. Such colors. I let my health bar fill, stretched, then rose to my feet, brushing off the dirt from my ass. I cracked my neck, stretched again, and then opened my eyes. To a small murmuring crowd, a shocked Rhea, Aethys' raised eyebrow, Torva's confused face, and a slight smirk on Vilkas's face. "What?" I asked. Chapter 18. Vilkas approached me, put a hand on my shoulder, and glanced at the others. "Why don't we speak about some technique, huh?" I looked at Rhea, Athis, and Torvar, who moved away. Entering the hall of Jorvaskr with the rest of the shield siblings who were still outside. Did I do that badly? I chuckled. "No," Vilkas laughed, letting go of my shoulder and walking to the terrace. "No, not at all. To last that long against Rhea, who I have been teaching and fighting alongside for some time now, was actually much more than I was expecting from our bout. So what's wrong then?" I followed him up the steps, removing my shield. "Who said anything was wrong?" Vilkas sat down and looked at me with a toothy grin. "Well, it's clear you wanted to speak in private. I figured that meant something wrong." I placed back the shield, relaxed, and sat down. "Do you know how long it has been since magic has been cast in the yard?" Vilkas popped open a bottle of ale, eyeing me. My heart dropped, and I looked down at the table. Vilkas laughed and took a drink. "Magic has been with the companions even since the original 500 companions of Yggsgrammo, but we have not had the clever craft in this yard iron. Ikely a couple of eras." He took another drink. "So, what's the problem?" I asked. "The companions have existed for over 4,000 years. It's been different things in that time. A conquering army, ruthless mercenaries, a band of drunken louts, and, of course, the esteemed company you see before you." Vilkas gestured to himself. "But there's always been a kind of honor to it. We respect our traditions, train in the traditional ways, and fight honorably, just as those before us." He placed down his bottle and paused. "We don't use magic here, New Blood. It was part of our history, but not our traditions. But I only used a healing spell, and after our match," I protested. "That's why I'm still talking to you, New Blood." Vilkas leaned forward. "Don't worry. I'm not going to send you with your tail between your legs." He smirked. "Honestly, I have nothing against your practice. Nothing is really dishonorable about those restoration types. It's always been kind of respected." Vilkas paused and placed down his mead bottle. "But there is a time and place for everything, not here. Magic is not the way of the companions." Vilkas sat back. "And wasting potions is?" I scoffed. The potion of minor healing Rhea offered wasn't necessary. Some rest in the beds below the hall would have gotten you better all the same. Vilkas sighed. Rhea was just being nice. She's got a heart for her shield brothers and sisters. Vilkas looked off in the distance. After a pause, he leaned forward again. Besides new blood magic, it's a crutch. In a real fight, you must be able to take a hit like that and keep fighting. If you rely too much on it, needing to frantically cast a spell every time you get a little scratch or stub your toe, you won't make it as a warrior, let alone a companion. I sat in silence. He's right. I asked for spells in the first place because I'm weak. After a pause, I chuckled. Are you sure you've never had this conversation before with anyone else who used magic in the yard? You're pretty good at this. Vilkas looked at me as he finished his drink. What were you expecting, new blood? You didn't think I was just some stupid brute, did you? He grinned. No, never. I sat back in my chair and ran my fingers through my hair. It's just you had really good points and good reasoning, like you've heard it before. Vilkas set down the empty bottle. I'll have to thank the old men for that. He chuckled. I've had counsel with Kodlak and Vinyar since I was a pup. I know our history as well as Vinyar by now, except I can remember it. Speaking of Kodlak, what was it you were talking about when I arrived? I asked curiously. Vilkas's eyes narrowed, and he took a few moments to process what I said. He stood up and leaned with his gauntleted hand on the table. Watch your tongue, new blood. That topic, it is drivet. His eyes had a sad hint and vicious warning glint as he turned away towards the mead hall. He stopped before the doors. I just remembered. There is a job for you if you'd like to take it. There is only so much you can learn here that experience will far surpass. He placed a gauntlet on the door handle and turned his head. Bandits at Bleak Falls Barrow, sponsored by a Lucan Valerius of Riverwood. You can speak with him for more details if you're in. I shifted in my seat. Do I have to go right away? No, take your time. You still have some basic reining to do here, Vilkas said. If you don't leave the hall in 3 days to complete this task, however, one of your shield brothers or sisters would love to have it. So, are you in, new blood? I leaned forward on the table and looked down at my hands. I needed to go to Bleak Falls. I couldn't let someone else take the Dragonstone and ruin the main quest already. I looked up into Vilkas's eyes. Yes, I'm in. Vilkas smiled and opened the door. Remember, 3 days. He entered the mead hall and shut the door behind him. I sat for a while in the shadow of the mead hall, thinking of our conversation. Magic is a crutch. If you rely too much on it, you won't make it as a warrior, let alone a companion. My mind flashed back to the experience with the Imperial soldiers in Helgen. The pain in my side, the sword passing through my neck, the sight of the arrow in my chest. I certainly wasn't the warrior I thought I would be. I stood and straightened my armor and looked to the red-gold landscape outside of the shadow of Jorvaskr as the sun began to set. After a moment, I nodded to myself, and I pivoted quickly toward the doors of the hall. I grabbed some bread and cheese and stuffed it in my face as I descended to the barracks. I opened the door and found myself under the scrutiny of my peers. Glares and leers filled the room. I swallowed and headed towards my bed. I paused before approaching when I saw Rhea, Torvar, and Athis already at nearby beds. As I approached, Rhea smiled and came and gave me a friendly hug. You didn't get kicked out. I'm glad I'm not back to being the newest companion. How did it go? Vilkas wasn't too harsh with you, was he? Athis scoffed from his bed. The fact he is still here is proof he wasn't harsh enough. The companions really are just letting anyone in these days. He sighed. So you're a mage, right? Wait, is that right? Torvar looked to Athis, who shot him a glare. Isn't that not allowed? No, Rhea. Vilkas just told me not to use magic in the yard. It's fine, I responded. And no, I'm definitely no mage. I just know a couple of basic spells. Basic spells? Basic spells, he says. Athis scoffed again in disbelief and turned away. I mean, yeah, just novice healing and flames, nothing too fancy. I looked at Rhea, who looked at the floor and then to the side. Nothing too fancy? Nothing too fancy? Athis stood up as the rest of the room turned from his yelling. You filthy little mud-blooded Breton, prancing around with your spells. Athis made a mocking gesture. I'm sorry, you privileged brat. Not everyone can just tap into fucking Aetherius like taking water from a well. I'm a fucking dark elf, and even I. His voice trailed off, and he looked around the room at the eyes on us. And what the hell are all of you staring at? We're having a private conversation, he yelled. As they turned away, he sat down on the bed with his hands clasped together, looking down at them. All three of them were silent. So none of you can use magic? I asked quietly. Torvar laughed. Who needs it? With my hammer, I can crush the head of a giant like a walnut. Rhea smiled at him, then turned to me. I mean, we can use staves or scrolls, obviously, but I don't think that there is anyone here at Jorvaska who practices like you. Torvar is right, we don't need it. It's just a crutch, as Vilkas would say. I looked at the wall. I did nothing to earn this small power. These people have real strength. Athis scoffed again and looked to the side. Yeah, you can use magic, but you're shit with a sword, Athis chuckled. Torvar laughed as well and gave a firm slap to my shoulder. How about this, whelp? I'll give you some pointers with that sword of yours tomorrow. Maybe you'll actually be useful then. Athis laid back in his bed. Sounds great. I could use it. Vilkas offered me a job. I sat down on my bed as Torvar dove into his without even taking off his banded iron armor, and Rhea kicked off her iron boots. Ooh, your first job. What is it? My first one was a bear. Rhea sat down and beamed. Bleak Falls Barrow, right by Riverwood. Bandit gang or something, I replied. Athis let out a hearty laugh and turned to face me. No kidding? He gave you a bandit gang? You're going to die already? I better not waste my time training you. I rolled my eyes and removed my boots. No, he can do it, Athis. Don't even say that. He just needs more practice. Rhea turned back to me. How about in the morning you come practice archery with me and Ayala? The range can do a lot for you when facing numbers. I paused. The mention of Ayala reminded me of my poor performance this morning. Horrific. But I need this. Yeah, sure, that sounds great. I gave a pained smile. Great, I'll wake you up if you sleep late. I know I did on my first night. Rhea removed the breastplate part of her armor, metal skirts and gauntlets. Good night, everyone, she called out to the room. I laid back in my bed. It was actually surprisingly comfortable. I drifted to sleep, looking forward to training. Chapter 19. I felt tugging on my armor and small hands pushing at me. Not yet, Mom. 5 more minutes, I said groggily, rolling over. What? A female voice that didn't sound like my mom asked. I opened my eyes. Through a sleepy haze, I looked at my surroundings. Fur beds, cobblestone walls. Damn it, still not my bed. I closed my eyes. Clearly, I was still dreaming. I felt the same hands grip my shoulder and shake me. Now from the side of the bed I rolled to. Guy, wake up! The same voice whispered. My eyes shot open, and I saw Rhea's face above mine. After a pause for processing, I shot out of bed. Shit, sorry, Rhea. I hurried my boots on, embarrassed. Hurry, Ayala is waiting. Rhea tossed me a bottle of ale as I got up, and she led me out of the snoring barracks. I followed her up the stairs as I took a long sip from the bottle. The windows showed only minor signs of sunlight outside. It's not even fully daylight, and I'm drinking. I chuckled to myself. Skyrim goes hard. So do you. Is your mother? Rhea cautiously asked. I choked on my ale. Seeing my reaction, she quickened her pace. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. No, it's all right, I responded. Rhea slowed her pace, allowing me to catch up. It's just I guess I do. I just haven't had much time to think about it lately. You guess? Rhea stopped in front of the door. Well, again, I haven't really had all that much time to think about it. Life lately has been one thing to the next, I replied. Did she used to wake you like that? Rhea awkwardly asked. I took another sip of my ale. So she heard that. Great. Yeah, something like that, I answered. Isn't Ayala waiting? Yeah, sorry, I was just curious. Rhea smiled and opened the door. I followed her into the crisp morning air. I saw Ayala in the yard practicing her archery, and I immediately stopped in place. Her body was facing away from the mead hall, and didn't turn her head or make any acknowledgement of us. Her bow was in front of her with the practice arrow knocked in the string. She moved both of her arms to bring up the bow and draw the string to her cheek in a fluid motion. She paused for a millisecond and let the arrow fly and let the bow fall to her side as it passed. She gracefully moved to the target and removed her arrows from the target, all grouped on and around the bullseye. I chugged the rest of my ale as I approached. I'm gonna need every ounce of this alcohol to make it through this. Ready, Rhea? Ayala finally turned. Oh, you brought a friend. Fun. She tilted her head and smiled as she slipped the quiver off her back, causing her red hair to flow, catching the rising sun's rays. Never mind, I'm not surviving this. Good morning, Ayala, Rhea responded, picking up a bow and quiver from the gear selection. This is Guy. Have you two met yet? Yes, we have, I said quickly as I approached the gear. Rhea headed down to the yard with a smile, and I turned away to get a breather. As I stood there, I heard light steps approaching from behind me. No need for that, new blood. You can use my bow and quiver. The voice stopped behind me. I swallowed and slowly turned around, looking at the floor. Ayala's boots met my vision, and my eyes began their journey up her legs, to her outstretched hands presenting the bow and quiver, her torso. Her red hair draped along her collarbones flowing to her chest. After a pause there, I looked up at her face, which hosted a knowing smirk, and eyes that pierced into my soul looking down at me. I was paralyzed. If you wish to hunt with me, Guy, your feet need to be quick, and your eyes quicker, Ayala smoothly said. I swallowed, and my eyes shot back down to the floor. Here? She gave a chortle and gave the bow and quiver a shake in front of me. Oh, right. I sheepishly grabbed the equipment and hurried down to the yard. So, Rhea, show me what you have learned, Ayala's voice called from behind me. Okay. Rhea held her bow similar to Ayala and took a deep breath. She slowly and shakily drew the bow one arm at a time, interestingly with 3 of her fingers below the arrow, only supporting it with the fingers below it, bringing it to rest on her cheek below her eye. After holding it for significantly longer than Ayala, she let go of the string, and the arrow flew, landing close to the bullseye. Good, Ayala gave a short clap. A little shaky but good. You will build up your strength in no time, as well as your confidence. Ayala started to descend from the steps toward me. Now, Guy, I would like to see what you can do. I swallowed and tried to imitate their stances. I held the arrow between my pointer and middle finger and knocked it into the string after a few tries and pulled it to my cheek. My arms started shaking wildly, and I had no actual knowledge of how to aim, so I tried to guess a distance after a few seconds, and I let it fly. My arrow flew past the target into the rocks behind. Ayala began her approach. Here, allow me. I gave her the bow and an arrow. She took the bow and placed one end on the ground like a staff. Twirling the arrow in her hand, she began, When you are new to archery, aiming is difficult. Luckily, there are ways to make up for this until you are more comfortable and aiming becomes your second nature. Ayala tossed the bow up into her hand, then placed it in front of her in a firing position. When shooting, if not using your feelings, your reference is your arrow. The first step is moving the seat of the arrow to follow your vision, holding the arrow normally. Ayala took a pause to seamlessly nock her arrow and pull back the string with her slender pointer and middle finger holding it in place. Like this, causes a gap between the point and the location your arrow will land. The way you can close this gap is by a change in the grip. Ayala let the tension on the string go slowly, allowing her to reposition her hand, placing 3 of her fingers below the arrow. She then brought back the string and arrow to her cheek. As you can see, now that my arrow is on top of my fingers, even though my hand positioning hasn't moved much, the angle of the arrow is now much closer to my vision, about as close as possible. She turned her eyes to the target, moved the bow precisely and fired, hitting the bullseye. She smiled and handed me the bow. Now you try. After a second to recover from that stunning lecture, I took the bow and arrow, trying my best to replicate it, taking it slowly. It was challenging to hold the arrow in place with just one finger, but I eventually got it. I tried my best to place the arrow point on the bullseye with my arm shaking. I let go of the string, and my arrow flew, hitting the target in the upper left portion. I grinned from ear to ear and looked at Rhea, who gave a thumbs up, then turned to Ayala and found her standing very close behind me. When did you? I did it. I gave a thumbs up with my free hand. Here, Ayala said, stepping closer and running her hand down my bow arm. Let me show another method to help with aiming. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. How would tat, like? It's rather simple. Ayala lifted my arm like a rag doll and put another arrow in my free hand. Go ahead and knock that, will you? My hand was shaking even worse with her touching me. It felt like I was beyond a barrier I shouldn't have been. After what felt like an hour but was probably just a few seconds, I knocked the arrow and started bringing it back shakily. Ayala ran her hand along my shooting arm and stopped at my wrist. "Don't worry. You will build up the strength the more you practice," she said as she pressed against my back. As she pressed against my back, I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My mouth wouldn't open any more than enough to breathe through, and no sound was coming from my throat. She began to move my bow arm, paused, then placed her hand on the lower part of my sternum and pulled me standing straight. Doing so caused me to breathe in through my nose for probably the first time throughout this interaction. I got a whiff of something that started to wear off the spell when I did. I couldn't place it, but it was disgusting, and I could feel the feeling in my body and my heart rate slowly returning to normal. "Now, when you aim, try to bring it in along the horizon," Ayala said as she moved my arm for me. "This makes it so there is only one level to worry about." The smell made me uncomfortable, and I couldn't help but keep sniffing. It seemed like it was coming from Ayala. "Be mindful of the gap between the arrowhead and impact you see, and as you practice, try and become more and more accustomed to it," Ayala continued. "Something." I started to say I began to feel like I might heave. "You can fire whenever you're ready, Guy. Just remember to bring it in." Ayala began to move my arm, but I stiffened. "Smells like a WETUEDE," I stammered out. Ayala stopped trying to move my arm. After a pause, she moved away from me unnaturally fast. After a few seconds, the smell was gone. I looked over my shoulder at her to find her eyes, viscous and filled with shock. It took me a few seconds, and then it clicked. Not only did I say Ayala smelled witch, pretty and smelly weird combo, but related it to her identity that she and the rest of the circle were hiding from the world and the rest of the companions. I just told a terrifying werewolf woman that she smelled like a wet dog. Chapter 20. Ayala didn't speak and kept looking at me, shocked and angry as she processed what I had said. What did you what?" Ayala stammered out. I swallowed and turned my head to Rhea. She was looking from me to Ayala, confused. I turned back to Ayala. I looked at the ground, thinking. I said, "Something smells like AA.wet. Og," I lied, hoping it stuck. Ayala sighed and looked at the ground. She ran a hand through her hair and straightened her stance, seemingly hiding her embarrassment. "My apologies. I'll leave you two to it." She turned and went up steps, rubbing her neck before entering Jorvaska. I turned back to Rhea, who was now leaning on her bow. She turned her eyes back to me as the door closed with a WTF expression. "What the hell was that about?" Rhea chortled. "I just said something smelled like old rotting logs." I stretched my arms. "Well, yeah. The whole mead hall is made out of old rotting logs." Rhea smirked, then looked back to the door. Why did she get so upset? That's so unlike her. I looked at Rhea and then back to the door. She wouldn't understand. Who knows? I smiled at Rhea. I gave a gesture with Ayala's practice bow toward the targets. "Shall we?" Rhea nodded and moved back into position. We began peppering our targets with arrows. We hadn't really noticed much of the outside world until I felt a drop of liquid hit my arm. I looked up to a grey sky and the sound of thunder. The thunder made Rhea lift her head as well. "Damned rain!" Rhea smacked an end of her bow into the dirt. "Well, at least we got in some practice today." Rhea gave me a toothy smirk. "Let's see who won." "Wait, we were competing," I said. "Everything here is a competition, Guy. It's how you improve." Rhea raced over to the targets. I returned the practice arrow to the sheath and walked over to Rhea, who was already counting her arrows. My target had a significantly wider grouping than Rhea's, but at least I had hit it. Over time, I had also started closing in on the bullseye, and one had actually hit it, although honestly probably more due to luck than anything. "Hey, not bad," Rhea said, looking at my target. "But I still win." Yeah, next time I'll beat you." I matched her grin. "Sure you will. You can't even beat me to the door," Rhea said as she took off running. "Hey," I chased after her. "That's not fair," I called out, only gaining her laughter as a response. We entered the mead hall and shook ourselves off as best we could from the rain. Many other companions were already enjoying a fresh breakfast. The pure aroma of the fresh, warmed loaves made me start to salivate. Rhea and I made our way over to the table where Athis and Torvar were eating. "There you two are. I thought Guy might have shot his eye out," Athis said as we sat down. "Did he even hit the target?" "Very funny, Athis. I grabbed a loaf and some cheese. In fact, I hit it quite a few times." "Yeah, he was actually pretty good." Rhea cut into some potatoes. Might even be a better shot than you, Athis, she continued, making Athis chuckle as he drank. I sat back in my chair and took a bite of my sandwich while I looked into the flames of the fire pit. With the sound of the rain on the roof of the hall, this place felt so peaceful, like I was finally at home. I gave a sigh. The thought of home brought a tinge of sadness and regret. This wasn't my home or my world. This place didn't really exist, but it felt too real. I rested my head in my hand after another bite and stared at the flames dancing on the wood. Vilkas's voice rose me from my depressed gaze. Why don't we sing a song of the return? I turned and saw him picking a book from a nearly empty bookshelf. Other companions behind me cheered at the notion. As he passed by me with it, I saw the book cover was dark green with 2 red runic-style eagles making a circle with 3 circles making a triangle in the center. As Vilkas approached the steps, Aella and Skjor entered the hall from the front door. As they passed by Vilkas to sit at a corner table, Aella gave me a side glare, clearly still upset. Vilkas opened the book. 56, he began, the final tale of the Chiron. He gave a sigh as he turned the page. The room began more of a chant than a song. The songs of the return are eternal and numerous. For those first 500, those companions of Ysgramor who cleared the way for mankind's rightful habitation, burned with a fire not seen since those days long past. Each ship carried a crew that performed legendary feats that could feed the pride of any nation for 1,000 years. And during this time of broadening, scores of companions wandered the land, bringing the light of the proper gods to the heathen land of elves and beasts. They were but mortal, though, and in time all would taste the glories of Sovngarde. Rhea must have noticed that I wasn't singing, so she gave me a nudge. I nodded and tried my best to keep up. It was in one of the uncounted years after the retaking of Sarthol that the crew of the Creon was declaring their fortunes in the eastern lands near the Red Mountain. They were encamped, surrounded by bodies of murderous elves who had attempted to make believe they held peace in their hearts. The shrewd Rorlak was the Creon's captain, though, and would show no quarter to the liars of the Southlands, as had been commanded by his lord Ysgramor, harbinger of us all. It was in this state of carousing that they were approached by a young and breathless messenger of their sister crew from the Khal Khaz. The boy Asgir, as his name is now sung, had ran unimaginable distance at breakneck speed from the blood-stained fields of the clouded sun to deliver the news to all who would hear. When he reached their camp, he bellowed a great sob before relieving his heart with the news that the mighty Ysgramor had breathed his last. The room went silent. It appeared the companions were giving a moment of silence for their first harbinger. Asgir continued his swift run to inform the other crews as quickly as they could be found, for there were many now crawling the land, rendering our legacy from their deeds, and the camp of Creon descended into a mourning of the most forlorn sort. Among these fires sat the bravest men and fiercest women who have ever graced the dirt of this land, and they were brought low by such a notion. While we in the dayshine know only Ysgramor's glory as it gleams through history, these companions knew his might with their own eyes. And such a loss hangs so heavily on the heart that mere words cannot express the altering of their world. For indeed the stories tell that Rorlak, the most battle-hardened and unflinching of all captains, did collapse with grief, and never lifted again his mighty axe. And all around Tamriel, as the news spread as a dark cloud washed from horizon to horizon, did brilliant lights go out in silent honor of their fallen general and war leader. At the mention of Ysgramor's axe, I turned to where the shards were hung on display. It was about as empty as the bookshelf Vilkas retrieved the book from. In the corner of my eye, I noticed that Skjor was whispering something in Aella's ear. She nodded, and they both rose, descending to the barracks. So ended the period of the return, and the original glories of the 500 companions of Ysgramor, harbinger of us all. Vilkas closed the book, and another moment of silence began. Vilkas gave a sigh and walked back to the bookshelf to return the book. The only sound was the crackle of the fire and the rain on the roof. Eventually, sound returned to the hall, and Vilkas sat with a tankard and ale. I turned to Rhea. Why did he pick a sad one for a day like this? With the cheer, I thought it was going to be an exciting one. Going to Sovngarde isn't completely sad, Rhea replied. But yes, that wasn't the volume I was expecting either. She turned to the bookshelf. In fact, it's not on the shelf. Maybe one of the circle took it downstairs with them. I looked at the bookshelf. We stood up and retreated to the barracks with Athis and Torva until the rain stopped. Athis motioned to us when he heard it, and we all went up to the yard. Upon reaching the yard, Rhea drew her sword and Torva his warhammer as they approached the dummies, leaving me with Athis. "So, I'm going to show you a thing or two with that sword so you can actually hurt something with it." Athis sighed, drawing his dagger as he approached a dummy. He flipped his dagger in his hand and turned to me. "So, what is the point of a small blade? What is its role in combat?" I paused for a moment to hit openings. Athis narrowed his eyes. "Sure, but more basic than that. A small blade is a cutting and stabbing weapon. Multiple small wounds, or one with enough accuracy." He shoved his dagger into the throat of the dummy without turning to look at it. "Grab a shield. We're going to practice some stabbing." I jogged to grab a shield. As I was returning, I noticed Ayala sitting on the ground in the yard in a far corner, eyeing me. I swallowed and slowly turned back to the yard. As I approached, Athis began, "Oftentimes, all you need in a fight is a few quick stabs or strikes. With the correct form, you can lessen the chance of being exposed while still getting a solid, fatal blow in." He gave a shadow stabbing example, getting low and holding his arm like he had a shield while moving and delivering quick stabs. He stepped to the side and gestured with his dagger. "Go ahead." I drew my sword and mimicked it to the best of my ability. I was starting to see what Athis meant. My blade went deep into the training dummy with little effort, and I wasn't very exposed. You can also use your shield to make an opening, whether it be bashing or charging or pushing them. I turned to Athis as he spoke. He began walking to another dummy with makeshift wooden armor. A well-placed stab is one of the only ways to deal with someone in strong armor. A firm, well-placed stab will get through the openings or weak points like in the neck or arms. He gestured, "Go for it." I came forward, slamming my shield into the dummy and sending my blade above the wooden chest plate. I brought my arm back, keeping my shield against the dummy, and gave another stab in the armhole. Good, Athis chuckled. "Maybe this won't be a waste." I backed off from the dummy as he approached it. Now for cutting. Against heavy armors, cutting isn't as helpful. You can still hit the armor to give them a blow and stagger them if they are off balance. Still, mostly, if you don't have the opportunity to stab, you want to wait for the right moment and, as he was speaking, he gave a deep slash into the neck of the dummy. "Target one of those weak points." Athis sighed and said under his breath, "I'm getting ahead of myself here." He turned to me. "What's the most important part of cutting?" Hitting the target." I leaned on my sword. Athis rolled his red eyes. "Sure, yes, it is pretty important, but for the actual cut itself, your edge alignment will determine whether you actually cut or just bounce off." Athis brought up his dagger. "Practice slowly swinging your sword while being mindful of the blade that is moving at the angle of your movement. When you swing downward or from the side, any angle," he demonstrated 5 cuts quickly, "you need to have your blade aligned to get a good cut." He showed me again, but slowly. "Practice it slowly until it becomes comfortable." I stood in front of the dummy, doing my best to line up my blade with the occasional pointer and adjustment from Athis. I needed more minor tips and began to speed up as I continued. "Not bad. Let's see how the dummy can take it." Athis smiled. I got in a stance with my shield in front and my sword on my shoulder. I gave a swift strike past my shield, giving a decent cut with slight ripping at the end. Athis inspected it. "Not bad. A little off at the end, at the beginning was solid." He walked to the other target with the armor. "Now try it with targeting, and remember to use your shield. Train like you fight." "Oh, you are teaching him to use a shield." A gruff female voice came from behind us. Athis rolled his eyes as I turned to find a Nord woman, in full steel armor, smirking under her helmet. "No, Jada, I am teaching him to use a sword, so his shield is actually useful." Athis's voice came to my side. "Oh, please, your sword would never get past my shield." Jada mused. She looked me up and down and shook her head with a scoff. "I'm still trying to figure out why Skjor let a mage like you in the first place." "It wasn't up to him," I started. "Apparently it should have been Milk Drinker." Jada scowled. I didn't know what to say. It didn't sting because I had heard that line thrown around so much and was more surprised that it was actually being used seriously. Before Athis could respond, Jada continued, "You aren't worth my time. I have a meeting with Skjor." She turned and walked away. Athis scoffed and turned back to the dummy. He shoved his dagger into the dummy, left it there, and sighed. "Go ahead and keep practicing. You're going to need it, new blood." Athis took his dagger out of the dummy and started practicing on it. I nodded and slowly moved to the armored dummy. I practiced my stance doing cuts and stabs until the sun started to set and the group gathered. "Wow, that's a lot better," Rhea said as I sliced my last cut for the day. "The swipe you gave me yesterday was basically the flat. Good work, Athis." Athis shrugged and led us into the hall. We ate our dinner and headed down to the barracks. As we climbed into our beds for the night, Njada walked past us, out of the barracks. "Where is she going?" Rhea whispered after she left. "Who knows?" Athis replied, muffled. "Probably another late meeting to suck up to Skjor." I turned over in my bed. Today was pretty good. A lot of good progress. I smiled to myself. 3 days. Vilkas's words echoed in my mind. I should probably leave tomorrow. I looked at my hands. Maybe some morning training, and then make the trip to Riverwood. Yeah. I closed my eyes, and after some time, drifted to sleep. Chapter 21. A loud noise rose me from my sleep. I looked around the barracks. No one else was awake, and only a few candles were still going. It sounded like it was raining again tonight. What sounded like a loud roar came from above and shook any grogginess I still had. I threw on my boots and fastened my sword belt. Is it a dragon? I looked around at the companions, who were still fast asleep. I should check before waking them, I thought to myself. Wait. My consciousness fired back. If it is a dragon, why the hell would I go check Tot alone? That's asking to die. Horror movie 101. I sighed. My brain was right for once. All I had for dealing with a dragon was a slightly decent bow aim. On a stationary target. Not my problem, I muttered to myself, removing my gear again and diving back into my bed. I awoke to small hands shaking me like the morning before. Morning, Rhea. I stretched and yawned. More archery this morning? Rhea whispered. I forgot to ask yesterday. Of course, that would be great. I put on my boots and caught the bottle of ale. I followed her up the stairs. God, I hope Ayala isn't there. I sipped on my ale as we approached the door. Rhea opened the door, and we walked outside. We looked around and found Ayala wasn't anywhere to be seen. Huh, she's usually out here way before me, Rhea muttered. I shrugged and picked up a bow and quiver, walking down to the yard. You don't think she took your comment to be about her, do you? Rhea asked with a worried tone. I stopped in my tracks. She definitely did. No, that can't be it. She probably is sleeping in, or is out and about or something, I replied as I readied an arrow. She never sleeps in. The circle are almost always the first ones awake, Rhea muttered, bow in hand. She started to descend the steps as I readied an arrow but stopped in thought. After I fired, she asked, You don't think she went out, do you? I mean, maybe. She and Skjor left the hall early yesterday. I started to nock another arrow. Rhea stood on the steps. I'll be right back. She dropped the bow and quiver and ran into the mead hall. I looked at the bow she dropped. What was she up to? Was she going to go wake her up? Damn it. I tossed my bow and quiver and followed after her. Rhea descended the stairs to the quarters of Jorvaska and rushed down the hall. I hurried after her as she turned left, the direction of Skjor's and Aaliyah's quarters. Damn it. I caught up to her, and as she started to open Ayala's door, I grabbed her arm. What the hell are you doing? I hissed under my breath. Rhea gave me a blank look, looked down at my hand, and angrily back at my eyes. She shrugged off my hand. What in oblivion are you doing? She hissed back. Why are you going to wake her up? Let her sleep, I said. I'm just going to check if she is here. She creaked the door open. She and I peeked inside. Ayala wasn't there. Neither was the shield I brought her, the dagger she was playing with, or her gear and potions. Gods, she did go. Rhea entered and looked around the room with her hands on her hips. What? I asked Rhea. To look for Thelan and Idra. Probably. Why didn't they invite me, or tell anyone? Rhea started pacing. Maybe they only wanted a small party. I sat on Ayala's bed. They left? I thought Rhea said no one was supposed to. Did Skjor go too? Rhea shot out of her, pacing through the still-open door. I got up and followed, finding her already pacing in his room too. Skjor's room was much more affluent, with bars of silver and other items decorating. For such a gruff man, he had a surprisingly lovely collection. So, Skjor went too. Rhea stopped. Do you think that was where Njada was going last night? I paused. I have no idea. What the hell is going on? I guess that means we can do jobs now? Rhea leaned against what appeared to be a changing barrier. Speaking of that, I was thinking of leaving today after lunch or something to Riverwood. I sat in one of Skjor's chairs. Damn, this is comfy. Rhea wasn't paying attention and rushed back to the hall. I begrudgingly stood from my chair and followed her on her path to Vilkas's room. When we entered, we saw Vilkas look up from another volume of the Songs of the Return. We all paused for a moment, Vilkas studying Rhea and me. Yes? He finally asked. So, you didn't go with Aella and Skjor? Rhea offered. What are you talking about? Vilkas set down the book on his table and slowly stood. They're gone, I replied. They aren't in the yard, upstairs, or in their rooms or the barracks. I looked at Rhea. Is this as big of a deal as she is making it to be? Out of the way, new blood. Vilkas marched past me as I barely got out of the doorway in time. He walked to Skjor and Aella's rooms and looked inside the doors Rhea and I had left open. He furrowed his brow. Did Njada go with them? He looked directly at Rhea, eyes unwavering. We think so. Rhea turned to me and back to Vilkas. Vilkas scowled in thought. After a while, he looked at Rhea and me. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. You can get back to your training. I will inform Kodlak. He gave a courtesy knock and opened the door to Kodlak's room, shutting it behind him. Rhea and I looked at each other. She was the first move to start our trek back to the yard. I don't get it. Why would they go? I asked Rhea. This doesn't add up. Nothing like this happened in the game. Rhea was silent as we went up the steps. I didn't push any further. After we exited Jorvaska, Rhea finally spoke. They didn't tell Vilkas. I paused. I mean, it's not like they have to tell him everything. Rhea picked up her bow and looked into my eyes. When the circle has a job or goes out, they decide who will go together. Rhea turned away and marched down to the yard. I picked up my discarded bow and quiver. So they never just go and do something? Rhea shook her head as she descended the steps to the yard. Not for a job. I paused, looking at the ground before stepping down to the yard. Aella and Skjor take Njada on a secret mission to retrieve some circle members I have never heard of. This better not break the goddamn quest. The sound of a practice arrow piercing the target cleared my head. I stepped down next to Rhea and joined her in practice. My grouping was getting a lot better. All of my arrows so far were within the middle ring. I know it might be a bad time, I said to Rhea, but in case you didn't hear me earlier, I am planning to head to Riverwood after lunch. No, that's great, Rhea said after letting an arrow fly. It hasn't been long, but you're looking a lot better. I'm sure you can take some simple bandits. Most of the time they just surrender or run away once the first few start dropping. Really? I let an arrow of my own fly. I mean, sure, I can hit a stationary target, but I feel my swordsmanship could use some work. I thought of the training yesterday with the shield. And I don't exactly own my own shield. You can borrow one of the used ones in the pile. Rhea pointed with her bow. They've seen better days, but it's better than nothing. Rhea knocked another arrow. How about, after breakfast, I show you a few tricks for footwork and blocking? I'm not nearly as good as Njada, but I'm sure it'll help. Yeah, that sounds great. I fired another arrow. We continued practicing until we noticed companions flowing out of doors, small groups at a time. Rhea hurried to the targets. Hurry, we need to get to breakfast before Tilma cleans it all up, not my sandwich. I hurried forward and collected my arrows, placed everything back, and then ran inside with Rhea. There you two are. Athis stood next to the entrance with Torvar behind him. How are the rocks? They're fine, Athis, we hit everything. Rhea rolled her eyes and sat at the table. I grabbed a bit of bread and cheese as I sat as well. Athis laughed as he and Torvar headed out to the yard. Still no sign of them, and I didn't see Njada in the crowd, Rhea said after a while. They really did go. I nodded as I chewed on my delicious sandwich. I'm sure they'll be fine, Rhea. If you think I can handle a bandit gang, I'm sure you can see that they will be fine. I watched Rhea pause and then nod as she took another bite. Vilkas was right. She cares a lot. We finished our breakfast, and I followed Rhea back out to the yard. All of the dummies were in use. I turned to Rhea. Well, Rhea began, looking around. I guess we don't need a dummy for this. Go and grab a shield. I grabbed and strapped on a shield and turned to see Rhea waiting for me. Don't put it on yet. We need to work on footwork first. I took off the shield and placed it on the ground. What did you have in mind? Well, I will do my best to teach you as Vilkas taught me. Try and get low and keep your weight on both your legs. She demonstrated with heel legs slightly bent and a step apart. I mimicked as much as I could. She came forward and gave me a push, to which I didn't move. Good. When you are in the proper stance, you are much harder to move than standing straight. Try walking around like that. I started my strange low walk around the yard with Rhea at my side. She suddenly gave me a push from the side, and I fell. Hey, Rhea giggled. Your feet were in front of each other. They need to be spaced in both directions for you to be completely stable. I got up and updated my method. Rhea would give me random and sudden pushes from different sides, walking around me as I moved. On some, I managed to not be moved, and others not moved enough to fall. That's a lot better, Rhea smiled. Now practice with me. She entered her stance in front of me and grabbed my collar with her right arm. Grab my collar with your right and my elbow with your left. We're going to move together to test your balance. I did as she said and tried my best to keep up. Now remember, we aren't wrestling, as easy as it would be to win with your balance, she said as we turned. Just follow my lead, it's like a dance. I've never been very good at dancing, so there were quite a few times my steps were off timing. I looked up from her legs and into her eyes as we were moving. She's actually kind of losing my train of thought. I stepped wrong, and her movement made me fall on my ass. I looked up to her offered hand. I paused for a moment and took it, jumping to my feet and rejoining our dance. You're keeping up pretty well, Rhea said as we made another spin. What do you say we give that shield arm of yours a thrashing? She smiled deviously. Oh no. Yeah, sure. I smiled awkwardly as she moved away from me. Rhea threw me the light Skyforge shield I picked out and drew her sword. Enter the stance and move with me with that shield up. I quickly fastened my shield and entered my stance. Keep it in front of you. Rhea began circling with me. Every now and then she would give me a firm strike, making me move my shield to respond. Good, Rhea said, still circling me. Try to angle the shield to deflect my strike to the side, making an opening. She gave me another strike. I took it and waited for the next one. On the next strike, Rhea swung diagonally downward. I caught it with my shield but also turned my shield, causing the blade to slide against it to my side. We did a few more like this, and I felt more comfortable. I found I would have to step to the side to make it work for vertical strikes, and horizontal I would just have to take. Rhea smiled as she sheathed her sword. You'll need to train more to be good, but for now I think this will be enough to help you take those bandits. How about we have an early lunch so you can get on your way? I'll get Athis and Torvar so we can send you off. I nodded and unstrapped my shield from my tired arm. Rhea returned with Athis and Torvar. You're heading out already? Athis raised an eyebrow as he approached. You're hardly ready. He can do it, Rhea elbowed him. Athis continued as we began walking inside. I'm just saying, he better not die out there after we taught him this stuff. We sat down at the table and ate our meal. I finished early as I only had my sandwich, so I headed to the barracks to pack my things. I picked up Hod's backpack and fastened my Imperial bow and the arrows I had taken from the dead Imperials. As I was headed back to the door, I ran into the trio. Rhea was holding the light Skyforge shield from the yard. Forgetting something? Oh, right. I strapped the shield to my arm and nodded in gratitude. Kick those bandits' asses. Torva gave me a smack on the shoulder. Athis nodded to me. For fortune and glory, friend. Rhea gave me a hug. Have fun. I chuckled at that. See you when I get back. Thanks for everything. I stopped at the stairs and waved back to my friends. Rhea waved, Athis nodded, and Torvar gave a thumbs up. I ascended the stairs and left through the front door to Jorvaska. I looked down the steps to the mead hall at the bustling activity around the Gildergreen and took a deep breath. I've got this. Chapter 22. Maybe I don't got this. I stood with my shield above my head, blocking the rain at the beginning of the path to Bleak Falls Barrow. The trip had been uneventful, but it had started to rain as the sun lowered in the sky. I had learned a lot with the companions, but I had second thoughts. What if I get overwhelmed? Or an arrow in the head? I need help. I crossed the bridge and entered Riverwood. There were now Whiterun guards with torches patrolling the streets. Irileth's detachment. I turned at the inn and headed to Hod and Gerda's house. I knocked on the door, and there was no noise. Then I heard Gerda's muffled voice from behind the door. "Who's there?" "It's me, Guy," I called back. Gerda unlocked and opened the door, calling back into the house. "It's Guy. He's back from Whiterun." I entered and quickly brought my cold ass to the fireplace. Ralof came from around the corner, placing his axes back on his belt. He wore some casual clothes and was out of his stormcloak attire. "Well met, friend. We were starting to think you weren't coming back. How was your journey?" "Not horrible," I replied. "Whiterun is all barricaded, and I see the detachment of guards you asked for arrived." Gerda handed me a warm mug of mead. I nodded in gratitude, took a sip, and looked at Ralof. "I take it that's why you're so jumpy." "Yeah, that and you came in the dead of night," he sighed. "A small problem in hindsight. Whiterun is still neutral, but there are still people here that support the Empire and would have me drug out of town." He sat and picked up a half-eaten piece of bread. "It's boring just sitting around, though. No news of Jarl Ulfric has passed through. I'm starting to doubt your sight, friend." He smirked, but his smile faded as his eyes settled on my shield. He placed back his bread and leaned towards me in his chair, squinting his eyes to get a closer look. He then sat back in his chair. "How in oblivion did you get your hands on one of Orland Grey Main's works?" At the mention of this, Gerda came around me to see for herself. She looked at it, to me, and back to it. "I trained with the companions for a bit. That's why I was delayed." I took another sip of mead. "Wow, that's a great honor," Gerda gasped. "Speaking of which, Ralof, just how bored are you?" I smirked around the lip of my mug. Ralof paused, processing what I had just said. "So not only do you have Skyforge steel on your arm, but you have a job from them? You got in?" "I heard they were taking in non-Nords, but—" Ralof slowly shook his head in disbelief. "It would be an honor to assist the companions. What is it?" "You know the bandits that hit Lucan?" I swirled my cup. "He hired the companions to take out the bandits up at Bleak Falls. He had the money for that after the robbery." Ralof finally took a bite of his bread. Gerda piped up. "Well, from what I heard, Lucan said they didn't take much. In fact, the store was hardly missing anything." "Then why did he want them dead?" "Did they do something to Camilla?" Ralof asked after chewing. "No, thank the gods." Gerda picked up her broom. "They took the golden claw from him," I said. "It's the key to the Bleak Falls Hall of Stories. He doesn't know that, but he still wants it back." Ralof and Gerda turned their heads to me and stared for a few moments. Ralof chuckled and put back down his bread. "Can you say that again, friend? I don't believe I heard you right." "The golden claw," I repeated. No, the other part." Ralof put his elbows on the table and rubbed his eyes. "The key to the Bleak Falls Hall of Stories?" I took a swig. Ralof turned to me with a gaping smile, turned to Gerda, and then back to me. "So those bandits, they're after old artifacts." Ralof shook his head once again in disbelief. "You know it's always when you're around that I hear things like this. That's what I'm here for." I smiled. "As well as one of those artifacts. The Jarl gave me this armor as a reward, and to task me with retrieving the Dragonstone. And it just keeps coming." Ralof chuckled as he took a bite of his bread. He looked at the fire for a few moments as he chewed, then back to me. "You know what? I'm in. I'm getting sick of looking at these walls, and this sounds like a great adventure." He stood and outstretched his arm. I went for a regular handshake, but he grabbed my forearm and shook it. "When are we going?" "Well," I replied, "I still need to meet with Lucan and discuss everything. I also have an idea for another member of our party. I'm thinking, either way, tomorrow night." "Another member?" Ralof tilted his head and squinted. "As long as it's not someone who will reveal me. I'm thinking Faendal. If I can borrow him, of course, Gerda." I looked at her and she nodded. "Why Faendal? He doesn't have combat experience." Ralof let go of my arm and sat down. "I mean, he's a good hunter, but why would he even help us?" "I have a plan," I smiled. The morning sun cast a beautiful glow on Riverwood. The sounds of wildlife, Alvor's hammering in the forge, and the roar of the river filled the air. I crossed the bridge on the south end of the forge and came upon a wood elf chopping wood. I approached slowly, taking a casual nature to it. It soon became clear he was upset. He placed a log on the chopping block. He lifted his axe and chopped down with a grunt. Damn you, Sven, I heard as I came closer behind him. I passed by his side. A beautiful morning, wouldn't you agree? Feindl looked up. He straightened up his stance and removed the axe from the wood of the block. It would seem so. I turned my shield side to him. So, who is this Sven fellow? Has he been causing problems for you? So you heard that? Right. Feindl leaned on his axe, looking off into the river. He's a bard, so he says. Occasionally he finds time to do his job here at the mill. Thinks his ballads and sonnets are going to convince Camilla Valerius to marry him. As if she would say, yes, he scoffed. An intelligent, beautiful woman like her wouldn't fall for that nonsense. He looked down and paused in thought. I hope. Ah, you like the same girl. I gave an exaggerated sigh and looked off the same way he did. Classic. I paused and turned. Valerius, you said? Related to a Lucan Valerius? Yes, that would be her brother. Feindl looked at me. Why do you ask? I'm with the companions. I've been hired by him to take care of some bandits. Do you know where he lives? I asked, even though I walked by the shop earlier. Yes, he owns the Riverwood Trader. Feindl swung his woodcutter's axe to his shoulder, walked near the wooden bridge, and pointed. That shop there. Ah, thank you. Ah, don't believe I got your name, friend. I offered my hand. Feindl. Glad to help. He smiled and shook my hand. I returned his smile. Guy. I let go of his hand and took a step in the direction of the shop, but stopped. I turned back to Feindl. You know, if you really want to get into Camilla's good graces, maybe you could come with me. Doing this for her would certainly make any idea of that other boy disappear. I smiled. What do you say? And leave her to get with Sven while I'm gone? Not a chance. Feindl scoffed. I narrowed my eyes. Maybe not as easy as I thought. What's stopping her now while you are busy chopping wood? Because I'm still alive, Feindl scoffed. If I go out to fight bandits with you, she may consider me as good as dead. Well, if you're not open to it, I suppose I'll leave you with that problem. I turned and started to walk away, hoping Feindl would change his mind or offer me his quest. After a few steps, my hopes were answered. Wait, Feindl jogged up to me. I think there is one way we could make this work. Before we go, I need her to see Sven for what he really is. Yes. What do you mean? I turned to Feindl. Well, I've written a letter. Feindl whispered. Could you? And you give it to her and say Sven gave it to you after showing you to the Riverwood Trader. I think I've matched that Nord's lack of cleverness perfectly. Very well. I nodded and offered my hand out. Oh, I don't have it on me. Let me hurry to my house and get it. Feindl tossed his woodcutter's axe back towards the block and ran across the street. I followed him a bit, just to get out of view of the main street. Feindl entered his house and after a bit emerged once again with the letter in hand. Here it is. Let me know what happens. And thank you so much. Feindl shook my hand again and gave a friendly slap to my arm before practically prancing back to work. I walked behind the houses to reposition myself like I was coming from the north side of town. I walked to the Riverwood Trader and opened the door. It was a lovely small shop. Behind the counter, an imperial man with short dark hair called out to me, "Welcome to the Riverwood Trader. I don't know what you've heard, but we're still open. Feel free to shop." In a chair by the fireplace, an imperial woman in a yellow dress and long black hair perked her head up, studying me up and down. After a moment she stood. "Are you with the companions?" Before I could respond, Lucan rolled his eyes and turned to his sister. "Camilla, you need to stop asking every new customer that walks in here that. I sent that letter only days ago. They'll get here when they get here. No need to worry. I am with the companions. It took me a bit to find this place. A fellow by the name of..." Sven sang my ear off as he showed me the way. I chuckled. "In fact, you are Camilla, yes? Charmed to meet you, milady." I gave a slight bow. Camilla Valerius curtsied with a smile. I pulled the letter from my shield hand. "The bard asked to give this to you since I was a new face." Camilla giggled and took the letter. "Another poem, I bet." She opened the envelope and pulled out the note within. "He does know how to make a girl blush." She gave a little dance as she turned away and started reading. I turned to Lucan. "So what's the job?" "Well, we had a bit of a..." Lucan began, but was cut off by Camilla. "What in oblivion is this?" We both turned to her. Camilla started tearing up the letter and throwing the pieces in the fire. If that oaf thinks all I'm going to do is stay in that filthy house of his and clean, I'll AA. She screamed and kicked the chair. Lucan and I looked at each other, then back to her. She then came up to me, causing me to very bravely back myself up against the counter for dear life. When you see Sven, you can tell him he already has a mother. I'm not speaking to him anymore. Camilla then angrily stormed upstairs. I turned back to Lucan, who shook his head. My apologies, companion. I leaned against the counter, looked at the stairs, then back to Lucan. Back to business? Oh yeah, so we had a bit of a break-in. Funny thing, the robbers were only after one thing. Lucan leaned forward and rubbed his hands together. An ornament, solid gold, in the shape of a dragon's claw. I nodded. From what I've been told, they're hiding in the barrow. Exactly right, Lucan nodded. As I discussed in my letter, the coin from my last shipment goes to your organization if you bring my claw back. Excellent. I'll head up there this evening. I stepped away from the counter. Before you go. Lucan's voice sang over my shoulder. If you need any warm clothes for the trip, I have some cloaks in stock. I stopped. Damn, I hadn't even thought about the cold. I turned back to Lucan. What do you have? He started digging around behind his counter. How about this fur cloak? 200 septims normally. I'll charge you 150 since I need this done. He placed a hooded fur cloak made with dark fur on the counter. I sighed and opened my sad purse. 1 gold septim, silver, a few coppers. Damn, I'm broke as fuck. How about? I paused, thinking of a good number. 120, that's a bit expensive for fur. I think. If you can find this quality for that cheap with supply lines cut by the war, I'd love to know where. Lucan laughed and leaned against the counter. But seriously, 150 is the lowest I can go. I'm sending you out there after all. Fine. I pinched out my gold septim and a silver. Lucan looked down and then looked at me in anticipation. We met eyes, and after a pause, he firmly said, I said 150. I paused and looked at the coins on the counter. I have no idea how much that is. It was just 1 gold for 1 septim in-game. How much do I have? I bit my lip. Lucan raised an eyebrow. What? Coup. Don't remember how much the gold and silver ones are. I looked at the table, embarrassed. Lucan just stared at me with his lips pursed. 125. I looked back at my purse. I sighed and begrudgingly presented Lucan with my last silver septim. Lucan scooped up the coins, weighed each one with his scale, then placed them to the side. He presented me with my cloak while I took my extra equipment off to put it on. Immediately felt much warmer with it draped across my shoulders and flowing down my back and sides. The hood was snug and warm. I pulled it down for now and re-equipped my pack. What do you think? Lucan returned behind the counter where he began writing in his ledger. Better than I thought, to be honest. Thank you, Lucan, I replied. No, thank you for doing business with the Riverwood trader. Lucan smiled and looked up. Another thank you when you bring back my claw. On it, I turned to the door and exited to find Faendal. Luckily, he was where I left him. I approached him as another log split from his blow. He turned as I approached. Hey, nice cloak. So, how did it go with Camilla? I tilted my head and extended my hands to the side. Where to start? First, she screamed, What in oblivion is this? Then she ripped it up and threw it in the fire. Then she said she is, not speaking to him anymore, and ran upstairs. An open smile grew on Faendal's face as I told the story. Ha ha, Faendal exclaimed. That's even better than I thought. So? I stood and extended my hand. What do you say we seal the deal, hero? Faendal's face slowly lost the smile. Right. He looked at the ground, then leaned on his axe. What's the plan? I turned and started walking away. Meet us at the start of the path up the mountain at sundown. Bring some warm clothes and whatever gear you need. Us? Faendal's voice floated past me, but I didn't respond. Chapter 23. As the sun set and Riverwood was enveloped in darkness, Ralof and I left Gedor's house. Ralof, wearing a set of Nord-style leather armor, fur boots and gauntlets, and a brown fur cloak, led the way down the alley behind the inn. We turned the corner, passing by some tiny houses and a campfire a few poor villagers were huddled at. We waited and looked for any guards nearby, before quickly passing through the fence gate to Riverwood and crossing the bridge. At the beginning of the path to Bleak Falls, we found a small campfire being tended by a cloaked figure who had a hunting bow lying nearby, a quiver at his back, and an iron dagger at his side. "Faendal," I called. "You came and even prepared a campfire. Glad to see you." I sat next to him, and Ralof approached the fire behind me. Faendal nodded and looked past me. As Ralof's face became illuminated by the flame, his eyes widened. "Ralof?" "Aye." Ralof sat next to me. "What are you doing here? When did you get back?" Faendal kept staring at him. "Recently," Ralof muttered. "I heard Ulfric had been captured." Faendal paused. "Are you back for good, or will there be a trial?" Ralof began to stand. I knew this was a bad idea. "Ralof, wait," I beckoned. He paused and rolled his eyes. I turned to Faendal. "Ralof is my friend, and he's here to help us succeed. You'll have him, as well as me, to invite as guests of honor to your wedding with Camilla." "I didn't mean anything by it, Ralof." Faendal sighed and poked at the fire. "I work for your sister's family. They're not exactly shy about their support of the Stormcloaks." Ralof finally sat back down. "So you're still courting Camilla?" he asked. "I thought one of you'd already married that lass. Sven has been good competition." "Not anymore." Faendal smiled and nodded to me. "And now I'm—" "How did you put IIT, sealing the deal to win Camilla's heart with this quest?" Ralof looked at me. "You didn't kill him, did you?" "Of course not, Ralof. What do you take me for?" I stood up, dejected. "What do you say we get this show on the road?" Faendal doused the flames and Ralof stood. "So, what are we up against?" "First, there might be a few wolves at the bend there, unless they aren't hungry or fucked off somewhere else." I turned and pointed up the path as I spoke, then turned to my companions. "Then a few bandit scouts in the old watchtower, a few guarding outside the actual barrow, and then a few inside." I turned and began leading the group. "Shouldn't be too hard." I started leading them up the path. The wolves weren't there, which I was just fine with. The air began to chill, and snow peppered the ground as we continued. "So, how are we splitting the loot?" Faendal said gleefully. "I'm not touching anything from the barrow," Ralof muttered. "Bad luck, that." "More for us," I chuckled. "How about 1/3 all around for the bandits, and I get Ralof's third from the barrow?" "Fine by me," Ralof said, and Faendal nodded. As we turned the path, the watchtower came into view. As we approached, I motioned for my companions to get down with my hand. We moved from boulder to boulder, keeping low and moving closer. "Faendal," I hissed as I stopped behind an outcropping. "How far can you shoot, usually?" Faendal peeked over the boulder he was at. "For the tower, next boulder," he hissed back. I nodded, unhooked my imperial bow, and moved to the next bit of cover. Ralof noticed and prepared his longbow while Faendal moved up. I noticed one bandit leaning against a tree near a small flame as we got closer, seemingly nodding off. Another sat just inside the tower's doorway, facing away and drinking from a tankard. The third one is probably upstairs. I looked back to my allies and pointed at the bandits. They nodded and prepared their bows. I drew back my bow, aiming for the one leaning against the tree. She appeared to be wearing some hide armor, so I aimed center mass. I fired, landing directly in her chest, penetrating her armor. She coughed awake, looked down, then fell forward onto the snow. I looked to the door and saw the bandit there had an arrow in her head and her back. I gave a thumbs up to my allies and motioned for them to follow me into the tower. I grabbed what appeared to be a coin pouch on the table, opening it as we went up the stairs, Ralof leading iron axes drawn. It was only copper septims, but was more than I had. We went on a wooden walkway leading to the upper level on the outside. Inside we found barrels, likely supplies, and up some steps to the top level, a bandit in a sleeping roll. I ignited flames in my hand above him as my mind flew back to Helgen. Images of my blade piercing Hadvar's neck and blood staining the ground filled my mind and looped. It felt so long ago, back before I had realized this wasn't a game or some kind of dream. In the end, it has to be this way. I shook my head, and the images of Hadvar disappeared from my mind. I calmed the shake in my arm and unleashed flames on the sleeping bandit, who awoke to scream and flail inside the bedroll before going silent as his body finally charred under his iron armor. I stepped over the bedroll to the nearby chest. "Divines," I heard Faendal say under his breath behind me. "You didn't have to give him such a horrible death." I didn't respond and opened the chest. It was mostly empty except for a collection of copper septims, which I placed into the pouch as I stood. "I thought you said you were a companion," Faindl muttered. "But this is the first time I've heard of them using magic." I turned my head to Ralof, who met my gaze, then looked away. I turned to Faindl. "The companions do not train in magic, doesn't mean we don't use it." I passed by him and went down the steps. As Ralof and I exited the wooden walkway, I heard him take a breath and follow us out. My party exited the tower and continued up the mountain. It got progressively colder, and our boots sunk deeper in the snow on the path. Wind flowed up the side of the hill, increasing the chill. We reached a turn in the path, and Bleak Falls Barrow came into view. The ancient ruin was ominously large and lightly illuminated by an aurora borealis above. I hadn't noticed the waving blue and green lights before, and seeing it for the first time, I paused, admiring it. The sound of a bowstring behind me made me snap my head. Faindl lowered his bow and turned to me and Ralof, who was also looking at him. "What?" he hissed. "There was a bandit, up on the barrow." I looked at Ralof, then back to Faindl. I nodded and shrugged, then continued on the path. As the stairs to the barrow approached, my boots sunk less and less, finding the stone stairs beneath. I motioned to my companions to stay low as we ascended with the wind blowing at our backs. Before the top, I peeked over the ledge. I couldn't see where the other two bandits were from my position. I moved a bit higher and looked over the build-up of snow on the top of the barrow. "Who's there?" a gruff voice called out from in front of me. My head turned immediately to an orc bandit with a steel warhammer approaching. I was speechless and stayed there, not knowing how to respond, when an iron arrow flew over my head, causing me to finally duck down. Fuck. Ralof flew up the rest of the steps, axes in hand, while Faindl rushed up as well, taking cover behind a fallen arch. After taking a moment to process what just happened, I took my bow and fired a blind shot over the snow in the direction I thought the arrow came from, then ran to join Faindl. Faindl took a shot as I slid in the snow to our shared cover, which sounded like it hit, and was followed by a feminine cry of pain. I peeked over the fallen arch and watched the bandit swing at Ralof, completely missing him, only to earn his iron war axes in the head and side. Faindl moved up on the left with his bow drawn as Ralof entered cover. After a moment, he fired and hit what sounded like flesh, but there was no cry this time. Ralof returned his axes to his belt as I followed, and Faindl retrieved his arrows. The three of us approached the giant doors of the barrow, all of us admiring it. Ralof turned to me. "There's no opening these giant doors without alerting the whole place is there." I shrugged and pulled on the giant ring, opening the doors to Bleak Falls Temple with a loud metallic screech. I stopped when it was enough for us to fit through, ushered my allies in, then closed the door behind myself. "It's not time yet," a male Nord bandit called out to us. The three of us looked at each other in the dark of the temple. Ahead of us, past a pillar, two bandits sat by a campfire. They didn't seem to notice that we were not their compatriots yet. I signaled to Ralof and Faindl, who nodded and prepared their bows. The bandits continued their conversation. "If that dark elf wants to go on ahead, I say let him. He steps on a trap. That's more for us." We spread out around the room as they continued. "What of the detachment of guards below? What if they decide to retake the watchtower?" The second bandit poked the fire. We all got our line of sight and began approaching the campfire. "They aren't going to take it. Why would they? That watchtower has been abandoned for some time now." The first bandit scoffed and took a bite out of his bread. "Get your asses over here if you're going to be in here. Stop sitting around in the dark." He turned and peered past us. We all stopped moving where we were, hoping he didn't see us. I looked around to see how far my allies got. Faindl had gone on the right and was by an altar, and Ralof was to the left. The bandit turned back to the campfire. Did they head back out? I didn't hear it, but I wasn't really paying attention. The second bandit replied. We took that as a signal to move forward. Suddenly, I felt a crunch under my boot. I looked down and peered in the dark to see what appeared to be a dead skeever's skull under my boot, making me gag. Unfortunately, the crunch also made a noise, and much more importantly, the bandits heard it. What was that? The first bandit grabbed a torch from the fire and held it out in my direction, while the second readied her bow, peering out into the darkness. I let my arrow fly into the chest of the first bandit, which was followed up by a shot from Ralof. Faindl landed a shot in the head of the female. Both bandits dropped, and we moved forward. We warmed ourselves next to the fire, and I noticed a chest nearby. I opened it and peered inside. While the coins inside were still just copper, I was delighted to see a flawless garnet and a potion of minor healing included. "So, was that all of them?" Faendal asked as I removed the loot from the chest. "No, unfortunately," I responded. "There are a few more bandits down in the ruins. 2 more if I remember correctly." "Remember?" Faendal's curiosity was rising. I grimaced as I shut the chest. "Let's get moving." Ralof rubbed his hands. "I overheard there is already a team ahead of us. Keep an eye out for traps," Faendal remarked. "Ruins like these are probably full of them." I began leading my party down the steps deeper into Bleak Falls Temple. Cobwebs disintegrated quickly from just a spark of flames. Following what pathways weren't collapsed or closed off by roots, we came upon a shelf with a potion of healing sitting on it. I picked it up and placed it in the pouch. Ralof came up to me as I did. "I know you don't know our customs, brother, but while I know there is sure to be plenty of offerings ahead, don't take everything. You don't want to offend the spirits." I rolled my eyes and continued. "There's going to be a guy up ahead. Just stay back. Wait for him to set off the trap. It'll be funny and a hell of a lot easier than fighting," I said. "Just in case he notices us, though, keep your weapons ready." I unhooked my bow. We turned a few corners and went down a stairs corridor to find said bandit, torch in hand, walking ahead of us. He continued through the door ahead and pulled a lever, but was pelted by poison bolts and collapsed to the ground. Ralof gave a chuckle and walked forward. "How could you have possibly known that?" Faendal scoffed as we followed him. "It came to me in a dream," I mused. Faendal narrowed his eyes. We entered the room, which had 2 heads with symbols in their mouths, with the third and middle one having had eroded off and fallen in the path to the gate ahead. On the left, 3 three-sided stone obelisks sat with their own symbols. The heads were symboled with 2 snakes and what appeared to be a whale, but, unfortunately for the bandit, whose body still was twitching and foaming at the mouth, the pillars on the left had the order bird, whale, bird. I turned them and was surprised at how easily they turned like they were freshly oiled. Before I could pull the lever, Ralof said, "Wait, what if it's the other way around?" "It's not," I muttered. "Why would they make it so easy then?" Faendal looked from the symbols on the wall to the obelisks. "Why don't you go back in time and ask them?" I mocked as I flipped the lever and the gate opened. We found a table with a chest nearby and a wooden stairwell to the left on the other side. I approached the table, placed the book and potion of healing that were there in my bag, and opened the chest. Inside were some strange copper coins I didn't recognize. "This some kind of Nord coin?" I held it up for Ralof to see. "I don't know, maybe," Ralof muttered. "I would leave it if I were you." "Nah, fam, it goes in the pouch." I scooped them up and placed them inside. "At least leave a few," Ralof sighed. "Have some respect for the dead." I rolled my eyes, then approached the wooden staircase. I readied my shield and ignited flames in my free hand. I led my party down into the darkness. Chapter 24. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me and that I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. I forget who it was, but damn, they were right. As we descended the wooden steps, skeevers began running up towards us. One lunged at me, which I blocked with my shield. As it bounced off my guard, falling down the steps, I let them taste flames. It was then that I learned the error of my ways. As 2 of them burned, so did the wooden spiral staircase we were all on. I noticed far too late, and soon the entire path below us was lit. "Shit, shit, shit, shit," I cried out as the flames began to spread, engulfing the 3rd skeever, who ran away through the doorway on the bottom still on fire. "What did you think was going to happen?" Faendal yelled behind me. I took a step back as the fire spread. "Shut the fuck up! I'm thinking," I yelled back. Ralof pushed past Faendal. "We have to get through. If we go back top, the drop would break our legs." He observed the situation. "We can climb down the support shaft, then drop to the bottom. Follow me." Ralof quickly grabbed on and shimmied to the bottom. I followed but got a splinter, making me lose my grip and fall on my ass. I quickly got out of the way and through the doorway and watched as Faendal slid down with ease. As the flames spread, steps began to break and fall as Faendal jumped through the door. "Well, no going back that way now," Ralof chuckled. I sneered at him and stood, pulling the splinter out of my palm. Inside the barely lit room was a table that hosted a grey bottle and a scroll. Reading the scroll, I found that it was a scroll of fireball. My eyes drifted down the crusty paper, which included what appeared to be instructions glowing runes and strange symbols. Words. I rolled it back up and tucked it in my belt. The last skeever was nowhere to be seen, so my party trudged deeper into Bleak Falls Temple. As spiderwebs began to get thicker on the walls, we heard the voice of a dark elf ahead of us. "Is someone coming? Is that you, Harknir? Bjorn? Soling? Anyone?" Ralof and Feindl paused, but I continued forward, trying my best to prepare myself for the giant fucking spider ahead. The voice came again begging for help, but I was already thinking of the hairy legs, the mandibles and eyes. I pulled back out the scroll of fireball. The fire did pretty well back in Helgen. Disgusting, creepy creatures. Ew. Around the corner, some natural light was pouring out, and I took the chance to read the scroll with some minor assistance from the flame in my other hand. Following the instructions, I found the incantation. Squinting, I slowly read it aloud. By Junal, the light burns crimson, a ball gathered, blazing of fire. Immediately the paper began to disintegrate, pure magicka flowing off the page, forming a bright ball of light. The ball burst into flame and formed a runed circle around it, then sat in my hand. The pure energy in my hand shot warmth and force through my forearm, and it was hard to keep stable. I gripped my forearm and gritted my teeth until the spell stabilized. A flame much brighter and hotter than flames flickered in my palm, and the power still pulsed through my arm. I turned to my allies, whose faces sang a tale of awe, concern, and apprehension. "Giant spider," I said. "I'm gonna throw this at it. You shoot the fuck out of it." They looked at each other and reached for their bows. That was all the acknowledgement I needed. I turned and let flames burn a wall of webbing that blocked the doorway, then ran in. I surveyed the area, no spider to be seen. On the other side of the room, a dark elf bandit caught in webbing, Arvel the Swift, looked up and screamed, "Oh no, not again." I looked up and saw the giant frostbite spider swing its disgusting fat hairy body down and drop to the ground. When it landed, I concentrated all of the power into the fireball in my hand and sent it. The ball flew with a whistle, making contact and exploding with an echo, knocking the spider back, hissing and writhing on fire. Arrows flew from my left into the eyes and disgusting body, pushing it the rest of the way over. The spider began to slow its struggle on its back and curled its legs into its body as it charcoaled. My arm felt so light I had to shake it to make sure it was still there. "Nice shot," Feindl murmured. Arvel piped up from his cocoon. "Sweet breath of Arche, you did it, you killed that thing." He struggled in the webs. "Now cut me out of here already." As I approached, Feindl drew back his bow. "Why should we, thief? Stealing from Camilla has gotten you what you deserve." Arvel squirmed. "I don't even know who that is. If you're referring to those shopkeepers, they didn't know what they had lying in that shop. The Claw, the Hall of Stories. You wouldn't believe the power the Nords have hidden there. Cut me down and I'll show you." I ignited flames in my hands. The second he's free, he will run. I unleashed flames on the webs. "It's coming loose, I can feel it." Arvel struggled more. Once the flames had destroyed the layer above him, I focused everything onto him. "Ah, wait! What are you doing?" Arvel cried out from the pain of flames writhing in the webs. "You're burning me, not the webs. Stop! Stop!" I didn't stop and let the flames engulf him. The webs let loose of him from the heat, and after he fell, I continued the torrent until his body began to burn. As the magical flames transitioned his skin from grey to charcoal, I reached into the pouch on his side, pulling out the golden claw. "Well," Ralof sighed, walking up beside me, "that was the last of the bandits, no? He must have been the dark elf that ran ahead." "Then we succeeded," Feindl cheered. "We can go back to Camilla heroes." I winced as he said that. I turned back, claw in hand. "Actually, we need to keep going." "Why? Wasn't he the last bandit?" Feindl said. Ralof chuckled. "You didn't tell him, did you?" I glared at him. "What do you mean?" Feindl scoffed behind me. After a few seconds he gasped, "You can't believe that bandit nonsense about power hidden here." I sighed and turned, claw in hand. The Jarl has tasked me to retrieve an artifact behind the Hall of Stories, to which this," I held up the golden claw, "is the key." Feindl looked at Ralof and me. "You can't be serious." He shook his head and turned. "I'm going back. I'm telling Lucan and Camilla we took care of those bandits. You two can die here. I pursed my lips. We could use all the help we could get. I don't want to force him, but I can't let him leave, taking the credit and potentially ruining the companion's quest. Ralof piped up before I could speak. And how exactly are you planning to get back upstairs? The stairs. That's right. He can't go back that way. Faendal paused and turned. I'll figure something out. Better odds than getting through the traps, trolls, and whatever else is down there. Damn it. I cleared my throat. And how are you going to prove it? Faendal narrowed his eyes, and Ralof turned to me with an eyebrow raised. I continued. Lucan didn't just want the bandits dead. He wanted a particular artifact back as well. One that was taken from him and would prove success. I held up the claw and shook it. Faendal's eyes went wide, then his eyes narrowed, and his teeth gritted. You bastard! He came forward with his hand extended. Give me the claw. If we work together, we climb back up. I pulled the claw to my chest. You know I can't do that. You can go back with nothing or come with us. Faendal glared at me, hand still extended. Ralof bellowed a hearty laugh. Enough of this! Guy and I will continue. You are free to go if adventure is not in your spirit. He walked through the doorway that the burnt webs had just opened. I watched him, turned back to Faendal, putting the claw away. I gave him juices, then followed Ralof. Ralof and I continued until we reached a burial room. The air was stale and cold. The dead surrounded us. The freshest-seeming bodies had wrappings around them, the oldest just a skeleton. Ralof removed his hood and looked around the room. Look at these carvings. These halls might fill some with dread, but as a Nord, they fill me with pride. I rolled my eyes and trudged forward. What, Guy? Look out! I turned to find the giant blonde Nord charging forward. I took a step back in shock before he pushed me, making me fall back. While I fell, I saw the reason. Where I was standing, a Draugr's ancient Nord greatsword struck. I told you, Ralof yelled as he incapacitated the Draugr, not to upset the spirits. Two more rose from where they lay on the other side of the room, one with an ancient Nord sword and banded iron shield that looked dented and corroded, and the other with an ancient Nord war axe. As Ralof rushed forward, I got up and let the other taste flames. An arrow landed in its head with a loud thunk as it burnt. I turned in the direction it came to find Faendal, bow at his side as he approached. I gave him a smile, but he just glared. Let's get this over with, he muttered as he passed me by, walking right in the direction of a trap. Wait! I grabbed his shoulder. He turned to me with angry eyes. What? Chill, dog. You were headed towards a trap. I stepped next to him and pointed at where the pressure plate usually was, surprised to see it wasn't as straightforward as usual. Only an unmarked raised stone. Seeking a more obvious sign, I panned my pointer finger to the hinges of the wall of spikes that would have swung around. Oh, he mumbled, face softening. Ralof approached us. Is the area around on this other side safe? Should be, I said. Let me take the lead. I led my party around the trap and downstairs, leading to a similar room. Sure enough, Draugr rose from their resting place, weapons ready. As we began to engage, I heard a growl from above us on the stairs. I turned as Ralof ran ahead, and Faendal knocked an arrow. At the top of the steps we just descended, I found a restless Draugr with light blue light emanating from its left hand descending slowly towards us. It outstretched its hand, an intricate runed blue circle forming. Knowing what was coming, I jumped to the side as it released a torrent of ice towards me. With both hands I responded with flames. Frostbite met flames, deflecting against it, before being completely overtaken. The Draugr snarled as the flames licked at its desiccated body. It leapt down with slightly more coordination than the other Draugr, swinging its blade. I jumped out of the way, drawing my sword. Before I could respond further, the restless Draugr had an arrow in its head, and its glowing blue eyes dimmed as it fell, still on fire. I returned my blade to its sheath. Are you all right? Ralof approached me. It looks like they're getting stronger the deeper we go. It's almost like this is a stupid idea and we should go back, Faendal sang, examining his bow. I'm fine, Ralof, I muttered, approaching the next doorway. 3 sets of giant metal axes were swinging like clockwork from the top of the threshold. How are we supposed to get past that? Faendal chuckled. Maybe if we can time it or stand between them. Ralof approached, watching the axes. I observed the axes, which appeared to only swing about thigh-high. We can crawl under them. "Under," I announced. "There's enough room to crawl under. Watch," I pointed. "There's a chain on the other side." I looked to my allies, who both were looking at me. "What?" "Well," Ralof started. "You're the smallest one here, no?" I looked at Faendal, who stepped back. "Don't look at me. I'm not doing it." My heart dropped. I peered at the axes. Damn it. I removed any equipment that stuck out and gave them to Ralof. I pressed my body as close to the cold, dusty stone floor as I could. With every metallic whine, I winced. I could feel the air sliced above me as I slowly crawled, my anxiety rising and the axes seeming closer and closer with every swing. I finally reached the end and hurriedly pulled the chain. As I released the chain, I released a breath I didn't realize I was holding. The sound of rusty gears grinding rang out, and after one last swing, the axes stopped. After a moment to make sure it had actually stopped, Ralof came first with my gear, followed by Faendal. After re-equipping my items, I led the way down tighter, older catacomb halls. Steps led us progressively deeper, and at every corner, a Draugr left its pedestal to face us, meeting flame, blade, and bow. Eventually, we found ourselves in a more open corridor, ascending stairs this time. At the end of this corridor was an open room that nature had taken its course on. A waterfall flowed from one of the walls across some weathered stones through an iron gate. Across the room, a Draugr pounded out of its sarcophagus, the lid falling to the floor with a crash. It turned to us and charged, ancient Nord greatsword raised, but soon fell from flames and an arrow from Faendal. I opened the gate, and we followed the path that the water had cut, or was intentionally made to follow. We found ourselves in a cave lit by glowing mushrooms, which at the end featured a waterfall falling past a land bridge patrolled by a Draugr below. There was also a chest nearby that I promptly opened. Inside I found what appeared to be copper coins and another scroll of fireball. The coins had a rough face and weren't perfectly circular, either a sign of erosion or ancient craftsmanship. As I took the scroll, Faendal's bow gave a twang, and we heard what could easily be assumed to be a Draugr falling into the water below. My party continued down a corridor cut in the cave wall to the land bridge. I crossed it in awe. All of this hidden below this mountain, and we probably weren't even that close to the end. Across the bridge, we climbed an incline in the cave system until we found ourselves in more familiar stone corridors. We spotted a Draugr in the room ahead, and sneaking, shot it with our bows. It fell, peppered, and its ancient Nord greatsword fell to the floor with a clang. I opened a chest nearby, finding even more crude bronze coins, then rose to find my companions waiting for me. We marched to the end of the room to a set of wooden doors adorned with rusted metal at the end of the room, leading to Bleak Fall's sanctum. Chapter 25. Beyond the door to Bleak Fall's sanctum, the room was well lit by a brazier in the center. The air seemed thicker here. My party passed by the brazier and warmed ourselves for a moment, then continued through the hall beyond it. As we progressed, I heard a familiar whine of metal, another axe trap. As we walked, I started handing Ralof my equipment. Once again, I found myself beneath those accursed axes, and my face pressed in hundreds-year-old dust. My anxiety was significantly less than before, until I heard the sound of a Draugr coffin opening ahead of me. "Hurry," Ralof called. "Really, Ralof? I don't know. I was thinking of just sitting here." I grunted as I slithered against the ground. I watched as the Draugr sat up in its coffin as I passed under another axe. Surveying the rest of the room, I saw a second one descending wooden stairs, ancient Nord greatsword on its shoulder. I picked up the pace. Faendal's bow gave a twang, but the cry of metal and sight of the arrow spinning past me far off target told me the axes had refused its passage. My anxiety grew further as I watched another Draugr follow the other down the stairs, bow in hand. There's not enough time. I pushed against the slits in the doorway to give me extra leverage. I looked up and saw ahead of me on the left a Draugr standing from its coffin, ancient Nord war axe and dented iron shield in hand. Straight forward, the Draugr with the ancient Nord greatsword was approaching fast, and the one with the bow began drawing it back with a creak. I turned to the right and saw the chain in reach. I lunged for it and hung onto it as it activated. The gears ratcheted, and the axes came to a stop. Ralof flew past me as the Draugr's arrow ricocheted off the wall above me. Feindl's bow twanged, and metal rang out through the room while I scrambled to my feet, activating flames. Assessing the situation, I saw the Draugr with the greatsword lay on the ground, Ralof's axe in its head. The archer had an arrow embedded in its forehead, and Ralof was fending off an assault from the final Draugr. Wanting to put in some level of participation, I ran forward, engulfing it in flames. "Thank the divines you made it." Feindl retrieved his arrows. "That was too close." "Agreed." Ralof pulled out his iron axe from the Draugr's head with a crunch. "Unfortunate they had an archer. I would have told you to stay down there otherwise." "That would have been nice. I bet they would have been dumb enough to get close enough for flames." I let the spell burn bright in my hand with a smile, then looked around. "Where's my shit?" Ralof pointed with the axe he just pulled out. "I left it back there. By the way, well done getting through, brother." He patted my shoulder, smiling wide while returning his axe to his belt. I winked and jogged through the now-open doorway to retrieve my gear, re-equipping on the way back. Tightening the last strap, I gave the nod to my companions, and we continued our journey up the wooden steps the Draugr had come down. We passed through the darkness there, lit by the flames in my hand, then crossed a bridge above the room we had just defeated the Draugr. After a few bends in the dilapidated corridors, we came upon a set of well-maintained double doors. We opened them, and I sighed with relief. The Hall of Stories. We were almost out. "Gods!" Ralof stepped past me agape, admiring the carvings in the walls. "I've heard about the halls, but to see them for myself." He continued down the hall with a smile. Feindl and I followed behind. "It's too bad we can't read these carvings," Feindl said, walking close to the walls. "Who knows what secrets and history we could uncover?" I chortled at my companion's glee and turned my eyes to the door ahead. I pulled the golden claw out of my pouch and turned it over for the order of the animal symbols. I pressed in one of the rings on the door, and it began to turn until landing on the next animal. Ralof came beside me as I finished the code. "The bear, Sun, the moth, Dibella, the owl, Junal," he whispered in awe. I turned to him. "What?" "The gods." Ralof turned to me. "Well, the true Nord gods. Before we caved to imperial rule. Those, and the ones before, these are totems of our ancestors." "Huh," flipped the golden claw and placed them in the holes of the center. I didn't know that. I turned the claw, and the two outside rings turned, landing on the owl with a clang and clicking gears. I removed the claw, and another gear activated, causing the door to sink into the floor. As it sunk, the air got even heavier, and I felt uneasy looking up the steps ahead. I placed the claw back in my pouch and stepped over the door. I led my companions up the steps into a dark cave with a faint light coming from ahead of us. Flames in hand, I led, ducking when bats flew over us. The cave opened to a beautiful but foreboding sight as we approached the light. Waterfalls and streams passed in front of us, and across a land bridge, steps led to an intricately carved word wall and an altar that flickered in the light of braziers. The air around us seemed to get heavier with each step. My companions and I admired the scene as we crossed the land bridge. As we ascended the steps, I ruffled through my pouch for the fireball scroll. Hopefully, this will make quick work of this coming battle. At the top, the air was the heaviest. The flames danced, seemingly not using any fuel, and a coffin sat near the altar. I turned and approached the word wall. Most of the words were eroded, but one was clean as if it was freshly carved. There was no glow like in-game, which worried me. I ran my fingers over it and heard a feminine voice from behind me say clearly, "Fuss." I whipped my head around, but no one was there. My companions were still admiring the artistry, seemingly not having heard it. I turned back to the wall, but the once clear word under my hand was now eroded like the others. "Fuss. Force." I felt compelled to say to myself. I removed my hand from the wall and looked at it, then tried placing it on other areas of the wall, but there was no reaction. "Guy!" I heard Ralof call to me and immediately whipped around. The coffin's lid at the altar landed on the stone behind it as I did, and a female Draugr in ancient Nord armor sat up inside and breathed in a loud gasp of air, then breathed it out. Feindl pulled out his bow, and Ralof readied his axes. I unrolled the scroll in my other hand and read out the incantation. The Draugr turned its head toward us. As the ball of light seated itself in the glyph glowing of orange light forming in my hand, the Draugr stood and observed us. its ancient Nord war axe radiating light blue frost magic. I sent the fireball, hitting it straight in the face. My allies braced for the explosion, and the pure force bent the Draugr backward, feet still on the ground. I shook my arm as the dust settled. Feindl readied his arrow and Ralof his axes. The silence in the cavern was broken by the cracking of bone as the Draugr twitched and its back straightened itself, returning to a standing position. Its face and front were burnt, and its eyes were closed. The magical fire that should have been burning its whole body was absorbed into its flaking, disintegrating war paint. Feindl fired, but it seemingly unintentionally dodged with a crack of its neck. The Draugr then rolled its weapon's shoulder with the clicking of bone and reopened its eyes towards me with a guttural laugh, saying, "Dur, mal lear." The Draugr placed a foot back and got low. "Fuss roda!" My eyes went wide. All 3 words. A wave of force came right for me, making my allies stagger as it passed between them. The Draugr's voice met me and picked me off my feet with the force of a truck, slamming my body against the word wall behind me. My back crunched against my backpack, and any air still in my lungs was quickly removed as my head and arms came back and connected with the wall. I slid down, my vision swirling and blurred, as my health bar dropped like a rock. At the bottom, I collapsed in pain that my body could not comprehend, giving out only croaks and coughs. My mind was empty and in shock. I heard someone, maybe Ralof, call my name from what sounded like miles away before my eyes slowly fell as I fell over, the battle getting further and further away. I blinked my eyes open, still blurry to bright light. Did I die? The loading screen isn't this bright. The light was blocked by a blurry man with blonde hair leaning over me. He was saying something, but I couldn't quite make it out. A red bottle was pressed to my lips, and I instinctively swallowed the liquid in my throat. My vision began to clear, and my feeling returned. I breathed in rapidly as the process took place, and looked up at Ralof's sweat-covered brow and over to Feindl's bruised face. "What?" I tried to sit up too quickly but winced. "What happened?" "Easy. You tasted the power of the voice." Ralof supported my torso. "And lived to tell the tale. That seemed a more powerful blast than Ulfric's. I'm impressed." I sat up the rest of the way and looked around. I sat on the altar. Not exactly the place I would have put myself, but okay. The Draugr's body was laid out on the stone floor below with a few arrows, head sitting elsewhere with an iron war axe planted in it. Nearby I noticed a snapped hunting bow. I turned to Feindl. "How the hell did that happen?" "That bastard was strong," he gritted his teeth. "Sent me sliding on the stone with a single strike after chopping my bow in half." I turned to Ralof and put a hand on his shoulder. "Nice job taking that thing down, man. Shit." I sighed and started healing. I noticed the Draugr's ancient Nord war axe sitting in Ralof's belt where the other axe should have been. I chuckled. "I see you caved on the not taking anything thing." I looked up at him as my health bar slowly filled. "Ah, this," he patted his new yet old axe. "Well, I didn't want to upset the spirits, but I'd say it's a bit late for that. Besides, I won it fairly, a relic of my ancestors to push back the Empire." He smirked. Feindl sighed. "Anyway, see, we get going now. The sun has been coming through that hole there for some time now. Who knows how long we've been down here? We best be getting back to Camilla and Lucan." "Yeah." I sighed and slid off the altar, still sore. I picked up my bags and took a few steps, then remembered why we were even here in the first place. I opened the giant nearby chest to find a large pile of the copper coins from before, which I gleefully scooped up in the loot bag, along with a necklace and a circlet, both glowing with enchantment. I put on the necklace and felt less tired and out of breath, but I couldn't feel a difference with the circlet. I shrugged, causing me to wince from the back pain, and put it in the bag. "Have either of you seen the Dragonstone?" I stood slowly, looking around. "The what?" Feindl scoffed. Ralof looked from Feindl to me. "A pentagon. Think. Solid stone. Has some carvings and shit on IIT. It's a map, kinda." I motioned with my hands a rough shape. "Ah!" Ralof walked up the steps, going behind the altar. "It was on the altar. I moved it out of the way when I set you up there." He reached behind the altar, and I took off and placed my backpack on the altar, but heard a strange crunch. I peeked into the bag to find several of my potion bottles broken, and the interior was soaked. I sighed and started carefully removing what pieces I could as Ralof approached. Beside my bag, He placed a pentagon of chipped and cracked stone inscribed with symbols and a rough map of Skyrim with locations marked. I nodded to him, lifted the heavy stone tablet with a grunt, and placed it inside the bag. I returned the bag to my back and rolled my sore shoulders. I cast healing again, but the recovery rate was severely slow. What the hell is taking it so long? Ready? I sighed to my companions. Faendal rose from where he was sitting, and he and Ralof followed me up some steps to a hidden door in the stone. I pulled the nearby handle. It slid up with a click, dirt and moss falling. As we walked through the stone passage, sunlight beamed from ahead, and we went to it, exiting Bleak Falls Sanctum to the long-awaited mountainside. Chapter 26. I walked to the ledge of the stone shelf of the mountain we had been in for countless hours, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath of fresh forest air, to finally be rid of that centuries-old dust. "Is that Ilinalta?" Ralof's voice came from behind me as he and Faendal approached the edge. I opened my eyes and looked out at the sun-kissed lake below us, surrounded by beautiful forest. On the water were fishing boats, and on the other side, what appeared to be buildings when squinting. Faendal replied, "Yes, looks like we're on the southern side. There's Oakwood," he pointed. "Oakwood?" I turned to him, then back to the buildings across the water. Before I could even ask, Ralof looked over the edge and pointed out a path. "We can follow the bank north to Riverwood." Faendal nodded, on it, and led us down the rocks. It was not the simple pathway I would have hoped for with my sore limbs and back, but at least we were going downhill. With each stone we dropped down, the air warmed and the foliage increased. Finally, on grassy dirt, we found a pass-through trail leading alongside the bank of the lake. Ralof kicked off his boots, waded into his shins, and then, after rinsing his hands, cupped water in his hands and doused his face. Faendal sat at the bank and chuckled. "Are you going to take your annual bath, Nord?" Ralof snorted while wiping the water from his eyes and mouth. "A bath would be great. I don't remember when I last bathed." Damn, neither do I. I looked down at my boots and wriggled my toes, which felt grimy just thinking about it. I removed my boots and stepped into the water, but then jolted back. That water ice freezing. How did he just walk in here like, oh, right. I slowly submerged my foot through the cold and joined the Nord. I could feel the sweat and grime coming off my toes, until they started to numb. I also rinsed my hands and splashed my face, breathing heavily after from the shock of cold. "You two have heard of warm baths, right?" Faendal's voice came from behind us. "Heat the water over the hearth, pour into your tea tub." I looked down at my numbing toes at a loss. Ralof scoffed. "You can keep your bucket, elf. This is the bathtub of a Nord." Faendal chuckled and stood. "Well, let's go. I would like to get back to town before sundown." I stepped out of the water and winced as I stepped on a rock. I dried my feet on my cloak as best as possible, turned my boots upside down to get out any dirt, then slipped and strapped them on. Faendal led the way along the trail and the lake became river. The path twisted in and out of the forest. Upon a bluff, I saw what appeared to be an old Oblivion gate, cracked and ruined with moss and green growing around it on an island in the river. I stopped to admire it. "The forest," I heard Faendal mutter. I turned and saw him and Ralof walking off the trail into the foliage. I looked to the trail and the river, and back to the backs of my companions. "Guy, where are you?" I said before I heard a voice in my head. "Turn to the forest, hut, hut. Turn to me, hut, hut. Cabin in the woods, hut, hut. Childhood dream, hut, hut." I felt my legs move as my eyes became fixated on the forest. The forest. I can't believe it's finally that time of year. My friends and I are going to the cabin. It had been so long since we were last here. I'm so excited. My best friends Ralof and Faendal led the way, laughing and talking about all the past times we were here. "The cabin is the best. I can't wait to see Mother. She is the best. She makes the best." A dark canine form leapt up in front of me through the bright surroundings, taking me to the ground. I held it away as best as possible, confused as to where it even came from, or how I got here while reaching for the dagger at my belt. Damn it. That wolf didn't ruin everything, did it? Hold on a second. I can probably fix this. My loving mutt bounded up to me, jumped on me, and started giving me kisses. I laughed and laughed as his tongue tickled my face, and I gave him neck scratches. His collar fell off, so I reached down where it fell and put it back on him. He stopped licking me and smiled with pride as blood ran down his panting tongue. He came to my side and finally allowed me to get up. I continued walking, but he stayed lying, there dead, begging to be carried. I came over and picked him up, to which he showered me in blood once again. Faendal and Ralof looked back at us, happy to see us both, and just as excited as we were to get to the cabin, so we hurried on our way. I couldn't believe it. We finally made it. The cabin was as beautiful as always. We opened the door and descended to the cellar where we would usually stay. We all removed our traveling clothes and laughed and chatted about our plans for tomorrow. It had been a long journey after all. It was great to be finally at the cabin. Ralof, Faendal and I lay on the bedrolls Mother had prepared for us, and my loving mutt curled up next to me. I can't wait for tomorrow. I groggily opened my eyes. The stone room I was in was dimly lit with a torch and a candle. I shook my head to clear my vision and tried to move, but I winced from pain and felt a weight on my chest. I ignited flames in my hand and nearly gagged. On top of me was a stiff dead wolf with my steel dagger through its neck, and I was covered in its dried blood. I pushed it off and sat up from the sack and straw I was lying on. Where the hell am I? I looked around the room and noticed Ralof and Faendal still sleeping in their underwear. I was about to call to them, but heard creaking from the boards above us. Not knowing who or what was coming, I fell back down, pretending to be still sleeping. The trapdoor to the basement creaked open, and something began climbing down the ladder next to me, creaking bone. I peeked through an eye and nearly screamed as a skeleton reached its bony arms towards me, but luckily I was too scared to make a sound. I went limp in fear, and it grabbed me and slung me over its shoulder. I opened my eyes as it began climbing back up the ladder. Where is this thing taking me? Should I fight it? What do I do? My fear kept me still as the skeleton carried me through a much more decrepit cabin than the vision showed. There were holes in the walls and ceiling, and many alchemy ingredients strewn about. The skeleton exited took me outside past a garden and around to the back, where my horror only increased. A figure in a blue robe and hood stood there in the twilight glow, casting incantations upon what appeared to be a crude altar with soul gems and glyphs around the center. The figure turned away to what appeared to be tools, and the skeleton flipped me on the table. The skeleton turned and seemed to be heading back to the shack, so my eyes fixed on the figure. A familiar voice in my head at the trail filled the air as she began her chant, raising an iron dagger to the air. It's now or never. I carefully stood on the altar and ignited flames. The figure began to turn around, still speaking her incantation, and I pounced, leading with flames, bringing us both to the ground. The woman screamed in shock, stopping the chant and dropping the dagger. I focused the flames on her face with one hand and repeatedly plunged the iron dagger into her abdomen after scrambling with my other hand to retrieve it. I finally stopped, short of breath, as I ran out of magicka to find a charred, limp corpse beneath me. I took some deep breaths and looked around. The altar was no longer glowing, and I couldn't hear the movement of the skeleton. The wind brought a chill to my exposed skin, so I grunted to my feet and hurried back to the basement. I shook Ralof awake. "What? Where are we?" Ralof muttered, rubbing his head. "2. Don't know, some cabin in the woods. We went off the trail," I explained as I began to shake Faendal. Ralof groaned and rose, looking around. Faendal muttered something groggily and then shot upright. "Where is our gear?" Ralof took the torch off the wall, looked around and scoffed upon seeing the dead wolf. "And what in oblivion is this thing doing here?" I stood. "We took our gear off. It's already dark out, so I don't know if it's still here." "It's dark out there?" Faendal stood, wiping his eyes. "How long have we been down here?" "How the fuck should I know?" I shrugged at him. "Here. Our gear is here." Ralof began pulling some equipment out from under an enchanting table. He placed back the torch as we got dressed. "Do we need to fight our way out?" Ralof lifted back up the torch. "We can wait for someone to come down here and ambush." "No, I took care of it. We were going to be the subject of some kind of ritual, I think." I rolled my shoulders at the weight of the dragonstone. "Some witch or something." Ralof scoured a nearby dresser, finding what appeared to be an unfinished letter. "Troll's blood. This is a witch's coven. This letter here is written for some lass named Helgi to join her here. Someone by the name of Anise." Faendal rushed past us to the ladder. "If it's clear, let's get out of here. I'm not looking to stay any longer than we need to. And we don't need to." "Agreed." I climbed up the ladder behind Faendal, followed by Ralof, torch in hand. "Where's this witch?" Ralof said sternly. "Dead here." I led my companions behind the cabin to the altar, where, thank God, Anice's body still lay burnt and very dead. Ralof nodded repeatedly and led us away. I figured since it's your thing to burn things, but I wanted to make sure the body was burnt and not going anywhere, especially this close to Riverwood. Ralof's new torch led us through the dark forest until we reached the trail from before. There was a fork in the path, one leading to the abandoned watchtower we had cleared, and one down along the river's rushing water. Descending past some stone, we finally came into view of the torch and campfire light of Riverwood, to which I sighed in relief. The trek hadn't gotten easier with time. We continued north on the west bank of the river and found ourselves at the Douse campfire and bridge that had started this journey. We slowed our pace crossing the bridge. "It is good to be back," Faendal sighed. "Although we really should have turned back earlier. Wouldn't have needed to face that horrifying ancestor of Ralof's and gotten kidnapped by a witch's coven. But how would you have gotten these amazing stories to tell the boo?" I smirked. Although we had to. The Jarl himself requested the Dragonstone. As for the witch, no one saw that coming. "I'm looking forward to an ale and warm meal after this," Ralof muttered. "I hope Gerda isn't too worried. We were out pretty long." The mention of food made my stomach gurgle. Man, I can go for some of Gerda's steak and eggs. At the fencing of Riverwood, Faendal turned to us. "It's a bit late to stop in with the Valerius. Shall we meet there in the morning?" "Yeah, that sounds perfect," I replied. "All right, I'll head back home if you need me. We can split the coin once we get those older ones, valued by Lucan." Faendal turned away and headed home. Shit, I still need to share my goods with these people. I scowled. I'm not counting the necklace and the potions. Ralof and I once again found ourselves in the alley we used when we left. No villagers were outside, and the campfire was out. I guess it's that late. Ralof and I slowed as we approached the front door of Gerdur's. Ralof produced a key from his pouch and opened the door. The hearth was already just ashes, and the house was filled with snores. Ralof removed his cloak, and I removed my bag and cloak and placed it carefully on the floor. Ralof passed me some bread that I immediately ravenously dug into as he retrieved the bedrolls and some ale bottles. As I laid out the bedroll, he whispered to me as he put fresh wood in the fire. "Can you start the fire? I'm just trying to get to sleep." I nodded and gave it a quick spurt of flames, which caught and burned brightly and warmly. I removed my boots and the cork on the bottle of my ale, and saw Ralof's extended arm, his bottle also open. I smiled and gave it a clink with mine, and we drank. Ralof removed his boots and laid back in his roll, having downed the ale in one chug. "Good night, Guy." I rose my bottle and replied, "Night, Ralof." I stared at the dancing flames as I sipped on my ale. I actually survived. I smiled to myself, but my smile faded as I thought of the next hardship. A dragon. There's no way I'm ready. I doubt even Ralof could do much against one. I sighed and took another sip. I pulled my backpack to me and looked inside. The Dragonstone shone in the flicker of flame, the loot from Bleak Falls. Old and new coins sat on top next to the golden claw. Next to it was the shape of a bent book. My eyes narrowed, and I pulled it out. The tan cover was crested with the flaming hand symbol of destruction. The sparks tome from Helgen. I opened the bent cover and surveyed the damage. The text was still there, but the ink had run slightly on the ruffled pages that the potions had doused. I could still make out the words and turned my back to the fireplace to get better light. Spell tome. Sparks novice destruction concentration. Spells lightning. What is it? Aiming your spells. I stared at the table of contents for a moment. I already know flames and healing. How hard can it be? I turned to the lightning. What is it? Section. There were some symbols that I had no idea the purpose of or how to read, so I skipped them to the text. Every amateur or apprentice mage has done it. The miscasting of a lightning or shock spell. It recoils upon the caster, and the cry is known well from the instructors of the School of Julianos to the College of Winterhold. It brings to mind the thoughts you might have had as a child, watching a thunderstorm from the windows. Lightning, what is it? After much study in the texts of mages before me and my own practice, allow me to explain. Like flame and frost, shock is an expression of magical power that takes the form of a natural force. Shock is, in fact, an inherent property of fibrous matter, stimulated by friction into sparks, like those you may have given a sibling after rubbing your feet on the rug. This also explains the lightning seen in storms, as the clouds in the sky resemble sheep's wool and fluffy fur. When the storms cause friction, lightning is born. When a practitioner of the school of Julianos or a mage of the college casts a shock spell, what is happening? As you will see in your future studies of mysticism and class lecture in the Arcanium, the reality of Mundus is a tapestry woven of strands of matter and magica flowing from Aetherius through Magnus and the constellations. A shock spell channels and manipulates magica through the local warp and weft of this tapestry, agitating its fibers and consuming the magica in its path. This generates the visible sparking seen in shock spells, which coalesces into magical lightning. Understanding the elemental force you are using is instrumental in casting any of its family of spells. With the understanding of the principles of destruction and concentration spells, you are nearly ready to attempt to cast your novice spell. Still, you do not be hasty, as you must learn to aim your spell, lest you become one of the many learners to misfire and shock yourself or your peers. I closed the tome there. I ain't no bitch. I ignited flames in my left hand and my right as a guide, then began to concentrate, thinking of the theory I had just read, the properties of destruction, the requirement of concentration, and the stimulation of the magica in the fibers of the tapestry of reality. I concentrated hard, trying to form the spell in my hand, shutting my eyes. I opened my eyes, and in my right hand, I found nothing. I grunted and sat up. Maybe if I already have a spell there, it will be easier. I ignited flames in my right hand and focused on the properties from flame-burning magica for fuel to lightning, the friction and stimulation of the magica in the air. A tiny spark arced from out of the flame and hit my hand, making me cry out as the tome had warned, taking a bit of magica from my pool. After checking that no one woke, I sat back up, excited to continue my experiment. After some time, the ball of flame began to change to a ball of shock. Excited, I lost my concentration and once again shocked myself and sent an arc flying past my head, connecting with the metal of the cooking spit. Ralof stirred in his sleep, but didn't rise. I turned back to my hand and focused more. Eventually, the ball of shock finally formed in my hand, to which I smiled in glee, while making sure to keep my focus. I picked up the kettle from next to the hearth and placed it in front of me. I held my hand in front of me and prepared to unleash the spell, thinking of the magica in the air on the path to the pot. Nothing was coming out, so I stopped, but the shock magic bit my hand once again. I shook it, frustrated, and put my hand in front of me, thinking of nothing but sending those arcs through the air and blasting the kettle away, similar to my thoughts of flames. Sure enough, the arcs of shock came flying from my hand, connecting with the kettle and sending it flying against the support beam of the wall in front of me. I stopped the spell and ducked down as it glanced off and spun on the stone floor. Ralof bolted up, ancient Nord war axe's enchantment glowing, and I heard the stirring of the rest of the family on the other side of the house. Ralof looked around, surveying the situation. He eyed the kettle and then turned to me. "What in oblivion were you doing at this hour?" he hissed, returning his axe to his side. I looked at the kettle, which luckily had no markings showing, then back to Ralof. "Saucing." "What?" Ralof narrowed his eyes as he sat back on the bedroll, then grabbed another log and threw it in the nearly depleted fire. "Trying to cook." I got up and placed back the kettle. I was hungry and couldn't sleep. "Have some bread or cheese, there's plenty on the table," he muttered, rolling into his bedroll. "Gerda will cook in the morning." I turned to the table and looked at the bread, and my stomach grumbled. Sure, why not? I've earned it. I gleefully chewed on the cold but tasty bread and cheese as I roughly reignited sparks in my hand. When I finally finished the bread, I noticed the sky starting to glow through the windows high on the walls, so I tucked into the bedroll to catch what sleeping time there still was. A smile still stamped on my face.